Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for joining us for your open forum political discussion show on Mtembei TV. We trust you had a great day, even as we begin to look at different activities that have taken place today on our political front. And to start with, DP Ruto loses his cool and shut down a Bodaboda guy in his rally. Well, what is this all about? National leadership? Or what happens when you are confronted in public with unclear circumstances? How do you keep your cool as a leader and handle the crisis without letting it escalate into a confrontation where there is exchange of, talking back? Well, let's look at it keenly. Is William Ruto making it, or what is happening? Is he the national figure that we are looking at to unify this country and make it as one? Or he's one authoritarian leader who wants to subdue everybody under him and wants to silence every voice so that only his voice can be heard? Well, it's 26 days to go as far as our general elections are concerned. Are you set? Do you have your voters card ready and your ID in good place? Don't joke around. This is a serious election, historic in nature. Don't joke around with your necessary tools that will make your voice heard and your vote count come 9th August 2022. And of course, the courts are at it again. After to and fro, after forth and back, after going through one item after another, finally, Sonko is now free to vie as governor in Mombasa. How that is concluded, only God knows. So please, let's wait on this, even as we discuss further on politics. Baba lands triumphantly in KWALE. What do you make of these last minute up and down? And of course, Uhuru Kenyatta is no longer in State House, is on the campaign trail, drumming up support for the Raila and Mother ticket. They are more reliably informed that Deputy President designate, like Clint will want us to say, about Kashagwa had it rough in Meru until he couldn't run the rally conclusively. Is this the beginning of the end of Kenya Kwanza or what? Karibu kila mmoja, tunashukuru. Tafadhali ukitupata hakikisha unakaribisha mtu ili wote tukamakinike katika kuelewa na kufahamu siasa zetu na msimamo wetu wakati wa kupiga kura unapofika. Tunataka kila Mkenya awe anajua ni nini anachofanya, kwa nini anachokifanya, na siku za usoni zinakaa vipi wakati nani anaongoza. Karibu kila mmoja. Nashukuru wote mnaotufuata kwa Facebook, mnatufuata kwa YouTube. Tafadhali tujumuike pamoja, heshima idumu. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do, click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this space and we will get talking even as we are supposed to. So karibu kila mmoja, na karibisha wawili, watatu, wanne, watano, ili wote tukajumuike pamoja kumakinika kisiasa na kuelewa nini kinachojiri na msimamo wetu ni upi. Karibu sana. Ningependa kumsabai nani huyu, anaitwa Salome Bone. Hi to you, thank you so much. Kuna Rajab Hamisi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Jose Kowech, karibu kwa show. Tunashukuru sana. He says no due to Ruto's anger to Eugene manhood. Mr. Slap should know that he has ladies and men in his family, so just wait for the outcome. after years to come who know me. Okay. We'll get into that later on. Thank you so much. Oyos Silas, karibu kwa show. Kuna Braz Masai, asante sana. Martin Maina, karibu kwa show. Kevin Otieno, we salute you. Gloria Apio. Hey, nakwambia majina iko leo. Kuna George Otieno, kuna Emma Zekisha, Fatuma Nasmiyu, alafu Davis Kepufawi Le Grand. Nakwambia majina iko hapa leo. Kuna Ombuya Collins, kuna Obiero Asena, alafu nani huyu, I'm blessed pia yuko hapa. I say praise the Lord. Amen. Jackson Ogutu, karibu kwa show. Mweu Madiba, you are welcome. Kuna Emma, kuna Luther, kuna Osman, kuna Muhammad, kuna nani huyu Jose tumeongea kumhusu, asante sana. Kuna Grevin Mulongo, alafu kuna Anna Kanini, mambo ni kama hayo. Kuna Nyayo, kuna Nectar, kuna Fabiano, kuna Eric Robert, asante sana kwa kila mmoja anayejitahidi kutupata. Tafadhali ukitupata tu hakikisha umeshare hiyo link na kila mtu katika maisha yako, wote wa diaspora na wale wako nyumbani. Mtembei TV unaweza ipata mahala popote duniani, bora tu uwe umepata internet. If you can connect on the internet, you will get Mtembei TV. So we are absolutely unlimited as far as internet connection is concerned, and our broadcast reaching to the four corners of the globe. So be free to invite everybody so that we are all one big family doing what we are required to do. And just as a reminder, those of you who are following us on Facebook, we need you to subscribe on YouTube. Facebook has its own troubles. That's why you missed us for 2 days. We want everybody to migrate, or not necessarily to migrate, but to add your subscription, not only following us on Facebook, but also on YouTube, so that if we can't go live on Facebook, you will get our broadcast on YouTube. Thank you very much, everyone. The link to use to get in the studio, let me share it again. It's in the comment section. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Ufike hapa tujadili mbivu na mbichi ya siasa zetu. Kusikwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma. Mambo yanakwenda kwa kasi sana, kwa hivyo ngoja utakuta mwana si wako, wahenga washasema. Hivyo jitahidi. Nani Milton Oluoch, hatuwezi kukuongeza kwa studio wakati umejificha nyuma ya curtain. Lazima your camera to be on for us to add you to the studio, because we want a good quality videos for our viewers who come to follow up the show even after we have closed kipindi chetu. Kwa hivyo lazima ujitahidi, hiyo ndio sheria yetu hapa. Tunataka kila mtu aonyeshe sura yake. Afadhali kuwe na labda picha mbaya, lakini tusikose picha, kwa sababu wale wote wanaotufuata wangependa kujua ni nani anayeongea kuhusu masuala yetu. Asanteni sana. Ningependa kuanza kwa kuwashukuru kila mmoja kwa kuniwishia happy birthday hiyo jana. Mambo yalienda vizuri. Kuna wale walinunulia red wine, bado na inywa, alafu wale keki ndio wajafikisha. Huyo ni yule chairman kukata miti, alisema anakimbia kuleta keki, sijaiona. Kwa hivyo mkimkuta tafadhali mnikamatie, alete keki hata kama amechelewa. Lakini nashukuru kila mmoja, asanteni sana. Naomba tusonge mbele. Romians, habari ya leo?
Nzuri sana Bernard. Habari ya jioni?
Tuko salama, tunashukuru.
Niko mzima hapa. Pia mimi nashukuru. Jana nilingoja lakini mitambo iliharibika, ikabidi nimetoroka tu.
Pole.
Lakini tunashukuru Mungu kwa kila jambo. Unajua Mungu ndio mwenye kupanga kila kitu, na saa zingine Mungu ananifurahisha, zingine yeye unichekesha sana vile anafanya mambo yake. Sasa Bernard, let me go direct to the point or to the topic of discussion. Bernard, yesterday I was so down. Jana niliumia sana. As a son of Murembe Nation, it really pained me because some utterance which are very reckless coming from a person of the caliber of the deputy president is one of the character that we are condemning in a very high note. We are not going to tolerate that, and we want to advise people to be wise in whatever they do, in whatever they speak, because you cannot go and abuse somebody in his house or at his home because you believe that you must get what you want. No, that is wrong. The deputy president should know that election is not something to do, is not a matter of life and death. It is something that comes and goes. And ndio Bernard nikasema Mungu nichekesha vile anafanya mambo. Well, yesterday akifanya vitu kama vile akadhani itaisha hivyo. Today we saw in Vihiga. You know, Bernard, katika manyumba sisi ni watoto wa baba zetu. We have different characters. There is a way parents understand us. And being a president, being in a position to seek for presidential position, you are like a father who has several sons and daughters. You know the characters of sons and daughters. You know how to handle them. You cannot rebuke a child for the very first instance akiwa amefanya kosa mbele ya watu. You have to call that child in a wise way and speak to that person. But today what deputy president did, huyo jamaa amechemka nyongo. Sukari inapanda na jasho linamwagika. Wakenya, let us be wise. Hatuwezi kuwa na mfalme mwenye anaweza kututupa ndani ya sulfuric acid na tuseme tunafurahi. No, that is wrong. I'm happy about the wazee from Trans Nzoia, but they were not very industrious in speaking, or they were not very aggressive. They could have shown that that thing, this utterance that the deputy said yesterday was something that should not be repeated. If we want other community to respect his community, because I remember Bernard, he was at Keses, at Mishra Place. He told his people to vote out Mishra. He was at Nand Hills. He told his people to vote out other candidates. Why should he want to be voted for when he doesn't want others? Huyu ni mtu aina gani? Mungu atusaidie sana. Hilo jambo linauma sana. So Murembe Nation, we want to condemn that, and we shall condemn in whatever place we are in Kenya. Hatutakubali kitu kama hicho. Tunataka tufunze watu hekima, wajue kwamba sisi si vile wanachukua. And our leaders were just seated there, some clapping. That is wrong. And I believe wherever he is, maybe amegundua kuna shida. So tunataka atoke mzima pariwanja, aweze kuomba msamaha kwa jamii yote na kwa Eugene, aweke kwa magazeti na aweke kwa TV, atuambie kwamba ninaomba msamaha. Already amemwagika, lakini tutamsamehe, lakini kura hatapata. Hiyo tunasema. Jambo jingine, mambo ya Sonko, Bernard, hatuwezi ongelea sana. Unajua Sonko alikuwa mali akicheza, alikokuwa akicheza kule, unajua hata Biblia inasema usimtukane mfalme. Licha mfalme kuwa mwembamba na namna gani, usimtusi, heshimu mfalme. The king has an order. When he gives the order, that is what happened. But Sonko has realized himself. Though this is my perception, I don't know whether it is true or false. I believe, or I think, well, Sonko was impressing the president yesterday. Maybe kuna vitu ilifanyika hatujui, but for him, let's wish him well. Alafu tuoneshe kwamba Azimio haina hiyo vitu ya wrangles. Wacha Wiper ipigane huko, ODM ipigane. Mwenye atashinda kati yao wawili, tunajua ni Azimio. Hatuna shida pale. Leo baba amekuwa Kwale, kuanzia jana amekuwa sehemu ya Coast, and I like the way God is doing things. This God is very wonderful. Very electrifying. Baba has natural crowd. We do not we do not do what we call genetical modification. Siku hizi nimeona watu wengine wameshindwa hadi wameona kuadapt natural way. Baba ashakubalika. Na Biblia inasema kilichokubalika hapa kwenye duniani hata mbinguni kimekubalika. Kulingana na imani yangu, ninaamini kwamba baba amekubalika na tunataka tumuombe kwa sababu taifa letu tunahitaji mtu ambaye atatuongoza mahali pazuri. Tunahitaji mtu ambaye ana moyo wa kuweza kusuelewa licha ya maisha kuwa magumu, lakini suluhisho litakuja. Hakuna solution unaweza amka kesho, lazima tutachukua muda kidogo, lakini I'm very sure of solution when baba takes over. But the other side, no. Bernard, I want to bring another thing that maybe people you did not include here. Today in Meru, very shame, very big shame to makamu wa rais ama makamu wa mchele. That is very, very, very unfortunate incident. Sasa nashangaa wale ambao wanasema huwa tunabeba mawe. Did we carry stones there? They have to answer us. Waache kutuharibia sifa. Sisi ni watu wa staarabu ambao ndio kile tumeona kampeni zetu. Ukiangalia mama akiongea anaongea wisdom. Baba akiongea anaongea wisdom. We have our own people who we are attacking, but they attack wisely. They do not attack directly the way the other side is doing. Side nyingine imejaa tu machungu, kila siku sijui anakula pilipili ama ni nini ama ni ndimu anakula. Even their face wameanza kuzeeka mapema na kabla. Somebody like Ndindi Nyoro is young but is already old because ya makasiriko. Look at them. This is very painful. 25 days to election. We want to thank God. Hiyo ni siku mzuri tunajua. So tunataka wazidi kufanya vitu vyao, ikuwe topic yao wapotee. I like yesterday one of the panelists said, though I was not in the panel, I was following. He said that whenever something happened, the other side will just concentrate on it as we continue to dig and flatten the mountain. And that is what is happening. Wacha watufate kama mbwa koko nyuma tukizunguka wanatufata. They don't know what we are doing. They are there to abuse us. They are not laying out their manifesto. Instead, they are abusing us. Otherwise, Bernard, I want to tell people in Kenya to vote, lakini to vote kwa amani na vote kwa akili. Usitumie kichwa, tumia akili. Thank you so much. Asante.
Yeah, okay. Asante Romians, we appreciate it, and a good start. Siku ya nyani kufa, miti yote uteleza, wahenga walisema. Na Biblia inasema mtu ambaye hawezi kujizuia, a man who has no rule over his spirit is like a city without walls. I think Kenya Kwanza leadership is a city without walls. They can say anything, do anything. They have lost self-restraint, and that, in my opinion, makes them unfit to provide leadership. You can't lead others until you are able to lead yourself. Laying a grip on yourself, especially in public, when you are provoked, that is where leadership is called upon. But when you lose it, then, in my opinion, kumechemka. Kumechemka na wewe utatuchoma kama utapewa kiberiti. Kwa hivyo tunakunyima kiberiti, tunakunyima mamlaka ili ukajifunze tena. Self-control is the highest level of discipline. DP seems not to have it. You are free to challenge me on the same, but I think I have enough evidence to prove that. And it seems like his political challengers have learned that. The nerve to press, get him explode and make blunder after blunder. Na ni kama deputy wake pia ni kama yeye tu. So hii ngoma ingine ya ajabu sana. Naomba hivi, kabla tuende kwa Stephen, wacha tusikilize tu from the horse's mouth, tusaumiwe eti hatujaripoti vile ilivyo. Sikiliza mwenyewe, tazama mwenyewe. Karibu kila mmoja.
Vijana, nataka tuelewane. Si namna hiyo? Si namna hiyo? Sikizeni. Sasa mnaharibu hii mkutano. Na sasa mnaharibu hii mkutano. Hii, wacha niwaeleze. Hii si mkutano ya Ayodi na si mkutano ya ya Sloya. Hii ni mkutano ya Agoi. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Nyinyi mnanielewa? So tuwe na heshima. Tuwe na heshima. Tuwe na heshima. Sawa sawa. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Na kama kuna mtu ametumwa hapa kuja kuharibu hii mkutano, useme saa hizi mapema. Ama uondoke kwa hii mkutano. Nyinyi mnanisikia? Mnataka Sloya? Mnataka aondoke? Mnataka aondoke? Mnataka afanye nini? Basi nyamazeni. Atapata nafasi ya kuongea. Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu. Unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hii mkutano, utoke. Hauwezi kuja hapa na kuharibu mkutano. Please, tuheshimiane. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Sisi tunawaheshimu hawa viongozi wote. Tunaheshimu Daktari Ayodi, tunaheshimu ndugu yetu Sloya. Lakini hauwezi kuja hapa kuja kuleta vurugu kwa mkutano. Tunaelewana? Hiyo ni tabia mbaya and we will not entertain. Tumesema kama Kenya Kwanza, sisi tutaendesha campaign yenye iko na heshima. Tutaendesha campaign yenye haina fujo. Tutaendesha campaign ya amani. Na mimi kama kiongozi wa Kenya Kwanza sitaruhusu mtu yeyote kutuletea fujo katika mikutano yetu. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Please. Nataka tukubaliane, kwa sababu serikali haiwezi kutengenezwa na makelele. Uongozi haiwezi kwenda mbele na fujo ama kwenda mbele na mambo ya conflict. Mimi nataka niwaulize, najua kila mtu hapa ako na supporters, si namna hiyo? Lakini tuliza boli bwana, tuliza boli. Mambo bado. Ama ni aje my friend? Tunaelewana? Kura haipigwi leo. Bado iko time kidogo. Kwa hivyo jameni my friend, tulizeni boli. Sawa? Ama ni aje watu wa Vihiga?
Hapo unanijibu manani? Stephen. Karibu lakini.
Yes, Bernard, jambo.
Si jambo, vipi uko?
Nashukuru, nawasalimia wenzangu wote ndani ya studio. Okay, Bernard, I'm so worried about this country. If Christians, if Ruto can identify himself as a Christian, then Bernard, I think you should ban Christianity in this country. You know, at least we try Muslims, we try Islamic religion, because it's so worrying. This guy claims to be a Christian, claims to have all these issues now. His anger management is so down. Hii ni nini anatuonyesha huyu mtu?
Before you go further, your statement is very alarming.
Yes, it's alarming because it deserves
we don't have a national religion, number one. Number two, Christianity, from where I see it, is personal and individual. That means if I fail as a person, doesn't make Christianity failure. It is me who has failed. Just like going to school, then you fail the exam. You don't say the education is bad. It is me that failed. So William Ruto ndio ameanguka mtihani kama Mkristo, sio Ukristo. Asante lakini.
I will accept the correction, but I'm a Christian. I'm from a very strong Christian background, but nikiambiwa niingie kanisa moja na Ruto, I'll go to the mosque, my friend, and I'll stop going to church. I'm telling you, Bernard. I'm telling you for sure, because it's so bad. These people are trying to, ni kitu gani hii Ruto anakula by the way? Kama ama huwa anasema Uhuru ndo anatumia zile vitu zingine, na yeye ameingilia hizi vitu kwani? Ama Wajakoya amewapelekea huko kagunia kamoja? Ni nini inaendelea huku Kenya? Surely yeye anatuambia yeye anatetea watu wa chini. Does he know that he needs 50% plus 1? Hajui huyo mwenye anamuuliza wewe unanijibu kama nani za kwa ndo plus 1 yake. Hajui. It's high time mama mboga na bodaboda waamke wajue they are just playing with the lion's mouth. Akiamka ni kumeza anameza tu. Hii mchezo sasa you can't change your identity. He's trying so hard to change his identity but hawezi. He's an angry man. We know him he's just angry. Sijui ni kwa sababu ametumia pesa mingi miaka 5 iliyopita ama 9 yote hiyo, amenunua viongozi, amefanya hivi. But the reality is still dawning on him that he's not going to win this election. He has no path to win this election. So I think sijui hiyo hasira inatoka wapi. Surely as Kenyans we need to vote this person out, and after that we need to take him to ICC directly. We don't need him in this country. Aende huko akakae na kina Charles Taylor huko ndo mahali atapeleka makasiriko yake huko. This guy is so dangerous to this country. You know? Anyway, what I'm saying is he should stop using the poor people, then abuse them at the same time. Because he's the one who is telling us that mimi nasimamia wananchi wa chini, nimeona siku zote tunasimamia viongozi wa juu, nataka bottom up. Sasa huko bottom ndo anatukana alafu anatuambia nini tena? Surely. Anyway, let me leave that. It's so annoying, surely, Bernard. The other thing is about Sonko. You know, Bernard, this country, the way the courts are treating this country, it's going to be bad going forward. It's going to be a lawless country in the fullness of time, because the president of the Supreme Court cannot come out and say, if you're impeached, that's the end of you. Then a judge from the High Court, who is 2 courts down there, comes and gives a lifeline to the same person. What are we trying to say? Okay, I'm pro Azimio, I can't hide that, but I will not advocate for people, because when you are on their wrong side, you get vindicated. But when you are right on track, you become a darling of the system. That's so bad. We need the law to apply. The law should be applied regardless of which side you are, regardless of your status quo, regardless of anything. Because going forward, hizi vitu zikifanyika, itakuwa mbaya huko mbele, because sasa wananchi watakuwa hawana imani na courts. At the end of the day, it's only the courts that can protect the poor, and the same courts that can protect the rich. But if you have these types of things happening, tutakosa imani na hiyo koti pia. Tushakosa imani na IBC, tumekosa imani na vitu vingi, paka tukikosa imani na koti itakuwa ni mbaya sana, because wanyonge hawatakuwa na mahali pa kukimbilia, unaona. So I think hii michezo inaendelea hii nchi, we need the right people, which we have the chance to elect the right people to nyorosha this country. We need the right leadership. Nothing else is going to happen, because the systems are there. It's just the implementation and the goodwill to make this country work. So I'm very siwezi sema Sonko, I'm against Sonko, but I'm against the court that has done what has done. But let him try his luck. I wish him the best going forward. Okay, the other thing is about KWALE. You know, there's been this assumption that KWALE is hostile for ODM. I think wale watu, mimi niko Coast, I move around Coast. You know, there was this thing about Mvurya. Okay, I can't discredit Mvurya because he was on Jubilee the last 2 elections, but the guy has performed well. The guy went into the grassroots, alishiga grassroots vizuri. But this time round, Mvurya is nowhere in the scene. You know, when you are looking for votes as a person, and when you are looking for votes for somebody else, it's 2 different things. You know, ile zeal huwa hakuna tena, ile kuwa na ile courage ya kusema kuongelea mtu mwingine ni tofauti na kujiongelea mwenyewe. So I think this time round, even KWALE is going to shock people. And I'm telling you for a fact, Bernard, Coast, all the counties of Coast, hakutakuwa na governor wa UDA. Take it from me, it's not going to happen. Watapata huko kwingine lakini Coast hakuna. Hiyo wasahau. Let them try their best. Okay, they'll get some votes, but it won't surpass 30%. Haitafika 30% kwa UDA huko Coast. It's the fact. Come and walk around, ask people, get into places, ask, you'll hear these things I'm saying. So I don't think if they'll make the inroads that they are claiming to have, but let's see what will happen. Okay, my last submission is the election countdown. I think we should guard our ID cards. We should also keep safe. COVID is back. We need everybody to vote. Si siku ya kuvote huko kwa quarantine alafu nakataza baba kura yako moja. We need to mobilize, we need to wear masks, we be safe, we vote on the voting day. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Stephen, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that analysis and observations, and also the admonition that everybody should stay safe. We need every vote, so don't campaign to fall sick. Take good care of yourself, especially when you're going to the crowds. Make sure your mask is on. We need you alive. We need you to vote. And we need you to be here to celebrate the victory after we vote and witness the change that this country is about to experience by reason of the incoming new leadership. So usisileki tafadhali, hakikisha kwamba kwa makini, kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtu ako safe around you, not just yourself, but everybody around you is safe. And also ensure that the people around you who you are campaigning with have voters card and their IDs are valid. Hii ni season ya kuconfirm, sio season ya kuambiwa, ni season ya kuconfirm. So hakikisha hizo kura tunahesabu ziko kura halisi, sio tu mdomo. Ningependa kuwashukuru kila mmoja wanaojitahidi kukaribisha mtu wawili watatu kujumuika nasi katika show ya leo. Naamini kwamba una la kujifunza hapa ama la kusema hapa. Kwa hivyo usiachwe nyuma. Ni muhimu kila mmoja wetu ajitahidi ili aelewe nini kinachoendelea na ni msimamo upi anahitaji kuchukua ili akue the side the best historical side in this decision of August 9th, 2022. So thank you very much. Tutamruka Nelvin tumsikilize dada kwanza alafu tarudi kwako. This is a women's world and we must give them their regard and we respect and value women here. We are not like the other side. Eunice, vipi leo?
Hi Bernard.
Hi to you. Karibu.
Na wasalimu na wenzangu wote, mko aje?
Tuko fiti, endelea.
Okay, mimi kwa pande yangu naanzia mambo ya Ruto na makasiriko yake. Naona amekasia vijana pale. Yaani naona Ruto ameanza kuseeka na hii makasiriko. Hii makasirika ameipeleka kwa Raila na Uhuru, amechoka. Ameipeleka kwa watu wake wa udako, amechoka. Sasa ameanza kuletea wananchi. Sasa hapo ndio unaona hapo hakuna na mtu hawezi akachukua penalty uongozi na makasiriko. Mtu wa makasiriko hakuna vile anaweza chukua uongozi wa hii Kenya na hiyo makasiriko yote analetea kila mtu. Sasa hizi siku zimebaki sijui ni 20 ngapi, sijui sasa atafika wapi. Chupato siku makasiriko ndio mingi, akili ameruka. Sijui ni hii pesa ametumia Kenya mzima kuanzia 2019-18. Hizi pesa amepeleka Mount Kenya, hizi pesa amenunua viongozi, hizi pesa unajua zinaweza mfanya akue wasimu. Zile ukiangalia ile pesa ametumia tangu aanze hizi kampeni zake kuanzia 2018 mpaka saa hii, hiyo pesa ni mingi. Na ingine unaona ni kama alikuwa anataka kununua Kalonzo, hatujui kama Kalonzo alikula nusu kwanza ndiye akamkataa. Ama alikataa akamwambia hataki, sasa hatuelewi hapo. Juu najua hawezi akasema. Sasa hapa hatujui kama Kalonzo kuna kitu alikula kwa Ruto kwanza ndiye akamkataa ama alimwambia hataki pesa yake, hatujui. Saa hii makasiriko imekaa mingi sana. Okay, tukienda kwa Kasagwa. huko Meru wamefukuzwa. Sasa ndio saa hii sasa wale Wakikuyu niliwaambia hapa Wakikuyu si wa kununuliwa. Hiyo sasa ndio mnaona matokeo ndio inaanza sasa. Unaona uchaguzi imekaribia. Sile siku zenye zimepaki sasa ni saa Mkikuyu kukaa standby. Sasa hapo sasa ndio anaona sasa mambo ya biashara kazi imeisha. Sasa ni kuchagua kiongozi na mambo iendelee, tuongoje 2027 wengine wakiingia na wao tuingie kazi. Watu wako kazi sasa wanaona hii pesa tumeikula sana, wacha sasa akili zetu situlie, tujue sasa ni nani anatuongoza Kenya hii. Si watu wa makasiriko kila mara, kila wakati. Mambo ya Sonko na Uhuru Kenyatta, siasa inakuanga hivyo, watu msifuate sana. Siasa iko hivyo, ujui ni nini Sonko amepewa. Bora tu mimi nimefurahia vile Sonko amekuja pande yetu kuliko kuenda huko kwa utako. Hiyo matusi nayo Sonko ameona hapana. Ni afadhali akae pande hii atasaidika. Mtu anaona kwenye anasaidikia kwa saa hii. Mnajua mtu saa hii hawezi akaipika kuenda pande fulani atijua ataipika. Hapana, mtu anaona ni wapi atafiti. Ni wapi atasaidika. Sasa Sonko aliona kwa utako hawezi akafaulu huko, lazima akuje pande hii ya Azimio. Hapo mimi nimempea congratulations kwa hiyo maneno. Na hii mambo ya Ruto kutusi viongozi, hiyo wacha endelee. Unajua sasa saa hii hajazeeka, akiingia opposition ndiye atazeeka zaidi kuliko vile ako saa hii juu. Saa hii ako na makasiriko na uongozi, bado tu opposition inamuongojea na opposition ndio iko na makasiriko sana kuliko yenye ako nayo saa hii. Aende pole pole bwana. Aende pole pole hajafika. Ndiye anaanza. Mimi wacha niachie hapo kwa saa hii.
Okay. Asante sana Eunice, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Naamini kama Mkenya anamakinika katika kufahamu nini kinachoendelea. Na uongozi ni kujiongoza kwanza kabla uongoze mwingine. So ukishindwa kujiongoza basi umeresign kutoka kwa uongozi. So hapa tunaona ni William Ruto ameresign kutoka kwa uongozi kwa sababu hawezi kujiongoza katika kujizuia kusema yale ambayo hayafai kusemwa na kupigana na kile ambacho hufai kupigana nacho. It's important to observe leaders. Okay,
opposition haina mtu wa kung'ang'ana na yeye, inamuongojea hiyo kiti kiko permanent, kinamuongojea, haina mtu wa kupisana na yeye hapo. Yeye tu ataingia na akalia.
Eunice, hata hicho kiti hakuna kwa sababu yeye alipinga BBI. BBI ilikuwa inapatia yeye kiti. Saa hiyo kiti hakuna. Baada ya uchaguzi anaenda Sugoi straight. Hata wabunge wake bungeni watakuwa huko kama orphans, kama watakuwa huko orphans. Hakuna kiongozi. Na yeye alifikiria kwamba yeye ni Raila. Raila ndio anaweza kuenda nje 3 years akirudi bado ni baba. Lakini yeye akienda hivyo for 3 years, by the time anarudi kina Eugene watakuwa wametake over, kina Sifuna kila atakuwa na wakati mgumu. So hiyo kiti ya opposition alikuwa ametengenezewa vizuri na BBI. Angesupport BBI ipite, angekuwa relevant. Saa hii anaenda oblivion straight. Na sioni akitoka huko labda ataanza kutuuzia kuku. Lafu tuendelee. But let's make progress. Listen to this as Nelly comes in. Please, let's keep it clean in the comment section and let's keep inviting people to join. Don't just watch alone. It's important that this information reaches to as many people as possible. Well, tumsikilize hapa kidogo tu tunarudi.
Hasira utamaliza wananchi.
Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani?
Kama uko na hasira ya aina hiyo, hustahili kuwa kiongozi.
Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hiyo mkutano, utoke.
Tukupatie nafasi hizo hasira zako ziende chini.
Okay. Delvin, karibu.
Asante sana Bernard, habari yenu?
Salama. Namna gani?
Huku tuko wazima. Nimepotea siku 3 hivi, nimekuwa Rift Valley.
Ulienda kusikiliza
huko mambo nimetoka kusikiliza ground venye inaendelea, lakini mambo imebadilika. Nilikuwa Molo huko ni vile watu wanajificha tu, wataki kukua, yani ni kama hawayuko na kijana yao, lakini wamekataa hiyo maneno. Wananiambia huku tunatambua baba ndiye anatambulikana huko. Hata madereva kwa gari wanaongea, na unajua mimi naongea lugha zote, naongea Kikuyu, naongea Kalenjin. Sasa nasikia madereva wenye wanatoka huko wakituleta upandeni wa kutoka Mount Kenya wanasema hii vita ni ya vijana wawili wadogo na hatuwajui. Sasa wanataka kutupigania na kutupiganisha sisi. Hii hatukubali, lakini sisi tunatambua mzee ndio tunapatia kura. Mpaka nikafurahi sana, nilifurahi sana, nikakuja nikatulia. Nimekuja kuangalia hii uongozi ambayo mnataka kupatia hii kijana ya kwetu. Mtaumia. Hidra hii hata si ni Idi Amin dada, ama hata Idi Amin dada, hapana. Huyu amekuwa too much worse. Huyu ni worse. Huyu anakufinya Bernard. Hata siku hiyo sijui kama tutaweza kukua kwa channel kama hii. Anafunga yote, kila mtu anaenda juu, kwa sababu mtu kama mimi hata sijui ndahamia nchi gani, kwa sababu sioni kama uongozi yake. Labda niende kuwa watchman Tanzania. Hii uongozi yake mimi sifahamu kabisa, na sioni kama inaweza niridhisha kwa maisha yangu na watoto wangu. Mwanzo tunaenda kuwa kwa maisha mbaya sana, na Mungu atusamee, kwa sababu unajua si kila mtu ambaye unaona amebeba Biblia ni mtu ambaye anajua Mwenyezi Mungu, kwa sababu ukisikia hata mtu anasema Mungu kila siku, labda anaweza kuwa anasema Mungu kwa kutubu dhambi zake. Msikuwe mkichukulia William makosa akienda kanisani, kwa sababu anaenda kutubu dhambi. Matendo yenye amefanya mingi, unajua machozi. Na kama ulisikiza vizuri, na hata sasa ukiweka clip ya baba ya Kenei anasema kitu kimoja, na machozi ya huyu mtoto ikalie kwa macho za watu wengine. Na huyu mtoto machozi yake ambaye ameuawa ya bure, huyu mtoto ambaye alikuwa anafanya kazi ya umma na akaomba atolewe kwa hiyo ofisi na wakakataa, lakini saa hizi wamemchukua. Na ukisikia William vizuri kwa hiyo clip, anasema kama angelijua huyu mtoto ni wa mzee angepitia hii. Alafu wewe na akili yako mzuri ama akili mbaya unaenda kuchukua kura yako kabisa, unaenda kupatia mtu mwenye unajua huyu anaweza fanya kitu yoyote, au ni kitu kubwa kwa maisha. Anaongea vile anataka. Alisema yeye ni wahasla na yeye ni president kijana na anapenda vijana. Badala ya kuita hao vijana kuongelesha kwa uzuri kama mtu mzima, ni kuwakemea. Lazima uende mahali, lazima kuna mwenye anakupinga na mwenye anakukubali. Wacha kukemea watu. Wale watu ni raia ambao unataka kuwaongoza. Wewe unataka kuongoza mtu na unataka bado kumpiga. Ni kama nikuje nikwambie Bernard nisaidie na kitu fulani, alafu tena nimekushika mashati, nataka nikupige ndio unipatie, na mimi ndiye naenda kusaidia. Haikusaidii wewe, inanisaidia mimi. Hiyo ni maisha ina gani? Alafu huyo ndio kiongozi mnataka ati akuje. Kwanza mtu yote mwenye ananitajia UDA, mimi usikia ni kama anaweza mmeza kwa sababu ya kitu kimoja. Wewe unanitajia UDA, na kiongozi wako anaongea hivi. Huyo ni nani? Kiongozi ambaye hapendi raia. Kila siku mimi husema kama William angekuwa anapenda raia, angetoka nje, awachane na serikali, awache kula mshahara, aanguke nje, ndio tujue anapenda raia. Kitu kingine Rift Valley, ukiangalia mahali huko Nyeri, ni Meru ama Meru, watu sahii wataki upusi. Uza sera, wacha kuja kutuuzia mtu ya kitendawili, mtu ya nini. Wewe uza sera yako, uza utafanyia nini raia, utafanya nini, mtaingia mtafanya nini. Si utuambie kuhusu mtu ya kitendawili amefanya, amekuja. Hiyo ni upusi. Na kama kuna mtu yote ananisikia na bado wako kwa hiyo UDA, akipiga kura apige kwa uangalifu sana. Awache kufikiria kama, unajua inzi inaweza enda kwa nyama, unafukuza inakataa kutoka, unafukuza tena inakataa kutoka, lakini dakika ya mwisho ukiifinyia ikikufa imeenda. Lakini sasa hao watu ambao wanajifanya ni kama wajuu William, unajua huwezi sikia mtu akiongea vibaya kuhusu kiongozi mkubwa wa jamii yenu, alafu bado wewe mwenyewe na akili zako potovu unaenda kumpatia. Wewe atakufanyia nini? Ikiwa amekufunza kuchukia baba yako, wewe atakufanyia nini? Mtu atoke huko nje aingie kwa boma akuoneshe huyu baba yako si mtu mzuri. Wewe baba yangu si mzuri, mbona? Unafaa uniambie mbona si mzuri. Wacha kuniuzia ile mambo ya kunionyesha baba yangu ni mbaya ndio uchukue ardhi yangu au uchukue kitu chochote changu. Wewe ni mtu ambaye unafaa kuenda kabisa. Na pia si ati mseme ati William anaenda ati huko opposition, tunapeleka jela. Sisi tunapeleka jela. Mkishindwa nyinyi, sisi wenyewe Rift Valley tunajichukua, tunapeleka jela kamiti, tunaweka huko na tunawacha. Na msipoweka yeye huko tena tunachukua tunapeleka Hague. Juu kwa sababu mnapatia William kazi nyingine ya opposition yenye si yake. Wajakoya yako hapa namba 2, atakuwa opposition akifight na hivi vijana yake wadogo wadogo huku. Lakini si mambo ya William atakuwa opposition. William tunapeleka Sugoi, tutoe Sugoi tupeleke kamiti, kesi ikuwe kubwa turudishe Hague. Alafu sasa turudi tuangalie maneno venye inaendelea, tubakie na viongozi ambao wanachapa kazi. Nashukuru Bernard kwa siku ya leo. Wacha wengine pia wachangie mjadala wa leo.
Asante Nelvin, tunashukuru sana kwa uwazi wako na mawazo mazuri. Alafu mapendekezo ndio yale, lazima mali yetu irudi. Mtu amekaa kwa nyumba ya serikali bila kufanyia kazi serikali, renti yetu tuchukue. Mtu amechukua shamba ambalo silo la kwake, arudishe mapema. Na hii nchi lazima ipone, na kupona tu itategemea wewe kuwa makini wakati unaenda kupiga kura. Usikubali mtu akulazimishe kupigia mwingine kura ili hali unajua ukweli wa mambo. Nashukuru kwa wote ambao mnaendelea kukaribisha wawili watatu kujumuika nasi katika show ya leo. Alumu anaendelea kuuliza mimi nakunywa kinywaji gani? Sijui unataka kununulia kipi? I don't do alcohol, any form of alcohol. Sikutandangi nayo kwa sababu my father was alcoholic. The reason why I don't take alcohol is because my father was alcoholic and even died out of the same. So sitaki kufuata mkururo kama huo. And then so this is just an energy drink to keep me talking for long and reasoning with you guys out there. Is not alcoholic. Thank you. Watu wale mnatufuata Facebook, tafadhali tunawaomba hakikisha umesubscribe kwa YouTube. Usikae Facebook peke yake. Siku 2-3 juzi tukashindwa kwenda Facebook live for 2 days. So wengine wakaanza kunipigia simu, why are we not live? Why are we not? We have been live all through on YouTube. So ukitaka kuwa in the house and never miss any of our broadcast, make sure you have subscribed on YouTube. Tufuate Facebook, lakini hakikisha umesubscribe wapi? Kwa YouTube. Na YouTube pia ni nzuri kwa sababu inatupatia limited time to broadcast. Facebook only gives us 8 hours. So wakati tunaelekea uchaguzi tutakuwa tuna broadcast full time, like will be continuous for 3 days. You will not be able to catch that if you are only following us on Facebook. Kwa hivyo to migrate mbio, just you take a few seconds, subscribe, hit that notification bell and get back to follow us from wherever you are. it is important that we all appreciate. Where is this? Geoffrey Ruto anasema, Bernard, are you blind? Ask Uhuru Kenyatta to return the thousands of hectares owned illegally by him and his family. Where are those hectares, and where is the evidence that he has look here, grabbing land and allocated land? Those are two different things. Shida ya watu wa UDA ampendi historia. Sasa bila mpendi historia hamwezi kuielewa, na msipoielewa basi hamwezi kuprosecute kesi yenu. Wewe unakutuambia hapa kile kitu uliambiwa eti familia ya Uhuru ilichukua shamba. Hakuna familia ya Kenyatta ilichukua shamba. Okay? By the time Kenyatta came into power, there was no even land commission. There was no ownership of land. My own dad's land was split into two. Wakagawia our step grandma, another one step, because that was the time when title deeds were introduced in Kenya. Then you used to own land by clearing the bush. So if you had your grandma was your grandfather was lazy, aliclear 2-3 acres akakaa. Wale walikuwa wamejitolea na nguvu wakaclear 100 of acres and they took ownership. So understand maneno ya land kwanza ndio anze kusema hiyo story. Ukweli ni kwamba land grabbers wote au ni adui wa Kenya. Watu wa ufisadi wote ni adui wa Kenya, na wote lazima wanaswe, wafungwe ili inji ipone. Hatuwezi kuendeleza maovu katika inji. Hakuna nafasi ya maovu katika inji at this point in time. And so these elections are the ones that are going to determine where we are going. And anybody wants to support evil, you are being swept away by this very election. Jiandae tu mapema. Kama kuna lawyers, anza kuandaa. DP akona 53 already. That means he will need like 100. So because his cases ni nyingi, so kila lawyer kama wasaba kesi moja, wasaba kesi moja, wasaba kesi moja. By the time tunamaliza, vifungo zinawekwa pamoja kama zile za Waluke. Miaka 700. Mtu atafungwa kwa kila kifungo. Okay, samahani kila mmoja, tafadhali tumakinike na tuendelee kukaribishana. Kabla Douglas aje, naomba tusikilize hii tape. Nani Alex ameuliza kama achinyimba being heard and the boys are facing the knife in our region. Yes, this is an even number here when the circumcision takes place in our place. Na mambo yako kulingana na tarehe, na wale ambao wako na shida na mambo hayo basi watajifunza baadaye. But let's look at this and then we continue.
Oh,
Haya ni mambo kama hayo kwa yote yanaendelea katika magharibi mwa Kenya, ambapo vijana wana jitokeza to face the knife and transit from childhood to adulthood. Kuna mtu hapa kuna comment ingine kali, anaitwa nani, Awino Rapemo, anasema gavana, ninatembea hata ucheze hadi asubuhi. Huyo ni Chris Wamalwa akiongoza vijana wanapofanya mazoezi ya kucheza chinyimba. But we don't have an English name for that, if except we call them bells, and they are not bells, so chinyimba. That is the English name we'll use for now. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep it clean. Let us ensure that we are inviting many people to join. And if you have not subscribed on YouTube, please do so. Do so very fast and ensure you hit that notification bell so that you don't miss out on any of our broadcasting. We intend to broadcast the whole of the elections from the day of voting to the day of swearing in, and all that will be streaming live continuously. The only place we can do that is on YouTube, not on Facebook. So kama uko Facebook, chukua dakika moja kuja YouTube, subscribe, alafu urudi. Douglas, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, habari ya siku mingi.
Fiti. Kwani wewe ulienda kwa ground kabisa?
Nimetembea hii Kenya mpaka sasa nimerudi tena.
Kwanza wewe ndio nahitaji, kwa sababu nahitaji bearing ya hii Kenya.
Okay.
Tutachora pamoja.
Tutaichora, haina wasi. Kwanza ningependa kuanzia pale ambapo Nelvin Lemengita aliachia. Ni kweli kwamba maji yanatafuta mkondo mwingine na yanakuja kwa kasi sana. Yalikuwa yanateremka, sasa yanapanda na yanapanda kwa kasi. Hiyo issue ya madereva kuwa wao wamekuwa ndio wa kwanza kuhubiri injili ya mzee, wanasema tu mzee, afadhali mzee, kwa barabara imeshika kasi. Hata mimi leo nimeishuhudia. Imekuwa like sasa watu wanasema, hata kuna mmoja alimuita vile tu Lemengita amesema tu alimuita Amin Dada. Kuna mmoja tu alisema, vijana nyinyi mnataka kuchagua kijana huyu ni Amin Dada mwingine atatumaliza. Sasa afadhali mzee. Na nikawa nimefurahi sana. Na kuna siku Gachagua amekuwa hapa Subukia, pia madereva walikuwa wamekasirika sana barabara. Wanamuuliza, wewe huko kwa serikali una block barabara, unataka tukule nini kwenda huko, mnatuambia na mko kwa serikali? Nikashangaa, kwani hii ni ile ground ilikuwa inaimba 95% hasa la UDA inabadilika hivi? So the ground is changing. Weekend nilikuwa pia Western Bukungu Stadium, nikaona pia maajabu vile watu pia, hata wale vijana wawili watatu wenye nilikuwa nasikia wananiambia sisi tuko UDA, wanasema hapa tunaona akuendeki, wacha tufuate mkondo mwingine. Hivyo mambo yanabadilika na kidogo kidogo. Kwanza hizi wiki tatu zimebaki, mambo yatabadilika zaidi na the ground will shift completely, na it will be a resounding win for the Azimio guys because of the arrogance and the anger that has been exhibited by these people from the UDA side. Now, when Lemengit was speaking, I'm not trying to profile any community, but I looked at the comments and the people that are commenting and abusing Lemengit. Ironically, are the people coming from from where he comes from. So the other day we were debating with some of my alumni from college. Tunaulizana history ya Moi University kule off staff ilianzia wapi na ni nini kilichangia. Tukakuta kwamba hapa palikuwa na Oscar Sudi na viongozi wengine walikuwa wanajiita viongozi wa Ponde la Ufa, wakienda kuandamana kutoa Professor Laba na hero from Moi University. And look at where Moi University is, and people are being laid off because of selfish and arrogance here. People who are entitled to things they think it belongs to their community. Na ndio nilikuwa nauliza watu, if somebody cannot actually tolerate somebody from his own backyard kumuletea opposition, how will he tolerate an opposition from other people in the other country? Isaac Ruto from Bomet had a very good vision for this country on matters devolution, But look at where he was taken by his own kinsman who wanted to be a kingpin. Akampeleka hivyo, akamunyamazisha, and that vision died completely because Isaac Ruto was opposing William Ruto. And so many other people, the likes of Sally Kosgei, Lina JB Kilimo, the likes of Franklin Bett, those people, name them, they have been silenced. Their political strength has been strangled down by this man who wants to be the kingpin. And that is why people from his backyard in the North Rift, they cannot speak against him, save for Alfred Keter, who also was sacrificed the other day. So if somebody cannot tolerate people from his own backyard kumwambia uko wrong, how will he tolerate an opposition from other people? You hear the way he's calling other people women. Seriously, that's the kind of leader we want to have. Na nikasema, sometimes back I said, if there is somebody still dreaming of William Ruto's presidency, that person needs to be done 3 things. Aombewe mapepo yatoke, abatizwe kwa maji moto, ama anyongwe. You know, those are the people who are taking this country backward. Because how can you dream like one morning we are waking up to a Ruto presidency? You know, you see, Ruto as a leader, as a person, he is not bad, but as a leader, he is as an angry. I don't know. But if you can just shut down a bodaboda guy who has come to a meeting at wewe kijano ama utoke hapa, how do you want to conduct cabinet meetings where a cabinet secretary comes and tells you, Your Excellence, this is supposed to be done this way? Kama kijana wa bodaboda mama mboga ndio uwezi msikiza, utasikiza cabinet secretary kweli? Uwezi, utanyonga watu wote. Now, another thing, somebody was joking in social media that Sonko has been promoted from number 47 to number 1, from 047 to 001. So we wish Sonko all the best. But again, I think something also is being done. There's some kind of reverse psychology that is being played here, Mr. Bernard and the rest. First of all, Raila started talking about uwazi wa IBC. Then the UDA brigade came and said, sisi tuko na imani na UDA. Now the courts on the BBI, watu wa UDA walisema tuko na imani na court. Sasa hivi wamekilia Sonko anaenda huko tuko na imani na court. Let it happen that wameshindwa na 65%, wakienda court, the Supreme Court will throw that case away in the morning. It will be like a technical throw away like ile ya 2013. Now that is the time we will hear them start saying hatuna imani na koti. Then we will remind them of their own words. Wakisema kwa mikutano Bungoma, Tongareni, wakiwa kila mahali wanasema tuko na imani na Chebukati, tuko na imani na koti. So let them continue fixing themselves. They realize that this thing was taken very long time ago. Uhuru has started the campaigns. He's going around the country. Today he was in Samburu and Laikipia, and the message is sinking down. You could see the way those old mamas and old babas were very happy with their title deeds. And I believe there were people who were there going to vote for Ruto, but they have changed their mind because they have held something they have waited for over 50 years, 35, 40 years. They are now happy somebody has been able to do it. Whether you call it a campaign tool or what, they have gotten the certificate, the land ownership certificate, and that is it for it. So the ground is going to shift, it's changing, and things are going the right way. We cannot elect Ruto to be our president. Never. Like Lemengit said, we should be in an unfortunate event. We should be looking for countries to go to, because I cannot actually, like in the next that Ruto was my president. How? No. I cannot imagine. Hiyo haiwezekani. So I'm back. We'll continue analyzing this from today. I was in Subukia, a place called Keforonjo, Molo, Solai, those sides. Things are changing, and the people who used to sing UD, I'm happy that they come and tell me, they call me Mwalimu. Mwalimu, you are telling us the right thing. And, me, I don't shy away. Whether I'm at work or at church or everywhere, I'll tell the people, this one should not be a leader. And I will not shy away at usifanye siasa kwa kazi ama nini. I will do it, and I'll tell people what is supposed to be done. People should be informed, and that is our duty. Thank you. We are
asante Douglas, tunashukuru. Thank you. Asante kwa maoni yako, na ni muhimu kuelewesha Wakenya. Kuna nani huyu anasema man Douglas has been blinded by Azimio, but for your information Raila will what? The usual slogan, Raila will never be president of this country. Anaitwa Cherumbas ole sesa ole sasa. And now sikiliza, your president is not yours to give. So relax. And then a madman calls every other person mad. So does a madman calling others mad make them mad? Or does it reduce his own madness? The blindfolded people here are the ones pursuing the agenda of one William Ruto without thinking about Kenya and what is good for Kenya. Now, ningependa kusaidia wale watu wana subscribe kutoka Facebook. I'm sharing the link that you click on and subscribe kwa Mtembei TV. Tunataka wengi wa subscribe kwa YouTube, kwa sababu kwa YouTube ndio tutakuwa na unlimited time to broadcast the election results and happenings around the country. So if you're following us on Facebook only and you're not yet a subscriber on YouTube, please do so. I'm sharing the link right now. You just click on the link, you get to the page, hit subscribe and hit the notification bell, alafu urudi kwa show na uendelee. So subscribe here. The link is here. Okay, let me just as I'm typing that, nicheze hii video ili kusikwe na silence. Haya.
Ati you have received 6,000. Guy!
Ni nini ma'am?
Ebu kuja Siro uone. Sijui, ebu kuja usome uone ni nini. Ebu soma Siro. Ebu sukua zimu usome. Ebu.
You have received 6,000 from Social Security Fund.
Siro, na hiyo sio wakora.
Sio wakora. Ingekuwa wakora wangetuma na namba, lakini imekuja na M-Pesa.
Guy, kama ni ya ukweli Siro, leo tutakula hata nyama. Siro, wenda unwekelee maji ya ugali, alafu uniletee chodo niende dukani.
Mama.
Hii pesa 6,000. Guy, Mungu bariki Raila. Haki mbariki. Hii pesa nitakula mwezi mzima na watoto wangu, na nilikuwa na haki ya Mungu. Mungu bariki Raila. Kwani hii kitu yake ilikuwa ya ukweli? Hii serikali yake haki ya Mungu. Mungu mbariki. 6,000 na vile nilikuwa haki na ja.
Sema unachokitaka, baba tatuangalia. Mama na baba wako pamoja, sisi ni familia. Sema unachokitaka, baba tatuangalia. Mama na baba wako pamoja, sisi ni familia. Inawezekana.
Azimio! Azimio! Azimio!
Watoto waende shule. Inawezekana, inawezekana, inawezekana. Uchumi bora. Inawezekana, inawezekana, inawezekana. Na Azimio, hey yeah.
Okay, thank you. Nani Bwana Boni, vipi?
Mr. Bernard, salama sana.
Karibu.
Asanti. Habari ya wenzangu wote. Na wasalimu, amjambo?
Hatujambo, tuko fiti.
Sasa mimi Mr. Bernard siku hizi sina maneno mengi. Ni vile watu wanaendelea kutudharau nyumbani Western. Na hii madharau inaendelea sana. Tulianza maneno Madam Eunice yuko, habari ya leo nimekuona. Nashukuru. Ile biashara huko umesikia inaendelea namna gani? Bado uniform ya UDA iko ya biashara?
Biashara ni kuisa inaisa, uone mawe.
Watu wameshafikisha mtu amefikisha target yake, sasa hataki capital nyingine.
hawana story sasa, hawataki hiyo maneno ya biashara. Sasa wanataka kujipanga hizi siku kidogo zimebaki kuweza kukua
Okay.
vizuri.
Haya, hiyo sawa, acha tuombe Mungu mambo yawe mazuri. So mimi ningependa tu kuongelea kuhusu mambo imefanyika tuseme leo na jana, sababu matusi yenye imeanza kufikia hapo, kuna watu wanastahili hata kutukanana, lakini sio level ya viongozi wetu wakubwa kama deputy president kutoa matusi, kumtukana mtu mama nini. Unajua ameunderrate mpaka mama wetu ambayo walituzaa, wametulea, na hakuna mtu kama mama. Mama ndio kila kitu, mama ndio familia, mama ndio masomo ya watoto, mama ndo anatusaidia. Lakini yeye kutumia neno mama kumtusi mwanaume, so amedhalalisha pia wamama. Mimi hapo ninaona kama kiongozi wetu inafaa ombe msamaha, na siasa itaisha na tutarudi sawa. Labda hata sisi wenye tunasema tuko kwa mrengo wa baba, labda baadaye akishaanguka akajirekebisha, tutakuta labda tumeenda upande wake kulingana na vile atajirekebisha. So mimi Bernard ni kusema tu kura tumebakisha siku 26, tuingie kwenye debe, watu wapige kura. Ni watu tu tuimize watu wetu amani, tuimize watu wetu watokee upige kura na watu wapige siasa safi. Bernard, nakushukuru sana. Ni vile siku moja nikikuja Nairobi nitakuja kanisani mwako, angalau nipige neno ili nikiamuka tarehe 10 nisishikwe na mshtuko ile nilikuwa nasema. Niko sawa. Niko na shock absorbers ya neno.
Karibu, asante sana, tunashukuru.
So mimi kwa upande wangu nilisema, na umeona leo kumekuwa na katika matanga ya babake Mheshimiwa Gavana wa Bungoma, kumekuwa na watu walikuwa nahimizwa kwamba wapigie Azimio. Ni kwa nini Bungoma kila wakati inajitenga? Vile nilivyosema wakati ule, ukiangalia Bungoma kuna wabunge karibu 9, wote 6 wako wamefuata mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, lakini 3 hao wenye kina Waluke wamerudi wako katika Azimio. Ndio maana unaona Mheshimiwa Gavana wa Kakamega alikuwa anauliza watu kuna shida gani hapo, shida iko nini? So next week I know Azimio will be in Kakamega, in Bungoma County. Maybe watu watasikiza. Na sasa nilisema kwamba Azimio Kenya Kwanza iko na propagandist. Tunataka next week tutafute propagandist wa Azimio mwenye atapiga propaganda na hii maneno yenye Ruto ametumia hii wiki. Ya kwanza ya makofi, ya pili ya kutukana wapi. Hiyo ndio tunataka sasa, hiyo ndio injili isemwe sasa. Tit for tat is the game to be now. So that tuone sasa, tuambiane ukweli. Huyu ni nani? Ameshajifunua. Unajua sasa wanasemaga mzee Kobe akishasikia makelele anajifunika. Watu wakishatoka anajitoa, unagundua kumbe mzee Kobe ana miguu, anasonga vipi kabla hujejua. Sasa mzee Kobe amefikiria watu wamepita, ametoa miguu na kichwa, tumeanza kujua huyu mzee Kobe kumbe anatembea. Hivi ndivyo vile anavyotembea. So kwa sasa hiyo ndio tunataka next week ifanyike, lakini yote tunaomba amani, tunaomba tupendane. Mimi nimezingirwa na watu wa Kenya Kwanza, lakini niko mmoja ama kati ya 3 ama 2, lakini siku hizi wanaanza kunisikia. Wananiambia hata afadhali Wajakoya. Ukisikia mtu akitaka kurudi kwako bana Bernard, anasema hata afadhali ule jirani mwingine, kumbe anatafuta nini ya kukuja apige kona akuje kwako. So wanasema afadhali Wajakoya, inamaanisha the next step wanakuja Azimio. So all the best, pige siasa safi. Nitaendelea kusikiza wenzangu wakiongea ili tuelimishane zaidi. Nashukuru.
Thank you Boni, nashukuru kwa hayo, na ni muhimu kila mmoja awajibike. Bungoma italainika. I trust Wangamati and Natembea wakisaidiwa na Waparanya, things will work out. This Kenya Kwanza thing can be swept off. Only let there be a vehement serious campaign, especially as we go towards the elections, kwa sababu Wetangula and his team, their strategy ni ile to resort to violence, especially eve to the elections. Hiyo ndio inakuanga style yake, kwenda kuthreaten watu nyumba kwa nyumba, sema watahamishwa nini. So hizo vitu zote nataka Natembea atumie ile ile UPC wake, okay, avae hiyo kofia yake ya PC kidogo tu, alainishe hiyo mambo yote ili tukue na kura ambazo zinafaa. Kijana wa Sugoi anapaswa kupewa kile anachostahili, na kile anachostahili ni nini? Kama ni governor apewe wale wake 4, alafu wabunge pia labda apewe wachache, asifikishe 20, ndio heshima idumu. Sasa hivi amejipuliza, kuna wimbo inasema shetani anajipuliza. Huyu amejipuliza, anafikiria ako na size, lakini mbivu na mbichi inakwenda kujulikana. So let's keep debating, but please wale mnatufuata, karibisha mtu alafu subscribe, please do that. And then my sister Adika anauliza machozi ya simba, mimi na altar wine, sisi ni makuhani, atutumie wengine tafadhali. Usitutie majaribuni. Okay, thank you very much. Let's keep going. Naomba tumuruke huyu ndugu yetu kwa ujoba. Anderson, tunarudi kwako, tumsikize Terry kwanza alafu turudi kwako. Ladies first, Terry, namna gani? Terry, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on that first before you speak it to kusikia. Take it easy, don't panic. You just click on that item beside your name, ifunguke alafu uongee mara moja. Okay, Terry inaonekana you need some help or something. Okay, just relax. You'll get it. Try it out until it works. In the meantime, let's listen to Anderson. Anderson, namna gani?
Bena.
Wewe ndio umekuwa kwa hii mkutano ya makasiriko?
Leo tumekuwa Mbale. Tumekuwa Mbale, tumeona DP. Unajua Bena, kwanza kabla mkutano tulikuwa tumeahidiwa do, unaona? Sasa watu walikuwa wanadai wapewe pesa kabla waenda kwa uwanja. Hivyo ndo kulikuwa. Lakini sasa wakatuweka. Sasa huyo jamaa tulikuwa wote tuna complain. Huyo jamaa kucomplain akaanza kuimba baba, unaona? Sasa DP akashikwa na hasira. Na mimi Bena nakwambianga, Vihiga ni kubaya. Anataka kutulazimishia Akoi hakuna mahali anaenda. Si hatutambui UDA. Sasa yeye anatuambia mambo ya Akoi. Si hatujui Akoi. Ndio tulikuwa tunamwambia si anatuuliza mnataka, tunamwambia tutake Akoi. Huyu hatumtaki. Ndio akaanza kutuambia hii mkutano ni Akoi, sijui, tukamwambia hapa si kwa Akoi. Hapa ni kwa baba. Sasa ndio akashika hizo makasiriko zake, lakini hajakasirika. Amesense defeat, unaona? Amejua sasa anaelekea Sugoi. Ndio kwa sababu alipiga hiyo mdomo. Na si mara ya kwanza, kuna wakati alikuwa hapo Vihiga tu, alikuwa Sabatia. Akachapa jamaa hapo kofi. Hii ni mara ya pili. Lakini watu walikuwa wamemweka, juu walisema amuguze tu kidogo. Hizo magari zake zingetoka huko mbio. Juu tulimwambia umetusi jana, ulikuwa umetusi tu mwenzetu Bungoma. Tena huku leo jaribu. Wakati watu walimshautia hivyo ndio akanyamaza. Angeguza Bena, angejaribu tu kuguza huyo jamaa. Sijui penye angefichwa. Si tutambui hizo. Sisi ni watu wa baba. Kwa hivyo amesense defeat. Si ati ni makasiriko. Anajua siku zake zimehesabika. Na tulimwambia siku zako ni 26 tu. Utulie. Hiyo mdomo wako utatuachia. So sisi hatuna shida, Vihiga tuko sawa. Kazi tunachapa. Wewe unataka tupeleke jamaa Sugoi vizuri, mikutano zote akiwa Vihiga tutaenda tu, tunajua kitu tunaendea. Ndio tulipata kidogo, lakini kura nazo anapoteza tu, anaendelea kupoteza. Nilikwambia atapata 15% Vihiga, sasa imeshuka 10%, atapata 10%. Akirudi huko na matusi zake 5%. Kwa hiyo awaje mdogo. Unaona mbona Musalia si angekuja na Musalia? Alijua mambo ya Musalia imeisha. Unajua Musalia tulimalizana naye kitambo, na tukaomba baba Musalia tukimalizana naye August 9 aachane na Musalia. Musalia aenda akiendanga hivyo, hata asimjaribu kumuita. Musalia amejiita mwanaume, wacha aenda na Ruto. Huyo ndio wanatoshana naye huko, waibe huko wakitusi watu. Si tupige siasa poa, si tupige tu siasa yetu ya Azimio, matusi tuwaachie, lakini August 9 tuwaonyeshe venye matusi inavunwa. Watavuna hiyo matusi yao. Kwa hivyo sina mengi. Leo mneti inanisumbua sana Bena. Tupatane baadaye. Naenda job, tuko job.
Chapa kazi. Asante sana kwa habari hiyo, tunashukuru kwa kujua mbivu na mbichi kulingana na vile mambo yalikuwa na yule mtu ambaye amekuwa hapo. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru sana na chapa kazi. Neti itarekebika. Wacha tuweke infrastructure nzuri. Inji tutaiendeleza. Tukishamaliza hawa mikora ambao wanataka kutukalia, ili hali wanasema wanatusaidia. It's important that we all remain vigilant. Naendelea kuemphasize, ukichagua MCA mbaya usitulaumu, ukichagua MP mbaya usitulaumu. Kumbuka vile tulisema kama watu wa ODM mlipochagua Jubilee, alafu baadaye mnasema mnataka tuwasaidie mtoe Jubilee. Tuambia hapana, tutawasaidia kuhifadhi serikali mpaka dakika ya mwisho, na tumekuwa faithful. So wewe ukichagua mbunge mbaya, kubali kusafa for 5 years. Kama utaki kusafa, hakikisha ukienda kwa hiyo booth, vote for progressive leaders, not idiots, not thunderheads, not people who go to parliament to sing chorus instead of them making progressive legislation. Wanaenda kukaa kwa bunge kuangalia ati kama mume atasaidia ataoa mke wa tatu, mke wa tatu atakuwaje? How do you? Tafadhali hakikisha wale watu unapeleka bunge wako na akili inayofanya kazi. Najua it's possible to have brains, but not every brain is working, so make sure you're voting for people who have working brains and are ready to navigate this country to a greater future, not people who want to hold this country in hostage. Please, let's watch that jealously. Let's watch that jealously and do it with all the passion in all the world. Don't go about this election half-heartedly. Usingoje kuambiwa, hakikisha uko mstari wa mbele kuona kwamba hii nchi inakombolewa kutokana na uongozi mbaya na inaendelezwa mbele na uongozi mzuri, kutoka kwa MCA mpaka kwa president. Don't vote for idiots. Vote for people who are capable of making this country tick and be internationally competitive. Sio la watu wanataka kuturudisha. Kwa nini? Alisema kama Ruto anaingia atafunga hii maneno ya internet. Ni ukweli. Atachukua all smartphones atupe, aturudishe kwa kabambe, okay? Ndio aweze kutuongoza vile Baba Moya aliongoza kwa control information. He's capable of doing that. If he's offering us wheelbarrow now, there is nothing he can do in terms of taking us back to Stone Age. So watch out. Who is progressive? Who is ready to navigate this country to international capacity? Ni lazima tuchague hao. Wengine wote wakae chini wajifunze tena. Nashukuru sana. Naomba tumlete Billy dakika 2-3 tukisonga hivyo mbio mbio ili tukamilishe huo mkururo. Billy, are you there? Hey, Bwana Billy, are you there? Okay, kama Billy ako na you unmute, you can't just speak. You unmute, the mic is beside your name. Okay, ni kama amekwama. Pole. Eliza, take it before we bring in Tom.
All panelists, good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm seeing this person called Macau Nicholas, the founder of Mutembei. You people, you have lost. I used to watch you guys, but it's good to see you. You are back. All panelists, good to see you today. Okay, mimi niko salama, mali niko, nashukuru Mungu. So, yetu tu ni kushabikia mkutano ya baba. Mkutano ya baba imekuwa mzuri huko nchi za pwani. Naona anaendelea kubarikiwa, na the moment mtu anabarikiwa hivyo ni mambo yake inakuwa mzuri. So mkutano ya baba ni mzuri, nashukuru. Wacha watu waanze kuangalia, wafungue macho, waone mali serikali inaenda. Wasiache serikali iende kwa mikono ambayo itakuja kutudhulumu wakati mwingine. Si tunaomba tu watu wawe na amani. Serikali huwezi tumia kifua. Kifua ukitumia naye tayari unajua unapoenda mahali na unaenda maybe unaomba kitu, na hapo hiyo kitu unafika huko unatumia na kifua. Usifikirie utapatiwa, kwa sababu tayari unatumia kifua, na hii kitu unatumia kifua kila mtu anaona vile upo. So ukikuja kwangu unataka kitu kwa nguvu, sitaitoa kwenye hiko. So hiyo ndio my brother deputy anatumia kifua. Hata I think most of the Kalenjin they have seen, if you want something don't use force. Usipige kifua sana. Hata hao watu wako wa Kalenjin kuna wengine watakutoroka, watasema huyu ndugu yetu anaenda na kifua sana na anaenda speed. William Ruto amekuja na speed sana, na hiyo speed yake iko inaishia ukingoni. Hiyo kifua yake ameipiga tangu nimjue, lakini sasa saizi hiyo kifua yake yako anaenda kuipiga na itaisha. Mimi ninasema kama wakutoka wasimingishwe. Anaenda mbio sana. Ukitaka kitu huwezi kuenda kwa hiyo, enda kwa upole. Sasa yeye ndiye ameingia kwa serikali, ameonja kiti ya deputy for only 10 years. Na huyu mzee mwenye ametafuta hii kiti since miaka mara mingi, na bado ana survive. Kama angekuwa ni yeye, ndiye angekuwa ni Raila, angekuwa anakaa aje? Angekuwa vipi? So yeye aombe Mungu amsaidie asidi kumrudishe asira yake chini. Hii asira yenye ako naye haitamsaidia. The moment atakuwa na asira ni the moment watu wanamjua vizuri sana. So mimi ninaona watu, kila mtu saizi wamejua who he is. Hata ile kofi alikuwa anasema alitaka kupiga Uhuru ni ukweli. So people they know. Hata Uhuru hapo anamjua. Sasa Uhuru ndiye amemjua zaidi sana, amejua kumbe huyu mtu sio mtu. So people, you be careful. Mpige kura yenu mahali mnajua mnapiga, mkae na amani. Si tupige kura tufike mahali tuanze kuhangaika, tuanze kusema kumbe tungelijua. Already this guy akiingia kwa uongozi, freedom hatutakuwa nayo. Hiyo kila mtu waweke kwa kichwa. Will not have freedom. Will be like South Sudan. South Sudan people wanakaa kwa kiti kwa kifua. You cannot talk about Salva Kiir. Try to talk, then you'll see kwenye utapelekwa. People that have not sit in this other country. Huko South Sudan, you are not free. You cannot talk the way we are talking here. South Sudan, even there is a pen, the one you cannot use to write. They said hii pen ni ya president peke yake. Huwezi andika na pen ile nyeusi. Huwezi. So watu wajue mali tunaenda, my friend. Mimi ninafurahia vile baba anafanya kampeni yake. Kampeni ni ile kampeni ya furaha, kampeni si ile ya matusi, kampeni si ile ya kutaka kupiga watu makofi ama kampeni ya kukasirika. Haswa leo sasa makasiriko, mtu anapeleka makasiriko kwa bodaboda kwa sababu bodaboda amemuuliza the fact. That was the fact. Why are you getting annoyed? Let him be annoyed until the end of the day. It's remaining 26 days. He will be back home. Tarbo. Akuja nisaidie kutengeneza soko ya Tarbo. Tukikaa pamoja huko. So Uhuru, let him keep up. The good president. I used to hate him, but I like him now. Let him keep campaigning. 26 remaining, tomorrow 24, 5. We are going to take this seat by hook by crook. Uhuru hawezi hand over your power. Hata Ruto afanye namna gani. He will not hand over power in him. Let him know from since Uhuru has said, Uhuru, I'm going to give Mother and Raila the power. So let him campaign for their MCAs, governors, and MP, women rep, but him not campaigning for president. Hatutaki president wa makasiriko. President wa makasiriko atakuja kutufanya sisi hata hii YouTube mtembea hatutaiona. Mtu wa makasiriko tumtaki. Wacha yeye akae nyumbani na he will never see this seat. Let him go. Even sometimes ninakasirika the time he was talking about Eugene Wamalwa. How is he taking Eugene Wamalwa? Anaongeleshaje Eugene Wamalwa hivi? Anasema alimwokota kwa mtaro. Alimwokota kwa mtaro kivipi? This is the people wamekuwa kwa power since. Hata yeye akiingia pale amepata all this, his brother was in the power. How can you say somebody who was the brother to our vice president, the late, you said nilimwokota kwa mtaro? How comes? Let Ruto knows the way he can talk. He will not be a president. He's not a president. He will not. Mi nimesema kama mtu wa kutoka Wasinikisho. Nimesema kabisa. Hata ule mkale Kiblagat, please, I'm telling you, you are seeing the way our brother is using the chest. You can't use the chest to take the seat. Please, let even you, if you are there, just talk. Because ninajua huko nyumbani watu wakijaribu kuongea kitu, ukijaribu kuongea about another person, they wanakupoint, why are you supporting this person? The truth lazima itoke, lazima watu waambiwane ukweli na ukweli itabaki kuwa ukweli. Hata kama ndugu yangu anakosa, don't say my brother is good. Ndugu yako akifanya kitu kibaya unasema ni mzuri. No, sisi watu wenye tunatoka Wasinikisho, please, including wote wa Kalenjin, tuangalie vizuri sana the way Ruto is talking. Talk kama president. President should not talk like that. How can you tell someone yako na mdomo mrefu mpaka South Africa? How? Hiyo ni kitu gani? Hata Mkalenjini, ule Mkalenjini mwenyewe kabisa, Mama Selina huwa anasema, you'll never get Mkalenjini anaongea kitu kama hiyo. How can you call another fellow man a woman? Sisi wakale hatuchapangi wanawake. How can you call someone like that? Yani amerifaa Eugene kuwa mwanamke. Hiyo amekosea another tribe, watu wengine heshima. Ni kudharau watu wengine. Then unataka wale watu wenye unatukana mpaka mtoto wao pia wakusupport, waendelee kukusupport, wakupigie kura. So hata Waluya nao wanafaa nao waerefuke, wajue ya kwamba kama Ruto anaweza kuwaambia, and is there, his neighbor anawaambia if akichukua uongozi atawaona, hawezi hawaona. I think Bernard ndasimamia hapo.
Okay, asante sana Eliza, tunashukuru kwa hayo. Ni muhimu tuangalie kitu kila kitu kwa kina. Uongozi ni tabia. Uongozi ni tabia, na kama mtu hana tabia nzuri, kupewa cheo hakuwezi kumbadilisha. If you put an honest person in power, will have honest leadership. You put a dishonest person in power, will have dishonest leadership. Positions don't change people. It is people that change positions. So if somebody has questionable character, that character will take over whatever position that you give to that person. And no, as Kenyans, kubalini kwamba mkitaka nchi ipone na nchi isonge mbele, lazima tuchague viongozi wanaofaa. Na mifano mko nayo, na kila mara napeana mfano. Mimi ni mhubiri na nasafiri katika hii nchi na nchi zingine. Okay? Nienda Busia kuhubiri, katoka hapo enda Vihiga, nikaenda Kakamega, nikaenda Bungoma. Hizo county zote zimekuwa in existence for 10 years. The difference between Bungoma, Busia, Vihiga and Kakamega is like day and night. And all of that ilikuwa imesimamiwa na wanaume. Okay? So hatuwezi kubadili watu kwa kuwapatia vyeo. Katoka hapo kaingia Homa Bay. Homa Bay huko utaanza tu kuomba Mungu kwa sababu hatujui ni nini kilikuwa kinafanyika. Kulingana na mimi kuna kitu makosa. Na hiyo makosa inatokana na nini? Kiongozi mnayepeana mamlaka kwake. So please, Kenyans, let's be keen who we are giving power to. Tusidanganyike kwamba atakuwa tu mzuri. Unajua kuna mimi ni mtu wa church, okay? Kuna vile watu wa church hawapo kitambo, sio sasa. Walikuwa wanafanya kama kijana amekuwa Bull of Auckland, akipita kila mahali ni mimba. So wazee walikuwa wanakutana waambia wacha tumpatie mke atulie. Ama mke amsaidie kufanya nini? Kutulia. Kumbe hiyo ndio ilikuwa inawasha moto. So you don't solve a problem by giving somebody a position. You solve the problem by correcting his wrong character. So the deputy president has a bad character, has bad anger. He has no way of laying a grip on himself. Azipewe uongozi. Naomba tusikilize hii video alafu tumlete Tom ndio tuende kwa tutachanganya ili wale wametangulia wasikae sana kwa line, lakini tusikilize hii tu ili tumakinike.
Umepoteza heshima yangu kama naibu wa rais. Wewe huwezi kuja hapa na kuonya David President Ruto. Leo umepoteza heshima yangu kama naibu wa rais. Wewe huwezi kuja hapa na ongea Ferdinand Wanyonyi na Wetangula na Kristo Amalwa na unaita Eugene ni mwanamke. Wewe unaita Eugene alisema hivi, na mimi narudia Ngalombe bana befwe. Ngalombe kitalala, kuna mtu mwingine hapa anatembea hapa anasema ati mimi nitaka kumpiga kofi. Ati kwa kimila yetu sisi hatupigiki wanawake kofi. Ati Eugene umuhasi. Kama unataka kulala kama rais hivyo kwa uile ukadema kwa majuzi kwa Mungu. Omuntu nande mpeko impala na vimbo. Abantu bose bagenda no mundi bakwekura. Eugene umwana wefwe ni yakutakiwa cha kwa rais wa Simba Kasuna. Na Ruto usikie. Huyo unaanguka kura mwaka huu utakutana Eugene 2027 akuweke chini. Ujue sisi tuko na tutapambana na watu yako ambao wako hapa. Tutapambana. Kuna mwana holo. Kuna mwana huna nisai ndefe kama ndikefe. Kuna kura heshima. Na kauni kura heshima. Kupeshi asiye kura hino. Maana Mungu sio kura baholiria. Wananga bahwanja bubi. Wananga bakuchonganira. Kurefu singa jinsi. Kurefu chikuze kajisi bana befe. Ejembi kama ndikefe. Wamikine kulija wajizo ni bana befwe wananga baho mamala kuliyo bakomana kikiyefe kicheka yera leo kwa wetangula cheka umana otomini koyo na tofauti ya yake kwa kule mwereka umana wa pilato apaki Bungoma na mimi nimemuona kabisa na nini msene tala amanya bana taka mchezo hapa.
Okay, thank you. Hurure kama chisisi. Tunangoja Kasuti atakuja kutufafanulia hayo yote, lakini cha muhimu ni kwamba
hiyo ni hata kama sijui Wamesema
Ati?
mtoke kama kumbe. Sijui ni kumbe ama inaitwa
Yes.
nini. Mtoke kama
Yes.
kumbe
The
mwende.
type of
Ndio hivyo.
yes. Zile zinatokanga nyingi mara moja. Sawa, asante Liza. Naomba tumsikilize Tom na naomba tulinde muda kwa sababu niko na line mrefu hapa. Kuna mama na ngoja, kuna Nicholas, hili pia alikuwa ameanguka nataka arudi. Alafu Egesa subiri hapo tutasoma mbele. Tom, dakika 2-3 tafadhali, karibu.
Asante sana Bwana Bernard. Mambo ndiyo hayo sasa vile mnaona. Bodaboda amechoka. Ukiona mtu wa bodaboda anaanza kuargue na mtu kama huyo, wamechoka. Wamechoka sababu gani? False promises. Nitaweka bilioni fulani itasaidia mtu wa kawaida. Hiyo bilioni utatoa wapi wewe? Bodaboda sio mjinga. Alianza kuwadanganya kitambo. Sasa wanaona hizo empty talks, empty promises. Anaona wameanza kuona. So ukiona bodaboda ameanza kuargue, the whole country amechoka. Mama mboga pia. Unajua mama mboga ni matusi. I hope Mama Selina ananisikiza. Asante. Sababu mama mboga, kwani wakina mama wote ni mama mboga? Mama una heshima hata kwa mama? Saa hiyo matusi imeingia kwa Wamalwa. CS mtu mzima, mtu wa maana sana kwa nchi. Unaita mwenzako mama. Unajua mwanaume ukimuita namna hiyo, na wewe wakina dada watasikia namna gani? Na wewe ni mtu public figure, watu wanakuona. The whole country is watching. We are seated here and we are very bitter because the behavior of this guy is now too much. The way he reacts in a public domain makes us, we are now making our resolutions. Juzi tulikuwa tumemweka kando kidogo, tulikuwa tunaona, but now we are making the resolutions. Resolutions sasa itafika mahali sasa tutasema hata kuna uchaguzi. Baba tutamwambia na mama, hii kitu imepita, sasa wacha tuendelee. Hakuna uchaguzi sasa. Sababu utakaa unachagua nani? Because mjinga tayari imeonekana katikati yetu. Tulikuwa tunaona ni mtu ya maana mwanzo akianza mambo yake, lakini katikati sasa hapa ameharibika. Ameharibika mpaka sasa kwa kila mkutano ni matusi. Kwani tumekuwa na deputies, tumekuwa kwa ile katiba ya mwanzo tulikuwa na vice president, tumekuwa na bwana Kalonzo Musyoka. Wamekuwa kwa hiyo opposition. Umewahi kusikia bwana Kalonzo Musyoka ametukana watu hivyo hata kwa rallies? Tumekuwa na watu wengi. Eugene Wamalwa, not Eugene, Wamalwa the late, ndugu ya Eugene. Wamekuwa kijana Wamalwa, wamekuwa kwa hizo positions. Tumeona marehemu Saitoti. Yaani yeye na hii pesa kidogo amekota hapa Kenya imefanya kifua imefura. Ajui kama watu wengi pia wamefura kifua. Sisi tunaongea saa hii na bwana Bernard, hata sisi kifua zetu zimefura. Ama amuoni, hata sisi tumefura tu. Lakini ni kwa nini hatuwezi kuwa na matusi kwa wenzetu? Mtu moja, hii kitu huwa nasema kila siku, kila mara nikiingia hapa kwa Bernard, nasema Kenya ni kubwa kuliko individual. Ukiona sasa Western Luya community wamecondemn hiyo matusi with the strongest words possible. They are not happy. Luya leaders. Kwani Luyaland, yeye ni nani Luyaland? Luyaland ziko na wanaume. Kwa nini unatukana kijana wao namna hiyo? Kwetu Ujaluoni hatuwezi kubali na hiyo. Wale wa Rift Valley wamecondemn hiyo, sababu ukitukana mwenzako, mwanaume mwenzako, matusi aina hiyo, hata wakina dada wenye wangekupatia kura hawezi kuwa na furaha na wewe. Lazima uheshimu mama. Mama kwa society ni mtu ya maana sana. So kama hauna respect kwa kina dada, hapo sasa uko off-road. Bwana Bernard, nikiendelea kidogo, matusi tunaona na tumesikia, hiyo ni sawa, hiyo tumemalizana nayo. Ya pili, uchaguzi. Chenye inaendelea itafanya hata uchaguzi yenyewe, huyu jamaa hata Jakoya atakuwa na kura kumliko. We have 3 weeks left. Hata Wajakoya atakuwa na kura kumliko, sababu saa hii matusi yenye natoka kwa ulimi tu, kwa mdomo tu hivi, inaenda na kura 500,000. Hiyo inamwagika tu. So wacha tu endelee hivyo. Najua kesho pia atakuja na story ingine. Wacha tu endelee. So hiyo akiendelea hivyo, kura 500,000 zinamwagika tu. Ikifika hiyo siku, kikapu imebaki empty. So mimi siwezi kuendelea sana. Wacha tu nimalizie hapo na wachie wenzangu pia waendelee. Bwana Bernard, asante.
Asante Bwana Tom, tunashukuru sana. A word is enough for the wise. Yule ambaye hataki kumakinika, basi asiyesikia la mkuu atamjiga guu, Waswahili wanasema. Na ada ya mcha hunena, mungwana ni vitendo. Mtu kama ana heshima kwa yeyote hawezi kuheshimika kwanza. Pili, hafai katika uongozi, kwa sababu uongozi ni kubeba kila mtu along, both the great and the small, especially national leadership. You can't be wanting to be the president of Kenya and you have people you look down upon and others you look up to. You must be able to carry every Kenyan in your heart. That's what makes a president. The president is somebody who goes to bed with all the 50 million of us and wakes up with the 50 million of us. Where our problem weigh him down. That's what a president is. Not the one who want to call us names and pointers and, you know, all that manner. So, ni mimi kama nilikuwa na maka mtihani wa William Ruto kuwa president, hafai kabisa, hata hajafika 1 out of 10. Anahitaji siku nyingi ya kukaa na wazee afundishwe jinsi ya kuwa kiongozi. Sasa hivi hajui, aliangukia tu, na hiyo kuangukia kumemharibu. Unajua kuna vile ambavyo unaweza kupanda, wanasema kupanda mchongoma si kazi. Kazi ni kushuka. Unaweza panda, lakini wakati unashuka ndio ngoma itapanda. Okay, I want to thank you, Sister Adika. I got your red wine. Thank you very much. Tusonge mbele. We appreciate everyone. Now, nataka kubalance. Nitapatia Mama Selina, alafu tuende kwa Billy. Na Igesa huyo anasema ako DRC. Tunasubiri hapo, tunakuja kwako. Tafadhali. Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Penat.
Karibu.
Asante, tunakimbishana na masaa nakwambia. Hey, ikifika 3 utaki kukaa. Naona mambo ya leo sasa TP Ruto angry to Bodaboda. Si nilikuwa nafikiri serikali yake ni ya Bodaboda. Sasa Bodaboda moja akimjibu na ako na mabodaboda mingi. Sasa hiyo serikali naenda aje Penat? Bodaboda amemuuliza tu babaye, kwa nini umetusi wa Malwa mama? Anamwambia kijana, wewe ni nani kunijibu? Siye ni bodaboda, na kwa sababu amesema serikali yake ni ya bodaboda na wamama ya mboga. Anyway, Penat, nafikiri Mungu kuna mambo ingine sasa hata unashangaa ni ya binadamu ama kunaenda aje. Otherwise, nafikiria Ruto hakuamini. Alifanya campaign 4 years. Alikuwa darling. Sasa hii darling imeisha. Naona hata akashakwa huko Meru, ni polisi walimuokoa. People have changed, Penat. Na unajua pesa na hoteli imefungwa. Unajua hoteli ikifungwa hakuna namna. Kanjo ikikuja kufunga wanamwaka hata ile marakwe ilikuwa kwa sufuria, haezi kukuachia uuse. So hoteli imefungwa, mambo imeharibika, na uongozi hauwezi fanya namna hiyo, kwa sababu hata kama hatapata safari hii, angenyenyekea, angekuwa chini, kwa sababu yeye ni deputy president of Republic of Kenya. Sasa anaita mwingine mama. Alitaka kuweka kofi Uhuru. Wasikia alikuwa anataka kupika kofi wa Malwa. Matiangi, marehemu Chasira alimchapa kofi. So I think hii serikali yake imelete shida. So wacha ni wachane na hiyo, lakini naona viongozi ya Waluya. Penat, unajua unaweza cheza kukusa mtoto ya wenyewe. Wamalwa ni CS, ni minister. Na jamii yao ni watu walikuwa naheshimika kwa jamii ya Waluya yote. Wapukusu, Waluya, kwa sababu ya Teletu Wamalwa kijana. This is the brother. Na ukweli ya mambo, alimuita mama kwa sababu kulifanyika nini. Sasa sahi anaambiwa alete wamama waende waone nani ni mama. Na hiyo maneno, siasa ni mbaya. In 25 days unasema maneno yenye iwezi toka kwa mdomo ya watu. Okay, mambo ya Sonko mi sina shida, hata sitaki kufikiria, kwa sababu hata hiyo kiti ya Mombasa ni vile tu ako free, wacha ataribu maisha yake. I don't want to dwell in that. Wacha niongee mambo ya baba KWALE. Coast wameamua Penat. They have decided. Hiyo ni ngome ya baba, lakini wameamua. Na ukiona hii mambo leo, ninaona Angilu amechipu Ruto, naona Martha Karua amechipu Ruto, baba. Yani like, tulikuwa tunaambiwa, tulikuwa tunaona kama si serious, lakini hakuna vile utaweza ambia baba. Watoto yake watamuuliza nini? Tamuuliza baba, kwani wewe unakaa kama mama kwa nini? Wamalwa ana sura soft. Unajua kuna baba ingine kweli ukiona unaweza fikiria akitembea uwezi jua, lakini sasa Wamalwa huyo ni baba kabisa huyo. Hakuna mama hata anatoshana hiyo. Kama ni mama wa baba watamutoroka. So anyway, so nataka kusema tu KWALE ni mzuri na Mombasa kwa jumla. Wacha niimise watu ya Kenya, especially kina mama. Kumbe sura yetu tunataka kujua kwa nini watu wengi wanafananisha na kina mama. Sisi wamama ndiye tunawasaa, tunawabeba kwa mwezi 9, na sidhani kama kuna mwanaume angekubali hata kusaa mtoto moja. Angebeba hiyo moja na angerudia. Ile kazi mama anafanya hakuna binadamu anaweza fanya. Pana tikipatilishwa leo ati kusaa inapatiwa wanaume siku moja, hatutakuwa na binadamu dunia, because men cannot, hawawezi weka hiyo msiko. So sana naomba sana msifananisha wamama na mambo mbaya, kwa sababu I think kufananisha Wamalwa na wamama ni kwa sababu tunawapikia chakula, na mwenye anauliza wamama wachapwi amechapa yake mpaka hata kila kamera inajua anachapwa. Unajua yakut men hata wachapi. Kuna wale wanaume wanachapwa na wamama. I wish angekuwa mmoja ya hiyo, lakini makosa yeye ndiye anachapa yake. Otherwise ni kukasirisha, hiyo ni kukasirika. In 25 days hiyo ni makosa. Na wababa anyway, nashukuru wababa wale wamesimama na sisi kuona ni makosa kufananisha. Mungu alijua kwa nini aliumbwa mama na baba. Kama Mungu angekuwa ametuweka pamoja, haingekuwa makosa. Lakini we ni Mkristo, unatuambianga we ni Mungu anasikia maombi yenu, na unakuja tena unatusi hiyo Mungu aliumba mama na akaumba baba. Sasa sijui hiyo maombi Bernard inakuanga aje. Sababu kama wewe ni Mkristo, unajua Mungu aliweka watu wawili duniani. Kuna mbaba na kuna mama. Sasa wewe ukikuja kukosoa Mungu, kumwambia mwanaume mwingine wewe ni mama, si hata hiyo Mungu yako unaomba umemkosea. Anyway, nitarudi baadaye. Naona kuna watu walikuwa natusiana. Watu wanakuja kutusi wenye wanaongea. Kering naona alikuwa ameongea na kuna watu pale walikuwa na mtusi. Badala ya kukuja hapa ku waste your time na kutusiana, enda funza hiyo deputy yako, ambia achue kuongea. Kama alienda chondoni kama hiyo nimeona ya Wabukusu, angejua what he could have talked. Nimeona Chris Wamalwa akitembea na vijana wa Fukusu wakionyeshana ni wakati ya kisu. So I think also hata hao wengine kama wangekuwa wameenda hiyo chondoni, badala ya kuja ku waste time hapa, rutini mwende mpeleke kijana yenu mumkalishe aweze kujua vitu ya kusema. Hiyo ni aibu sana. Kwenda hata kupishana na bodaboda. Si angeassume Bernard. Hey, deputy president anaongea na mtu ya bodaboda. Hey, watu walilaniwa. Asante Bernard.
Sasa asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na ni muhimu tu kila mmoja makinike. Deputy president ni kama kuna ile inaitwa whatever crowd management skills. Crowd management skills like sisi tunaenda kufanya crusade. Kwa crusade unaweza kuwa unahubiri, mlevi anatokea hapa anakuambia kwenda huko, mwingine anakuja hivi. There is how you manage the crowd. One of it is assume the people want to distract you and continue with your mission. Lakini if you stop to answer everybody and fight everybody, that in my understanding means hata crowd management skills huna. Unafikiria wewe ni mkubwa na kila mtu anapaswa kutetemeka mbele yako. Wewe sio Mungu, ni Mungu tu tunatetemeka mbele yake. Wengine wote tunajitahidi. Kama una mdomo wa kusema, unasema kile ambacho unapaswa kusema. Haya, naomba ili tuokoe muda tumsikize Billy. Billy pia inaonekana amelemewa. Billy, namna gani? Unmute bado.
Okay. Are you getting me, Ben?
Endelea.
Yeah.
Yes, you are now clear. Go ahead.
I'm clear. Okay. All what is said, all what people are saying is okay, but unajua the kicks of a dying horse. That's something that you should know. All what the DP is doing, I know he has already sensed the defeat. And if you are very honest person, you are a good Kenyan who wants Kenya to go to another level. We should not even be discussing DP, because this is somebody who has no agenda. He says he has agenda, but for us, he has no agenda. If you remember, when the UDA was formed, it was hardly 2 weeks, and somebody was saying that sisi tuko na track record, tumejenga reli, tumejenga tumefanya mambo mingi. Track record with a party which is only 2 months na iko na track record. You are in Mombasa telling people serikali yangu itatenga shilingi bilioni 200, itatenga 50 billion, itatenga sijui what. Yani the government has no structure on how they to spend money. Which government will be that is going to lead, that has no structure? Utilization of the government funds has the way. You remember what Matiang'i one day gave, Nini said to Kenyans that the money will be, how the government spends its money, it has a structured way that the money can be spent, not somebody to tell nitatoa hii, nitatoa hii, nitatoa hii, nitatoa hii. Where on earth, even in America, the superpower countries, they have all the structures. Not what to go to every meeting you tell people nitawapea 50 mama mboga, nitawapea sijui. Ameenda Kiambu forum anasema nitaleta hapa hii, anaenda another forum anasema nitaleta hapa hii. Hiyo pesa iko wapi? There is no money. You go to Mombasa, one day you rose up and tell people, Kenyans, unawadanganya in a live interview or in a national TV, unasema mimi hii port imetoka Mombasa imekuja imecreate jobs in Naivasha. Umesema vizuri. And siku ingine unawauliza watu wa Mombasa, yani nyinyi mnasema port inatoka, sisi tutachukua maji tulete Naivasha? Then in your campaign trails you tell people, in my 100 days ndarudisha Mombasa yenye ilikuwa port Mombasa yenye ilikuwa imechukuliwa na mebwenyenye. Hiyo ni ingine. Unakuja unaambia wa Kenya ya kuwa 50 billion zenye mtachukua 50 billion, ndawapea 50 billion mfanyie kazi. Mimi si wale wengine wenye watachukua 50 billion to create a position for who? For Kalonzo. Na wewe mwenyewe umeahidi mtu position same to that of Kalonzo, you yourself umeahidi Mudavadi, na unasema hao ni watu wa creation of positions, watu wenye wanataka kutengeneza katiba. Sisi we are people to revive the economy. How are you going to revive the economy if you are misusing the money that you could have lifted the economy? Where on earth? Ukikula pesa yote kwa kikapu na unasema ati sasa hii kikapu vile iko hivi ndio sasa utatengeneza na una pesa ndani yake. So the double speak man, in fact me myself namuitanga 6 months person. 6 months tutatengeneza this stadium, in 6 months time tutatengeneza hii stadium, in 6 months time tutatengeneza hii. Mr. 6 months, that cannot work. Empty promises, promising people, spicing your spicing up all what you say will not even make you sell through. Let me tell you, by 10th asubuhi na mapema, wakati sasa provisional result zitakuwa zina trickle in, Ruto will be nowhere. In fact, the likes of Ndindi Njoro, the likes of hiyo brigade yake watakuwa wameanza kujificha, because Ruto will not be anywhere, he will not be there, because this time round si ile yenye anasema atuambia huyo mtu wa vitendawili tumemshinda na manifesto, tumemshinda na campaign, tumemshinda. Alianza campaign lini? Huyo mtu mwenye wameshinda na kampeni ya Ruto sioni. Kama leo mnapigwa mawe, hiyo ndio kampeni? Wewe unaita watu wengine wanawake, you marry them if they are women. Just marry them, because you can't call a man, if you are honest leader, you can't call a man being a woman. Inamaanisha this is what you are going to do. There is another American saying, any leader who said that if you elect people with bad character, what they're doing with that bad character is what will exactly resemble who they are going to be when they assume the office. Don't tell me that Ruto will change his characters when he assumes the office. You will never change. And the characters that Ruto has and what he had from YK 1992 up to now is what Ruto is going to have. Ile mambo ya kusema leta hii. I remember very well. Electoral ilimalizwa na Moi. Ukiangalia hizi viwanda zingine zimemalizwa na Moi. Na hata ukiangalia saa hii in the leadership ya Ruto, many Kalenjins have scandals. Hata ukiangalia wale Kalenjins saa hii wenye wako na scandal, ukianzia kwa wakina Rotich, when you tell them to shed lights on what happened, Rotich hata hawana, because the money was all taken by
really
so let me just stop there, Bernard, let me stop there, but I have a lot to speak about this man. So
I am saying
Waluya tusiwekwe kwa kikapu.
Provide a community on matters criminology. Somebody has committed a crime, you commit it not on behalf of his community, commits it as an individual. So let us name people who are implicated in a matter as individuals, not as Kalenjins, not as Luyas, not as Kikuyus. That is what I need us to embrace. Nicholas anasema battery yake inaisha, so tutakwenda kwa Nicholas, lakini kabla hiyo tusikilize hii video mbio, alafu Nicholas kuwe ready na washa msuma kama mjafikiwa na second mile ya stima.
Are demanding that Deputy President William Ruto apologizes to communities living in the county. In the meantime, elders from Trans Nzoia County are demanding that Deputy President William Ruto apologizes to communities living in the county after the DP made what was termed derogatory remarks against Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa and gubernatorial candidate George Natembeya during a Kenya Kwanza Alliance rally in the region on Tuesday. Now, the leaders also vowed to unite the community against hate speech that could trigger election violence before, during, and after the August polls. Citizen TV's Seth Olale reports.
A day after Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa told off Deputy President William Ruto for making derogative remarks against him while campaigning for Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Trans Nzoia County, elders from the region have joined the DAP-K party leader in denouncing DP Ruto's utterances.
We owe Wamalwa an apology. You never know who's going to vote for you. And this tongue can be very dangerous, as we have seen in the past.
Hilo halikukuwa jambo la kuchekea. It is an abuse to the community.
The Trans Nzoia community elders termed the Deputy President's remarks insightful and below the stature of anyone running for office of the President.
Huwezi kuwa nataka kuwa kutawala watu inji hii na unaongea namna hiyo. Alijipeleka chini sana. And he should just apologize. That is the only option he can do for the sake for the community. Na sisi tunaomba watu wa Trans Nzoia, chairman of peace tuko naye hapa. Sisi tukae believe hii mambo ya Ruto zigawanye sisi.
Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa maintains that the Kenya Kwanza Alliance presidential candidate wanted him out of cabinet in 2018 and that the DP almost assaulted his interior CS counterpart, Fred Matiang'i. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Okay, Nicholas Kiplagat. You're on mute. You're still mute, Nicholas.
Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
Sorry for delaying, and maybe in my area here we have no last mile connectivity. That is why I was requesting maybe you consider me. Ile Ruto anasema haijatufikia, ile stima amesema bado haijafika huko. Otherwise kujaribu tu kuona, I've been following very many people. They are very bitter about William Ruto sentiments ya kuita Wamalwa sijui mwanamke sijui nini. Musijali kuhusu hiyo maneno ya William. Unajua saa zingine Ben, nafikirianga tu saa zingine tufike ile kiwango ya hata wewe unakuwa binadamu. Unajua labda ule mtu ulimsaidia siku ingine anakukosea na wewe utakasirika. Labda niseme kuna mambo mengi inaendelea behind these politicians. Unajua wanasiasa watatuambia ile maneno wanataka sisi tusikie, lakini kuna mingi hapo nyuma. So ningetaka tu kusema, kwa sababu nimeona wengi hapa tunakasirika sana, I can apologize on behalf of Ruto for now here. Hiyo kweli hata mimi, unajua mimi napenda kucheza siasa safi. Wacha niseme poleni. Poleni kwa ile makosa Ruto amefanya. Lakini sasa
wewe unafanya kazi kwa yako. Tuambie kwamba umetumwa na naibu wa rais ku apologize. Tutakusikiliza. Lakini kama unawajibika ku apologize on his behalf when he has not sent you, hiyo ni kutupaka you are throwing dust in our eyes.
No, sababu ninaona watu wamekasirikia sana ile matusi. Unajua naweza ita matusi, ndio maana nilikuwa nasema napenda sana siasa safi. Hata mimi ingawaje nampigia William Ruto kura, ingawaje nampenda sana na najua yeye bila kupinga yeye atakuwa rais. Sasa hiyo sitaficha, hiyo nayo siwezi kuficha. Unajua zingine huyu jamaa wa Malwa naweza kubaliana na yeye kwamba William alimtoa mahali, lakini saa hii William amekasirika, na kwa sababu hii ni siasa.
Nicholas, nataka upeane maoni yako chronologically with substantiation. William Ruto na Wamalwa, nani alitoa wapi? Lini, kwa nini?
Naweza kusema William Ruto alimtoa Wamalwa mahali wapi? Kwa sababu yeye
wapi?
Alimtoa pale kwao kwa sababu ni yeye aliunda serikali na Uhuru, ndio hiyo serikali ikaajiri Wamalwa.
Nafikiria tunaelewana mpaka Wamalwa wa Eugene Wamalwa ni ndugu yake Wamalwa former vice president.
Hakuna shida, niko na habari na hakuna shida kwamba Eugene
tuelewane, okay? Na Eugene Wamalwa alijiunga na Jubilee kama party leader wa New Ford Kenya. Una habari?
Najua.
So wakati William Ruto ni deputy president ama party leader wa URP, Eugene Wamalwa alikuwa party leader wa New Ford Kenya.
Wa New Ford Kenya.
Ndio wote wakajiunga na,
lakini
as party leaders.
So they were party leaders. Lakini hiyo New Ford Kenya ilijiunga na Jubilee lini?
Sasa hiyo ndio swala unataka kutufafanulia kati. Mimi nikikuja na chama yangu, wewe ukuje na chama yako. Nani amebeba mwingine?
kila mtu amejibeba huko.
Yes, so William Ruto
lakini unajua
Eugene Wamalwa, wakati Eugene Wamalwa alileta pati yake, William Ruto akaleta pati yake, they were equal partners in Jubilee.
Lakini si tunakubaliana na wewe kwamba kabla huyu jamaa Eugene Wamalwa akuje na ile New Ford Kenya yake, tayari William Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta waliunda hiyo Jubilee, ndio itwe Jubilee. Waliunda na Uhuru pale 2012 wakikutanisha URP na TNA ikakuwa Jubilee. So hakuna mahali, kwanza hakuna usawa, hakuna vile tutaweza sawasisha William Ruto na Eugene. Eugene amekuja kuingia pale mbele kama tayari hawa wameshaunda serikali. Nafikiria tunakubaliana. Naona kuna mtu anataka kuniuliza swali kabisa, huyu Tom. So upatie nafasi ni msikize.
Bwana Nicholas, hicho
Yes.
unachosema sio ukweli. Kwa sababu ungependa uelewe vizuri historia na uifafanue kulingana na vile ilivyo, sio vile ungependa. Okay? Unakumbuka 7G? Group inaitwa 7G. O G7. G7. Viongozi walikuwa nani?
Sikumbuki vizuri viongozi wote, labda uniambie.
Sikukumbuka. Huyu Nicholas ajui. He doesn't know. Ajui chochote huyu, achana na yeye Bernard.
Ngoja mtu wa nyumba, ningependa kumuelewesha kidogo. So Bwana Nicholas, nakupatia homework, uende kwa historia vizuri, ili wakati kutoa mchango wako unalingana na historia au bishani na historia. Okay? Alafu wakati serikali imeundwa, alafu inapeana kazi, hiyo kazi haipeani kwa sababu
Bwana Ben, ungekubali huyu Bwana Kiplagat akae full screen tumuone sura bwana.
Kazi haipeani kwa sababu ya kuhurumiwa. Ngoja Tom, kazi inapeana kulingana na kazi. Kwa mfano sasa hivi simuko na Kenya Kwanza, hiyo Kenya Mudavadi hapo, kuna Weta hapo. Wakati mnapeana uminister, God forbid, wakati mna form government, mtakuwa mnapeana kwa kila mtu mpaka Bernard apate? Si mtakuwa mnapeana kwa wale watu wamefanya kazi? So Eugene hakupewa ministerial position kwa sababu yeye ni mrefu na sisi ni wafupi. Alipeana kulingana na kazi yake na chama chake kila alileta na wale wabunge alioleta kusupport Jubilee. So hii masuala ya kusema kwamba mlimhurumia, mlimuokota kwa mtaro gani? So William Ruto ni mtu ambaye hafai kuwa kiongozi kwa sababu haheshimu viongozi wengine. Na we vile unapenda siasa safi, ni vizuri umwambie ukweli kwamba mdomo wake unamuuza kama kiongozi na anapasa kuheshimu kila mtu, akianza na kina mama. Yeye ni mtoto wa mama kama sisi wengine wote. Kuita mtu mwingine mwanamke, hiyo haipasi kunini. Is under pressure. Which under pressure? We are all under pressure. Hii economy sisi hatuko kwa nje, tuko ndani. So kama inafinya Ruto, inatufinya na sisi. Na jai muita yeye ni mwanamke. So Bwana Nicholas, wacha kutetea mambo maovu. Tetea mambo ambayo ni ya kweli. Thank you. So kama una lingine, ebu changia tusonge mbele.
Bernard, wacha leo ni nyamase, watu wamuulize maswali. Otherwise nasikia kuchamuka.
Pole mami, we relax. Wacha tu deal na yeye. Nicholas huko? Okay, ni kama megatuka or something. Eunice anakupatia nusu dakika tu.
Nasema hivi.
Hold on. Yes, Nicholas, unasemaje?
Hello, Bernard, ile kitu nauliza huyu Kipla.
Mute kwanza, Eunice, mute kwanza. Let's listen to Nicholas kwanza alafu.
Ningesema tu kwa sababu naona hiyo maneno ya William Ruto inaweza pandisha watu pressure. Let me just give out my view. Let me just give out my view kwa sababu ninaona watu wanachemka sana na maneno ya Ruto na Wamalwa. Wacha hiyo isitupeleke sana tukue na hasira. Ningetaka tu kwa sababu nilikuwa naona hapo chini mumesema DP Ruto angry shuts down bodaboda man. But kama huyo jamaa wa bodaboda alikuwa hataki Ruto, mbona akakuja kwa mkutano wake? Na ningependa tu kuleta comment pia kuhusu maneno ya Sonko na vile hii serikali imetupeleka sisi. Ninaona Sonko aliconduct opinion poll.
Please mute, please.
Eunice, we'll come to you. Wewe ngoja tu. Wacha Nicholas amalize alafu tunakuja kwako Eunice. Endelea Nicholas, unasemaje? Amechana buga. Okay, Eunice, say what you wanted to say in a minute. Tusonge mbele.
Mimi nataka kuuliza huyu jamaa, kwani wao na ni binadamu kama sisi, wao hawaoni maongeo ya Ruto vile anaongea na viongozi wengine watofautize, waone kuna tofauti? Sasa akisema ati kuna vile kwenye wametoana na Eugene Wamalwa na Ruto kwenye wanatoana hatujui, ati yeye ndiye alimuingiza Jubilee. Sasa nataka kutuonyesha hivi ati juu Raila for example waliungana na Uhuru wakatengeneza chama ikawa Azimio. Kalonzo walikuja na wale wengine
Pole Eunice, inaonekana neti yako imejam. Umerudi?
Nimerudi.
Okay, kamilisha.
Kalonzo. Sasa itakuwa ati Kalonzo siku moja atakuja kusimama aseme ni yeye alileta yule mwingine kwa hiyo chama ya Azimio akamtoa kwa mtaro. Hiyo language si mzuri. Na huyu kijana anafaa kuangalia ajue kwenye Kenya inatoka na kwenye inaenda. Hiyo language yenye anatumia na anapongeza Ruto na akiona ni makosa kwa nchi kuwa na kiongozi wa namna hiyo, ajue hiyo ni makosa kubwa sana na ni wamwambie hiyo ni makosa na Kenya iwezi ikaongozwa na hii uongozi kama hiyo. Ni wabadilishe mdomo, wabadilishe tabia, watupee agenda. Wacha sera zao sisikue ni matusi kila mara ni matusi. Wacha tu wabadilishe, watupee sera. Wacha nifikie hapo.
Okay, thank you Eunice. We appreciate that. I want to repeating when we have people who have submitted. So Tom, relax. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa nyumba. Hajafanya submission na Joe. So kunua nyumba.
Asante. Eunice, please mute. Yeah, thank you. Bana, ni salamu nyingi sana zikufikie Eunice, na kusalimia na tunajuana leo, sijakuona siku nyingine. Tom, Ayoisa, Mama Selina, tuko salama na wengine Noah, Kim, Mark, niwasalimu sana. Let's be factual here. And actually, lately, the Kenya Kwisha or Uda guys, very few come over. I think they shied off. There's a time a number used to come. The only problem, they are not factual. They just argue their cases blankly, actually, without any facts. And I will not take much time talking about that Kiplagat who has been here, because some of things, you don't just follow people blindly. You need to be factual, okay? And things people do. Let me comment before I come to agenda as it flows down there. I can see there are ladies here. Eunice is around, Mama Selina is around. And are women going to vote for Ruto? And if they are going to vote for Ruto, are they thinking about the statements he made? Belittling women. These are mothers, sisters, and cousins, and whatever, okay? And gentlemen, let me tell you something here. And through experience, okay, it is said that girl children are attached to their fathers. Maybe somehow true. But finally, the children are more attached to the mothers than the fathers. This is automatic. You don't have to sound rocket science research. Walinyonya hiyo matiti ya mama, hawakunyonya ya baba. There's special attachment between kids and their mothers. Na hata ikifanyika namna gani, hakuna hata hiyo nasemaga ati wasichana wako kwa fadhao. If there is a difference, watoto wanaanguka pande ya mama. It's always there, because mothers ndio anabeba na mgongo, ananyonyesha, anamuosha. So that bonding is very strong. Si kama ya baba, because some things that baba wafanyi. So when Ruto now talks ill of women, of ladies, are they going to vote for him? Some will do. Because some of them has the same mentality like Kiplagatia, defending even the most indefensible situations. It's bad. And it's not only women. No. This man has lost it. Somebody said here, these are kicks of a dying horse. The kicks of a dying horse are very dangerous. They can kill you. Uenda hapo nyuma alafu ikukick na hiyo ya dying kick, hata utakufa. So we should be very far. Either the horse that was kicking should be very far from us, ama say tukae mbali na hiyo horse, the dying horse. Its kicks are very dangerous. In fact, they are damaging. They can kill you. Look the other one now. That one, the statement against Wamalwa. Mama Selina and everybody is here. Can I remind you that we cannot only quote Eugene Wamalwa as brother of the late Kijana Wamalwa. These two are a product of the original Wamalwa. That's why the other son was called Kijana, to differentiate between him and his father. His father was a renowned politician, governor, or something like that, way back. Okay? So there's a chain of Nini from that family. So actually, Eugene has not taken after his brother, Kijana. These guys have taken after their father and mother, way back, going backwards. And then you come and say it's like a woman. That statement is so shallow, and it should be given by people, not even me, I can't, I'm beyond, niko juu kidogo. So you can see I'm ahead of the deputy president. I could be better. I can't read such a statement, so I'm better than him. Hiyo ni statement ya kina Warogoro, huko Laikipia, Warogoro. Mwenye anasema Junet anaongea kama msichana juu ya sauti yake. We can allow Warogoro, women rep, wa Laikipia. That sort of, we can get her leeway. Not deputy president saying such things. Again, I've stated here many times, Uhuru is not my boss. I am the boss. Ruto is not my boss. I am the boss because I'm the employer. That Bodaboda man is the employer of one William somewhere Ruto. Ruto is not the boss. He's an employee of that Bodaboda man he was actually abusing. I hope you are getting it. People mistake. We are the bosses. And I've seen it in public offices. Unaenda kwa county government. Somebody is bossing you. And when you elect your county government, they forget you are the boss. When coming in that door, mtu anajivalia anajifanya ni boss. Actually, that's mentality now known about Ruto ako nayo. He is not the boss. In fact, he should be kneeling and answering and saying sorry and calling that Bodaboda man sir. He should. Hiyo ndio amemwandika. This man has lost it. In fact, if we come talking about, okay, maybe it's good, it's coming out clearly for other people. Na ajijengi, sasa ameanguka kuisha kabisa. Sasa he is one than Gachagua, his deputy. Unajua Gachagua alipokuwa anafungua mdomo, unaona 100,000 votes zinakuja kwa nini? Kwa Azimio, and I was liking it until Nani came to spoil the game. Wajakoya naye sasa ndio anachukua hizo. Sasa tunagawanya na Wajakoya. Lakini mbeleni ilikuwa Ruto akifunga Gachagua akifungua mdomo, aongea vibaya, hizo kura zinakuja kwetu. Sasa let me go to the topic at hand. Ruto angrily shut down the man, Bodaboda. The Bodaboda man is the boss of Ruto. He's the one who has employed Ruto. Ruto should apologize to that man and all of us. We are the bosses here as we speak. We elected them. Baba TRIUMPHANT in KWALE. Actually, of course, has been Baba's place. KWALE has been a bit problematic, but all the time, even not only for Azimio now, ODM has been ruling the coast region and many other places, and he has been winning until his votes are stolen. But this time, nobody's going to steal Baba's votes. Okay? No, with the Mother Karua, she's doing very well. The team is a good one. Sonko Lifeline? No, that's not a lifeline. The court has its own system of working. Bernard, you should have rectified that statement. It's not a lifeline because the courts follow facts. You have to argue your case with facts. And it goes in steps. It doesn't jump. There's no way Sonko will make it to governorship. He won't. Because finally, these things are going to catch up with him. Hata kina Sakaja wanaachiliwa. I don't know how long it takes to research kama Sakaja alikuwa Team University. I thought it's 1 hour's job kwenda kwa record yuko na kufind out. But there's a political element in it. They want to cover up. But the cover up may not work. Hata ya governor Sonko ngai. Unaona huyu mtu alifungwa jela miaka huko Shimolatewa, miaka akakimbia. Alafu hizo mafaili zimepotea. Kuna mambo nyingi inafanyika hii Kenya, sijui ni namna gani. Sasa ya mwisho ni election countdown. 26 days. They are moving as fast as what is on the screen, and I'm liking it. Bernard, hiyo pate tujitengeneza vizuri hiyo ya nini. We are going to celebrate. The only thing now, finally, let me come back to nani nasema tu celebrate ni Mama Selina. We are going to celebrate. Maybe I don't know how long the counting of votes takes time, but even by 10th, the scenario will be clear that we are winning with a big majority. I predicted way back before Wajakoya came on board that the team of Raila and Mother Karua would win by 60+%, and I was giving Ruto 30+%. Now I can revise that one. It is still Rarua. What is this now, Dr. Wasike?
Just carry on with your submission, Nyumba. Carry on. That's a different.
Is he sending me the money? I'm very broke. Is he sending me the money? I want that money. Makikuyu.
Mundua Nyumba, relax.
Okay.
Those are stickers for the people who are joining Mtembei TV as members, and also wherever you buy that sticker, so that every comment you make, it will be highlighted.
Thank you. Now,
thank you. Those of you who are doing that, please, let's keep it up. Mundua Nyumba, conclude. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm concluding. What I'm saying, let's celebrate nicely on after the 9th, and me, I'm ready. So Bernard, we will support. Just give us the direction we want to follow. We are going to follow. We respect you, moderators, and Mtembei at large. We are happy, and let's keep it up. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mundua Nyumba. We appreciate all of you that are supporting Mtembei TV with your donations and the purchase of those stickers from YouTube. It is a simple process. When you are following us on YouTube, you click on that join button, and you will be able to purchase any of that, and it will translate your name into a different color, and you will be able to make your comments stand out. And there's also a new button we have introduced on Mtembei TV YouTube. Kuna ya thanks where you can you put your tip for Mtembei TV, and there is also donate. Those of you who want to donate using your credit card or PayPal account, you click on donate. It will lead you on how you can make your support from Mtembei TV get to us safely and secure. We really want to appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. You have kept us here. This is the 9th month we've been here, and we'll be here longer than there are people who are willing to have us stay here. We want to make sure that everybody gets the right information. Asante sana. Naomba sasa tumsikilize nani? Subiri huyu tumlete I think tuende kwa Joshua. Joshua vipi?
Salam Bernard.
Dakika 2-3 tuendelee.
Just nataka kuongea mambo ya Ruto. Nashangaa sana na mtu yote ambaye ana support that sentiment ambayo Ruto alitoa jana. Ukisikia mtu ambaye ana support, I'm even wondering because hata kama umemsaidia mtu, ndio hiyo alimsaidia Eugene Dewe na claim kwa alimtoa kwa mtaro. Why should you tell the public kwa nini ulimsaidia? You know there's some sentiment ambayo mtu anatoa, even somebody is not learned cannot give it out. Even somebody ambaye hata hajijui, even street boy cannot give that statement. Because Raila the time he was prime minister kwa serikali Msumkate, kuna watu wengi ambaye Raila aliopata ministry. Some of them walibadilika naye, some of them walikuwa na mtusi. Kuna watu Raila amewapatia appointment, amekuwa nominated kwa wabunge. Some of them are senators, some they're coming back wanamabuse Raila. Not even a single day Raila has gone to where they are, their homestead, abuse even a single person. I've never seen that. Unapata mtu kama Mwaura Raila alimsaidia akamnominate. Next Mwaura akaanza kumabuse Raila. Look at, angalia huyu alikuwa secretary general, huyu alikuwa nominated kwa senate huyu jamaa. Ila kidogo baada ya kama 4 years ameruka na mtusi Raila. And not even a single day Raila has ever stood akatoa such sentiment kwa anybody. Na ukitaka kujua mtu ambaye aliappoint Ruto, and I'm wondering when Ruto was in Chatham House in UK, alipolizwa na one of the PR Wazimio, kuwa we know that you are given one of the powerful ministry to appoint. Ruto alisema kuwa I'm not the appointing authority, the person who appoints the president. So I was shocked yesterday kuwa same Ruto ambaye alikataa huko uzunguni kwa wazungu, tena anakuja anasema kuwa yeye alimappoint Eugene Wamalwa. So these guys, I think he said that akili yake ni kama anajisahau, because there are things that Ruto is saying today, tomorrow is saying different thing. So mtu ambaye anamsupport Ruto even maana, because kama Uhuru Kenyatta ambao alitembea na Ruto, wakavaa the same shirt, wakavaa the same tie, wakakunja mpaka mkono ya shati, wakasimama kwa podium, wakashika mkono yao hivi mpaka wakakuja na good slogan. Uhuru is telling you that the guy mnaona hapa hivi is not the right candidate, not the right person to lead this country. And then someone is following Ruto blindly. Umejua kuna kitu inaitwa ujinga na upumbavu. Ujinga ni ile ya darasa, ile ya kufundishwa ile. Lakini upumbavu, you are just ignorant. So anybody is following Ruto ni mpumbavu. That's the fact. Because he's ignorant. We are being told very well. Na mtu ambaye amekuwa anatembea na huyu jamaa all this time anakuambia kuwa this guy is not the right person. Because anamjua. And then wewe ambaye hata hujawahi muona Ruto na macho, unamuona Ruto kwa TV peke yake tu. Hujawahi muona, hujawahi kutana naye hivi. Unasema kuwa Ruto. Yet this person is very arrogant. Even in a humanity language, you cannot abuse a fellow human being that mwanamke. a fellow man kuwa ni mwanamke. The other time alimwabuize Wetangula, akasema huyu jamaa alipigwa na mwanamke. He always refer to women. So yamaanisha kuwa Ruto amedharau wanawake. That's why the other candidates wamechagua the running mates as women. It's only Ruto ambaye alichagua mwanamume because anaona kama mwanamke is not important. So I'm asking people like Mama Selina, Eunice ambao wako hapa hivi, can you come out in large number and mobilize other fellow women not to vote for Ruto because Ruto amedharau wanawake the way he's talking, because ukisema kuwa mtu ni mwanamke alafu unasema mdomo wake ni mrefu anaongea sana, amaanisha kuwa wanawake ndio mdomo yao ni mrefu. So the sentiments of Ruto ambaye huwa anatoa the kind of sentiment ambaye a leader I've never heard of any leader since I was born ambaye anaongea kama Ruto. I know kuna watu ambao wanawarusha mdomo, okay, some people like Murkomen, the likes of Sudi, but you cannot find Sudi giving such kind of utterance. So I'm really surprised with the kind of a DP we claim that we have here in Kenya. We don't have a DP, by the way. We don't have a DP. We have been told very well na Uhuru Kenyatta kuwa is not the right person. Na ni uzuri kuwa Mungu pia anatufunulia. You know, now God is revealing to us the kind of people are. And I was surprised Gachagua amelala akiamuka leo amefukuzwa kama burukenge. So those are the confusion that we'll be seeing as time goes. Kuwa each and every time wanafungua mdomo kura inaenda. Ruto, by the way, I'm telling you, I spoke with one of Bukusu, my friend who is a Bukusu. I mean, that sentiment alone imemharibia Ruto kura in Western. By the they're very bitter because it's so unfair. There are people who like Ruto, hawampenda Raila, but they love Eugene. They were saying that no, we're not going to vote for Raila, we're going to vote for Ruto. But when they heard that their son has been abused, I'm telling you, kura za Ruto zimeenda. And I don't think that Ruto is going to have any chance in this election. Leo nashangaa after yesterday. Leo that boy. Hello?
Malizia tafadhali.
Yes, amesema yesterday after that boy, he was just asking, kwa nini unamtusi Eugene Wamalwa? Then Ruto to humble himself, assume kuwa he doesn't know what the guy is speaking, akaanza kujifanya anamtusi hiyo kijana. So I think Ruto akili yake si mzuri. And then secondly, mambo ya Sonko, I don't know how a court operate because I was shocked. I don't know even how to explain this thing. I was very shocked. Today, when I was getting the interview, IBC chairman Chebukati, and the other commissioner, the CEO, the commissioner were being interviewed in this. They are also confused. Chebukati is saying they're going to continue after Sonko has been cleared. They're going to continue printing the papers, but the other guy is saying that the case is going to be taken to Supreme Court. Now they're waiting for the verdict. So a little bit pia wenyewe wanaichanganya. They don't know what's going on. So I'm also worried na hii issue ya IBC. IBC are confused. Today they're being asked so many questions na watu wa media. Not even a single question they answered. Everything they were dodging. And they even asked about mambo ya server. And Chebukati was asking mambo ya server. He could not explain why the server was not open. So IBC, however much they're trying to struggle, that they're prepared. IBC, they're not prepared, and if they're not careful, they're going to bring problem in the election. So I'm praying that let's come out in large number. We vote to stop this arrogancy of, we call Doctor, I don't know the Dr. Toapi, but I call him Ruto.
Tamatisha tafadhali, tunashukuru. Thank you for your submission, and let's refrain from calling people names, wajinga ama whichever. Let's debate on substance, and focus on rallying the country on what is valid and what is true. Leadership fails when we fail to ask right questions and demand right standards of those who are offering themselves for leadership position. If I borrow from the Bible, it says, those of you that want to be teachers, he said, don't be so much excited about it, because teachers are going to be judged more strictly than every other person. That means if you are asking for a leadership position, you have special standards that you must meet, that which are excused by other ordinary people. The moment you offer yourself for a leadership position, your standards must be high. So these people who are asking, there is Geoffrey Ruto who says, kama upendi Ruto usiende mkutano yake. That is not it. Hatutahama Kenya kwa sababu hatupendi Ruto. Ruto ni kiongozi anayetaka uongozi, na kama unataka kuwa kiongozi lazima uwe na ule uwezo wa kuvumilia, uwezo wa ku restrain yourself from blowing up simply because somebody is opposing you. So if everybody avoided every rally and every presence of everyone, who is going to associate with who? Leadership has it that we all work out a way of resolving conflicts without causing more damage. And you're asking for presidents, the highest office in the land, you must be applying yourself to higher standards in the land, not falling short to an extent whereby you have an exchange with a Bodaboda person who is claiming his right in the Bodaboda government. Serikali ilisema, William Ruto amesema serikali anayotengeneza ni ya bodaboda na mama mboga na watu wa mkokoteni, watu wa chini. So watu wa chini wakiongea, anauliza, unaniuliza kama nani? Ndio stakeholders wa hiyo serikali ama aliwanyang'anya? Atoke basi amwambie amebadili serikali, si ya bodaboda tena, ni yake na Kashagwa na Kindiki na hao wengine. Lakini kama ni ya mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni, mtu wa bodaboda, watu wa bodaboda lazima uulize maswali kwa serikali yao. Mundu wa nyumba iko nini? Nataka tuende kwa Koech.
Na washawashwa ya being soft on the presenter mwenye ametoka, mwambie withdraw hiyo ya kwamba ati wenye wanafuata Ruto ni wajinga. That one is, I disagree, it should be withdrawn. Not only that, you remember
Ben, let me clarify this.
No, let me finish, please. Let me finish.
Order, everybody. Joshua, don't talk until you are given opportunity to. Thank you.
You remember even the one-term president of America, Donald Trump, ni similar, wanafanana sana na Ruto. Kazi yake ilikuwa ni kutukanana, kufikana na press na nini, lakini he was a president and he had followers. Not that they are stupid. To summarize it, Bernard has quoted the Bible. The Bible also says somewhere, a verse, watu wangu wanapotea kwa kutokuwa na nini?
Kukosa maarifa.
Exactly. Maarifa, wacha niwachie hapo tu tafadhali.
Okay, thank you. Joshua, what were you saying?
Yes, you know, I've said, and I should not be misquoted, I've said kuna ujinga na upumbavu. Upumbavu is you are ignorant. Are you getting me? Ndio nikasema anybody following Ruto ni mpumbavu. Even Paul kwa Galatian anasema, you Galatian, who you foolish Galatian, who was bewitched you? So what I'm trying to say, kuwa upumbavu ni ignorant. Sijasema ujinga, so I should not be misquoted. Na upumbavu ni ignorant. People are following Ruto, they are ignorant. That's what I've said. Sijatusi mtu.
Ulikuwa umesema ujinga, tuache, we can argue until morning. Ulisema mjinga, tuache hiyo maneno.
Sikusema hiyo, ulisema mpumbavu.
Ulisema ujinga.
All of you. Thank you very much. We can always go back to the clip and confirm. But what is there?
Can you confirm?
Ignorance and foolishness.
That's irrelevant. But let's move on. It's just a very small point. We can't argue about that, Joshua. It's a very small point. Let's move forward, please.
Thank you. Please, let's focus. Let's focus. There is a difference between foolishness and ignorance. Although some people use it as synonym of the other, it is not the same. But for the sake of those who would want to understand, please listen carefully and, look at the whole thing from the context, not just picking one word and beginning to fight with it. In my opinion, it doesn't help much. Truth be told, this country needs better leadership, and better leadership will come from people who can observe higher standards of accuracy in presenting whatever they are presenting to whoever they are presenting to. Kipkoech ametoroka, ametupwa nje ama ametoroka ama amejitoa? Nilikuwa nataka kusikiliza maoni yake. Na kabla ya nani wasike, Tom tulia tafadhali. Mimi nataka nimalize mkururo wangu. Hata masaa yangu ndio hiyo imeanza kukatika. Nataka nimalize mkururo wangu ili nikianza kung'atuka ning'atuke bila deni.
Kwa sababu sisi tunana mheshimu kama deputy president, lakini kuja hapa kuanza kutusi viongozi ya Waluhya, hiyo si vizuri. Sisi tukitafuta kura, tunatafuta kura na amani. Sisi Waluhya mpaka tuheshimike. Sisi ni jamii ambayo itatoa president. Yeye amekuwa kwa serikali kwa miaka 10. Hatutaki muwe nje ya serikali. Huyu mzee Patrick Wangamati ni mzee ambaye anaona mbali. Aliongoza wazee kuja kule Kakamega na wakaamua ati sisi kama jamii ya Mlembe tufuate njia hii. Ndio kwa sababu unaona wengine wanatusi sisi ati tunafuata sijui Raila ni Mjaluo nini. Niwe kama unasema tunafuata Mjaluo, na wewe mbona usimame tupigie kura? Ruto amekuja hapa amesema Wetangula atakuwa speaker wa Senate. Ni kwa nini kama ameambiwa atakuwa speaker, kwa nini amekuwa kusimama kuwa senator hapa? Simuulize, si alipeleka makaratasi usiku? Au nyinyi mjajua yeye amesimama kuwa senator? Huko kwangu watatu peke yake ndio wanamfuata, kwa sababu kila soko paka uwe na mmoja ambaye akili yake. Jambo lile la uchungu kabisa ni yeye kusimama kule Trans Nzoia na kutusi Eugene Wamalwa. Hiyo sisi kama Waluhya, viongozi wa Waluhya, hatuwezi kukubali hiyo. Pia sisi tuna mdomo ya kutusi watu, lakini tunasema hii ni nchi yetu, tunataka tufanye hii uchaguzi na amani.
Okay, CS Tutari designate for Azimio la Umoja Wycliffe Opara Ambeta Oparanya mwenyewe hapo akipeana maoni yake, na huyu kwetu Rangers anasema, can someone tell Oparanya insulting Luhya is not only extended to Luhya leaders but to all Luhyas including me. I agree. I agree. Anybody looking down on any of our leaders, it is not our leaders is looking down to, is looking to all of us. And this is because he came and he was followed for free. Na kaongezewa mtu na ugali sosa. So anafikiria kila kitu in Luhya land ni mteremko. Lakini tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 ataenda kujua mbivu na mchi. Kama Kakamega tulipatia Uhuru Kenyatta 2017 11%. William Ruto hawezi fikisha nusu ya hiyo. Wacha aenda alale Kakamega, toka aende Mbale, akirudi arudi hivyo hivyo akizunguka. Ukweli ni kwamba akifikisha 6% atakuwa amejaribu. Naomba tumsikilize Kipkoech amerudi. Kipkoech, habari yako?
Salama.
Haya, vipi mawili matatu tukisonga mbele?
Mi kidogo tu ningeguzia sehemu ya Eugene na naibu wa rais. Na kwa hilo utapata kwamba wote wawili wamekuwa wakirushana cheche za maneno, lakini wakati naibu wa rais alirusha yake
Bernard
ikatia moto.
atusikii, aweke sauti, aongeze sauti.
Sawa mami, sawa mami. Kipkoech, inua sauti kidogo, songa karibu na mic ili usikizwe vizuri.
Naam, nilikuwa nasema
Bernard, pia hawa watu wa kuficha uso toa mbio, mtu aoneshe uso yake, anachangia mjadala akiwa amejificha.
Samahani, amekuwa na shida na mtandao.
Wako na
order everybody. Thank you. Stay in order. Only speak when you're given opportunity to speak. Tusianze kukemea watu na tusitengeneze kelele tafadhali. Ijapokuwa tuko sokoni, hii soko iko na order, si ile soko ya kila mtu ameingilia na mlango wake anauza vifaa zake, akimaliza aondoke kivyake. Lazima tuingie na style na tuondoke na style. Cha muhimu ni kwamba tusaidiane hata katika huo mjadala. Kipkoech ndio huyu amerudi. Kipkoech, unapaswa kuonini picha yako ionekane, sura, ndio tujue tuna deal na nani. Hata kama unatumia mshumaa, tunataka kuona hiyo diagram ya your face. It is important to us. And then raise your voice so that what you say can be heard clearly. Please go ahead before your network fails you again. Hapo sawa, endelea.
Nilikuwa nasema ya kwamba this issue ya Eugene Wamalwa and deputy president, hiyo imekuwa like Eugene amekuwa akirusha mawe kwa naibu wa rais, wakati rais amerusha yake ikakuwa uchungu. So kidogo tu siasa ni kubembelezana, and by 9th of August kila mtu atakuwa akipiga kura kwa ballot peke yake. Hii issue like no, we should not vote for so and so, we should not attend which rally, that's not the case of the day. Unaona ya kwamba sasa nikianza kusema like kama unitaki usikuje kwenye rally yangu, haiwezi kukusaidia chochote. Come listen to what I have to say. What happened to the running mate wake Ruto leo kufamiwa? That was not the case of the day. The case was like amekuja na shughuli zake za siku, wacha apige shughuli, ajikate, aende zake. Mwingine akuja kwenye platform, apige shughuli zake, ajikate, aende. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 itakuwa mimi, kalamu na vijikaratasi na sanduku. Utajua nimepea nani kura langu. So la muhimu ni hili, tuheshimu kila mtu kulingana na kiwango chake. Naibu wa rais ndio amekosea kuita Eugene Wamalwa mwanamke, na kidogo mimi namkale pia. Kweli kwetu watu tunasemanga tupige mwanamke kofi, so kidogo tu amekosea hapo, na ndasema for that is the truth, he messed, I don't deny. But now the issue of like this issue keeping on coming up and raising should not be the case of the day. The Luhya community, they have come up. Deputy President akijisikia ku withdraw the statement, it's upon him. Ende ameongea hiyo maneno, so I cannot legitimate him to withdraw the sentiments he make. And for that case, that one will be his own issue. To Mike Mbuvi Sonko, the case was the current laws of the country. If you have not exhausted the appeals in all the courts, all the way from the High Court, Court of Appeal, then Supreme Court, you are allowed to run. So for IBC denying Mike Mbuvi Sonko, at first it was a mistake. To me, it was a clear mistake. That's why even Dude Jabukati could not tell what happened. He was dozed during the media interview. So that was it. Now, when it comes to now that issue, it went through. The issue of Sakaja, Mr. Nyumba was arguing that it could take a single day. Remember, the certificate of Sakaja, the degree, come from all the way from Uganda. You have the legal way of handling things from Kenya to Uganda, and it could be confirmed from Uganda. The Uganda side have confirmed that it is legit. The same case again, it was pending in court. So a person has rights to run whenever he has a case running in a court, because the court will give the verdicts of it. Now, IBC have appealed for issue of Mike Mbuvi Sonko. Let's wait. The court to rule, Chebukati takes its own action. If the court rules that Mike Mbuvi Sonko is not legit to run, then he will not be in the ballot. If the Court of Appeal rules that is legit to be in the ballot, well and good. Chebukati again can appeal to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court again allows him to be in ballot, well and good. We continue. The current thing in the country is, after 9th of August, nikikupata Ben, nitakusalamia. Nikipata Mwanyumba pale, nitamsalamia. Ama siasa itatutenganisha sisi wenyewe, mpaka tutachanganyikiwa sisi wenyewe. Kumbuka ya kwamba leo nisipokuwa na ile roho ya kukupenda baada ya uchaguzi, sitakuwa nayo, na tusitegemea viongozi watupe hiyo roho. Those are people sahii hatujua wanafanya nini. Sahii si tunapiga siasa kwenye mtandao, wao huenda wamekaa chini wanapiga biashara. Anaambia, unaona kampuni yetu imepata hasara ya milioni 10, tutafanyaje biashara yetu ipande? Na sisi hapa tutaanza kuargue. On 9th of August, kila mtu anaenda anapiga kura, tunarudi nyumbani. Thereafter, this politician, they will take us. If you go back to 2007, Wakenya walipigana wao wenyewe kwa wenyewe.
Bwana
Uliona
Koech,
Uhuru akipigwa kofi.
Koech, ngoja kwanza. Unajua unaenda mbio sana na unaenda mambo mingi hapa na pale. Nataka twende systematically. Umesema Uganda government has confirmed that Sakaja's degree is legit. When did that take place? The last information I had from Uganda was they stopped investigation in whether it is legit or not. Secondly, you said Eugene Wamalwa has had exchanges with William Ruto. Ni lini Eugene Wamalwa alimtusi William Ruto na alimtusi kivipi? Ningependa utupatie example ndio tuelewe kule unakotoka na kule unakokwenda. Asante.
Bwana Ben, the moment you stop investigation, what do you want to tell me? Because nikisema
when you stop investigation, it's in fact it tells volume. You are hiding something, because if you are clean, you will not be afraid to be investigated.
The Ugandan side, they have stopped investigation against Sakaja's degree, right? And if that is the case, that means Uganda have certified. You know, let me tell you, I cannot stop.
Hey, Bwana Koech, ebu Kipu Koech, tafadhali, twende pole pole. The investigations were underway on whether this degree is legit or not. There was an injunction to stop the investigation. How does that translate into a ratification that that certificate is legit? Bwana Koech, I'm listening.
It is always very clear, my friend. If I can investigate you and withdraw my investigation from you, what am I trying to communicate?
It's not withdrawing. There has been court injunction on matters. Look here, Bwana Koech, law is expressly, okay? It says so and so has been cleared, okay? Not we stopped the investigation. Those are two different things. We stopped the investigation into the land saga, okay? Ruaraka land saga. It's different from we have checked all the records about the land saga of Ruaraka land saga, and the people implicated in it are clean. The land transfer was right. That's different from we were doing investigation, then we were stopped. You people want to mix the two things.
Bonabet, I think it is very clear, and get it from me. This is what I'm saying. If today DCI stop investigation, what will we use to prosecute you in court? What am I going to table in court to say Mr. Ben commit this crime?
Bwakoech, you are mixing two things. There is a difference between stopping investigation and saying the matter at hand is not a crime or is not forgery. If there is, if the certificate is right, we want an express statement from Team University and from the Uganda University Education board, saying there is Teams University. In fact, Sakaja certificate says is from Teams plural university. Uganda University is called Team University. So those are two different entities in my limited understanding. So Sakaja has a degree from a university that does not exist, number one. Number two, when investigations are underway, there is an injunction to stop the investigation before the investigation are resumed, or even the Teams University, okay? Team University and Teams University are two different universities. They have come forth and said that is our degree, it is valid, he is our student. That is when you're telling me it has been confirmed is legit. Do you have that information to that effect? If you don't, then you are here misleading us.
Mr. Ben, I'm not misleading anyone because one, from the Uganda side, it is clear that Sakaja was a student there. But you know, to Kenyan side, Mr. Ben, I'm now getting your position of politics. You are lying from the other side, not from the other side.
No. This is not political. This is a legal matter, Bwana Kipkoech. This is a legal matter. If the university has given a letter to say that is our student, that degree is legit, we don't have that letter. That is what I'm saying. If you have that letter, give it to us. Has it been handed over to the KWALE? Has the KWALE accepted it? That is what ratification is. That is confirming it is legit, not an agreement between Sakaja, the university, and the UDA offices.
No, Bennett, this was something which was politicized to ensure that Sakaja is not on the ballot for Igade.
Do you have information that the degree has been ratified by Team University?
It has been.
Where is that information?
I'm DMing you with it. I will DM you the information.
Bwana Kipkoech, if you don't have the information then, or if you cannot substantiate the information, that claim, let it be withdrawn because it is misleading. We need to have the information either from KWALE or from IEBC or straight from Team University or to the media houses. Let it be in public domain. It cannot be Kipkoech's information only. So tupatie link kule hiyo information iko to counter check. Kama sivyo ile unayosema ni ile campaign whatever campaign strategy yenu ya UDA.
I know it will be a political strategy for you from your side, and it is very clear. And I understand you. I know that you are supporting Baba to the fullest. I will
it is Bwana Kipkoech, it has nothing with my support for Baba. It has everything to do with, do you want this thing ratified? Wewe ukiniambia mimi nimekuwa I'm cleared by IBC.
I'm DMing you.
I cannot be cleared by IBC in secret. If I'm cleared by IBC to run, I will have the certificate to prove I've been cleared. I cannot just come here and say I've been cleared to run because I was being fought politically. I should produce certificate to say I've been cleared. So wewe unasema he's been cleared. Tukikwambia substantiate, unasema we are supporting Baba. That's ni kama unataka kutuchezea akili. Tena swala la pili nimekuambia nionyeshe clip ama any information ya kusema Eugene Wamalwa amemtukana naibu wa rais. Any statement or any example anywhere. Kipkoech, are you still there? Okay, it seems Kiprotich is not talking again. Okay, let's play this video and then Wasike takes it. Mimi naomba tu tafadhali, kama tunasimama kwa ukweli, tusimame kwa ukweli. Kama ni propaganda, I think time ya propaganda iliisha. Let's do what is good for this country. Let's do what is good for this country, for heaven's sake.
Possibly the worst in the world. He's vicious, he's venal, and he's robbing his country blind. His country is an African hellhole called Equatorial Guinea, and no one would have ever heard or cared about it if they hadn't discovered vast oil deposits just offshore. So much oil, in fact, that at the rate this tiny country is growing, in 10 years it could be the richest in the world. The trouble is, most of the oil money is being pumped directly into the president's pocket. He's living like a king while his people starve. The two-bob, tin-pot tyrant who runs this tiny African backwater gets around with an entourage worthy of a superpower. And he is just about the most horrible despot in the world today. President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. His people are amongst the poorest on earth, and he's amongst the richest.
This is one bad place. It's had one of the most appalling human rights records probably in the world. Regular torture, regular extrajudicial killings. Until people found oil, nobody was really talking about Equatorial Guinea.
The oil here is attractive because it's non-Arab, non-OPEC, non-Muslim, and the rigs are well out of reach of the pesky natives. The main island of this tiny nation is in what detractors call the armpit of Africa. A small Australian company, Rock Oil, is drilling here, but it's mostly American giants, particularly ExxonMobil. To begin with, they gave Equatorial Guinea, the oil's owners, just 12% of the oil revenues. The norm is more like 60%. According to Alex Vines, an African specialist with the Royal Institute of International Affairs.
Initially, the oil companies gave Equatorial Guinea a really bad deal.
They took advantage of him.
Certainly to start with. The government of Equatorial Guinea had not a clue what it was dealing with at the time.
The main square in the capital is a quaint throwback to Spanish colonial times. Elsewhere, the city is mostly a slum, with little running water and essentially no sewerage. The government stopped us filming here, but we managed these shots from our hotel window. Whilst the oil fires flicker on the horizon at night, students, with no electricity at home, study under the streetlights that illuminate the drive to the presidential palace.
It's a very bad, evil government, and Exxon, I think, to its shame, is in bed with them.
Frank Ruddy is doubly qualified. He was once the American ambassador to Equatorial Guinea and once a lawyer for Exxon.
The shameful part is that you have a great company like ExxonMobil, which is tied in with this very corrupt government. The president treats the Treasury as his own patrimony. And so to do business with somebody like that and to basically literally feed his coffers, I think it's shameful.
The president and his family are frequently overseas. First son, Teodoro Jr., is partial to Paris and its finest hotels. Incredibly, he once allowed French television to tag along on a shopping spree. But a Bentley can be hard work in Paris traffic.
C'est Paris.
Pour le soir, vous avez dit? Pour le soir, si vous avez des cocktails ou des gens reçus.
A fashion house closed its doors to give Junior exclusive access to the merchandise. Whilst their Paris ambassador did his job. Teodoro bought 30 suits that day, browsed for a new watch, and then took the Lamborghini down the Champs-Élysées to get some CDs. Would it be churlish to suggest that maybe it's excesses like this that cause so little to be spent in the slums back home?
The actual expenditure on health and education has significantly declined in the last 5 years. And think of it, the last 5 years are when the oil wealth has really been kicking in. So although the country's getting richer, actually the people are getting poorer. The money is going elsewhere. It's not going to the benefit of the people.
The white man's hotel in the capital has one of the nation's 2 swimming pools. Neither contains water. Pity really, because here we found Eric Musumbani, Eric the Eel. Remember him? The slowest swimmer at the Sydney Olympics and now training for Athens. Well, how do you do training if the pools haven't got water?
Okay, I was in South Africa and in Ghana. That way I have been training. But now I have to move to Spain to train. Here I can't do it.
At the same hotel, we ran into some of ExxonMobil's men relaxing after a stint on the rigs. Perhaps being well-oiled blurs the sight of the squalor that's all around. This country's dirt poor. Where's all the money going?
We don't control where the money goes. We're just out here to do a job.
Okay, let's pause that there. We'll share the other part later on. And I just want us to wake up to the reality of having the whole country under the ambit of one person. You cannot do well. So Kenyans, you have an opportunity to elect leadership that is good for the country or bad for the country. The choice is yours, but let's be wise on this one. Wasike.
Asante sana Ben. Nimekuwa nikisikiza Kipkoech na nadhani ako correct kwa swala moja kuhusu court, kwa sababu ukiangalia ule mtu ambaye alipeleka kesi kotini anaitwa Wahome, yeye ndo ako na burden of proof. Yeye ndo alikuwa anafaa aseme kwamba degree ya Sakaja ni fake na hizo vitu zote. So sasa koti imepeana uamuzi, koti ilipeana uamuzi wa kusema kwamba he failed to provide evidence that degree ya Sakaja iko forged. But sasa unajua koti haiwezi kukuinvestigatea wewe na haiwezi kuinvestigatea ule petitioner. So hapo ndo kesi ilitupiliwa nje. Lakini kiukweli ni kwamba Sakaja haku graduate kwa hiyo Teams University na CUE ili revoke degree yake. Sasa pale nani amekosea, pale Koech amekosea ni kusema kwamba degree ya Sakaja ni legit, of which is not legit. Kitu kingine ni kwamba Chebukati sasa alikuwa kwa ile hali hajui afanye nini, na ambayo hiyo hali ni ya kuonyesha kwamba Chebukati ni mtu ambaye ana msimamo, kwa sababu kama kuna a national body imesema kwamba degree ya mtu fulani it is not correct, wewe kama another institution ni lazima utii ile wazo la ile institution, kwa sababu CUE imesema the degree certificate ya Sakaja is not legit. So IBC ilikuwa inafaa isort, kuna kitu inaitwa you seek guidance from the court. Okay, unaambia court, mimi nimepata information kutoka kwa a national body inasema kwamba degree ya huyu mtu sio legit. How should I proceed? That is what Chebukati should have done, hata angekuwa enjoined kwa hiyo kesi, lakini yeye mwenyewe amechoose not to do that. But all in all,
Wanawasike,
yes.
just a moment, okay?
Yeah.
If you study law outside this country, it is a requirement that when before you practice law in this country, you must go to Kenya School of Law. Okay, and the Kenya School of Law will test you in every way and probably align you with our law, then give you the license to practice law. Without being cleared by Kenya School of Law, it doesn't matter whether you're from Harvard,
practice.
You cannot practice. So KWALE has a responsibility of checking all the degrees that have been acquired outside this country. If they ratify, then your degree exists. If they don't, your degree is not valid. So what makes oh God. Now KWALE has said your degree is invalid, okay? Then it's just like your ID, okay? Tunasema kwamba ID ya wasike ni fake. All right? Na unahitaji hiyo ID ndio ukuwe cleared na IEBC. All right? So wakati IEBC inakuclear using fake ID, are you legitimate on paper? The ballot.
Yeah, sasa unajua hiyo kesi lazima turudi nyuma tuangalie kwamba kuna wakati mmoja Sakaja alienda akapeana ile degree ambayo ni fake. Okay? Sikata hiyo degree ni fake. Lakini ile degree ilikuwa na stamp ya KWALE. Unaona?
My point is the moment the degree is revoked, okay?
Yeah.
Everything else is withdrawn because that is not a valid document. And if it's not a valid document, it cannot be used as your representation. So sioni hata mambo ya kwenda kotini hapa, ni wewe uleta makaratasi ambayo hayafai na haya makaratasi is not admissible. Why? The board that is supposed to ratify the paper has withdrawn from supporting the paper.
Yeah, sasa unajua kesi yenye ilikuwa kotini haikukuwa ya IEBC na Sakaja. Ilikuwa ya Alice, ilikuwa ya Wahome na Sakaja. Sasa hiyo ndo koti imedetermine hivyo. But nilikuwa nataka kusema unajua wazee washaona mbele. Unaona? Huyu Sakaja anajiharibia mwenyewe kwa sababu in the next few years Sakaja atakuwa kwa the same predicament yenye Sonko ako nayo. Because trust me, if Sakaja is elected, he will be impeached in the second week. Kwa sababu the burden of proof ya kuonyesha kwamba Sakaja hana degree iko so high na everybody knows that Sakaja hana degree, unaona? So in the end ni mwenyewe anajikoroga because ako na bright political future, lakini mwenyewe anajikoroga because these people know that he has no degree. So akielectiwa he will be impeached. But all in all, I don't think Sakaja is going to make it in the, to make it in the ballot. Igathe will carry the day because ukiangalia watu wenye wana vote, people who are saying oh Sakaja ako juu, those people will travel home to go and vote, unaona? So the people who are going to remain there are the Kambas and the Luyas and some few Kikuyus. So where will Sakaja get the votes? Okay, so hiyo ni siasa tu ambayo yuko chini ya maji, lakini at the end of the day kwa ballot Sakaja is going to be defeated. Nikirudi kwa mada, nataka kusema Ruto sasa pale amefikia kitu inaitwa home stretch, na sasa anaangalia kila mahali kumefungwa. Kitu ya kwanza, pesa ambazo alikuwa analonda kutokea, he was laundering money akizitoa Kongo, zote zimefungwa. Finances zake zimefungwa. Watu wenye walikuwa wanampiga upato kidogo wakati alichoose Gachagua akamwambia sasa wewe umepiga hesabu gani?
It's an allegation, please. Keep it in proper perspective. It's alleged.
Okay, it's an allegation. It's an allegation, but we all know what transpires. So I think Ruto lost the day Martha Karua was appointed as Baba's running mate, You also lost ile siku yenye baba walisalimiana na Uhuru. Sasa saa hizi ni kutapatapa na ile hasira ambayo imetoka mwishowe. Unajua ukiwa na kitu kwa roho yako lazima itatoka whether you like it or not, na leo aliguzwa pabaya na ikajitokeza kwamba the guy is a stone cold dictator, na ule tukimwachia uongozi is a stone cold dictator because the way he was talking to that guy, kwanza alimdhalilisha, akamuuliza wewe unaongea na mimi kama nani? Hiyo kwanza, hiyo inamaanisha mtu amekudhalilisha. Okay, kitu ya pili, anajiona kwamba ana ile nguvu. So mtu akisema unaniongelesha kama nani, that is a stone cold dictator, na inamaanisha all those things zenye Wamalwa anasema that were happening in the boardroom, it's true because ukiangalia vile mtu anaongea inakuonyesha who the guy really is. Na kule pia huko kwa Gachagua pia kwa Gachagua pia maneno inaendelea kuwaka moto. The guy ajui aende wapi because now the guy cannot campaign, hawezi campaign outside Central. So if you are vying to be to be a deputy president of Kenya and you cannot move out of Central province, you cannot even campaign. I think the last time Gachagua alijaribu campaign was in Kitale and the meeting did not happen. I don't know what happened. Lakini the guy cannot campaign outside Central province. Hata kama ni kutafuta kura kule Central, hapana. You have to have a national figure kwa ile kiti. Na naona sasa these people wamekuwa wakisema wanataka kuweka nchi ikuwe nchi moja, ati tuache maneno kabila, lakini ukiangalia their pattern of campaigns, okay, they are just targeting 2 regions. So these are people we cannot trust. Na if we trust them, we are going to fail big time. Alafu sasa naangalia maneno ya Sonko also, hata kama courts zimempatia leeway, I don't think ile muda ako nayo because it's 29 days. I don't think, hata mimi niko hapa Mombasa, but the feel is not the same. The feel is not the same, and the people who vote in Mombasa si watu wa bara. Watu wa bara wajashika kura huku. Watu wenye wameshika kura they are the Swahilis and they are going to vote for Abdul Swamad. So I think Sonko coming to Mombasa haitakuwa na impact kubwa, but you remember I told you that the 2 institutions zenye zinaenda kutu west kama nchi ni courts na IEBC. So you can see the confusion zenye courts inaleta, because in matters of impeachment the Supreme Court lazima iketi chini iofe directives. If you are impeached, are you impeached for life, ama you can seek other legal redress? Kwa sababu sasa Mike Sonko is just anaenda kotini, na all these things zinaleta loopholes kwa elections, because unakumbuka kwa ile determination ya 2017 ya Maraga alisema election is a process. So whatever happens to the process, okay, whatever happens to the process, it is going to affect the outcome of the election. So kama Mike Sonko atakubaliwa kuran, that is a dent in the process. Sakaja amekubaliwa kuran, that is a dent in the process. Unanielewa? Mtu mwingine amekataa kule Machakos, mtu mwingine kule kwa nani, kwa Simbarati amekataa kukuwa running mate, ametoka, lakini jina yake iko kwa ballot. That is a dent in the process. So unaona these things zenye unaona ni kidogo kidogo, they have very big legal implications, na hiyo yote itajitokeza because somebody is going to go to the Supreme Court to challenge the process. Mona, so we should be very careful kwa the courts and the IEBC. Today I was watching Wafula Chebukati akiulizwa maswali na majournalist, na akaulizwa swali ambayo inakaa simple but is very technical. Aliulizwa, how comes Deputy President alijua kwamba kuna kura milioni 1 zimekuwa transferred. Unajua, that is a very simple question, lakini it's very technical in such a way that ukisema you don't know inamaanisha you are not in charge, na ukisema you know inamaanisha you are colluding. Unaona? So I really don't want to dwell so much on IBC, lakini nilikuwa nataka kuambia Kenyans, hulka ya DP Ruto imejitokeza leo, matusi yake imejitokeza leo. Huyo miaka yote 6 amekuwa akijihusisha na kanisa na akijifanya yeye ni ameokoka, kumbe yote ilikuwa ukora. Sasa makanisa ambao alikuwa anazipatia pesa wamekula pesa zake alafu juzi wameenda kwa Ikulu sasa kusikiza mwenye kura, na mwenye kura amewaambia kwa unyenyekevu wapigie baba. Sasa I think the guy is very frustrated, he does not know what to do. His campaign sijui Msali amepotelea wapi. Msali sijamsikiza kwa news, sijui amepotelea wapi. So I think Ruto pali amefikia is just yani I don't know. Na wakati nani alikuwa anasema watu wakate miti Sugoi, he was serious. I think this guy is going to have a tough headache tarehe 9, but si tarehe 9, tarehe 10, because I think counting itafanywa mchezo kidogo, but tarehe 10 Ruto is going to have a serious mental case, kwa sababu he cannot believe umekampeni miaka 4 and saizi unapata 30 na percentage ya 38. The guy is going to have a mental breakdown. Na whatever he said to Eugene, it's very sad, kwa sababu you cannot do that. Hata kama umefikishwa mwisho, you have to have a temperament of a leader. Hata kama umefikishwa mwisho, there's a mechanism you can say. Hata baba akifikishwa mwisho huwa anatunga kitendawili unaona, anakulima na kitendawili, alafu watu wanasahau, watu wanacheka, wanasahau. So ni hayo tu kwa sasa, na ile naombea watu ambao the panelists here wakoe na afya njema. Hiyo siku ya election tuamke, twende tupigie baba, tuokoe nchi, because where we are right now, pali tuko saa hii, it is very clear. It's like we are voting for the angel and the devil. Okay, mwingine ana kesi, mwingine ako na makesi ya mabilioni.
Conclude there. Thank you.
Yeah, asanteni sana.
Okay, on matters health, let me emphasize, like Stephen did, please, let's keep the social distance. Let's put on masks when we go to the masses. We want everybody to be alive, to vote, and let your vote count, and be here for the celebration after the win. So don't expose yourself, please. The numbers for corona are rising. We don't want you in ICU. We don't want you to be on the deathbed on the election day. Please keep safe. Ensure that you do the right thing. Tuache kupambana na mambo ambayo yanatuzidi sisi. On the comment section, tuweke nidhamu. Okay, mimi nimesema hapa, ukitaka William Ruto awe rais, unamtafutia numbers, umuongezee matusi, na ukitusi watu kama vile anavyowatusi, ndio kura nyingi anapoteza. Now they remove there is what we call benefit of doubt. There are people who had benefit of doubt of the legitimacy and the accuracy and the genuinity of William Ruto in seeking leadership. But with his open insults against people, they are removing every doubt that he is immature, he is irresponsible, and therefore unfit as a president of this great country. And so if you think otherwise, you come and prove otherwise by citing out evidences to prove what we are saying as otherwise. But from the latest behavior, amechoka sana, na katika kuchoka ameanza kuonyesha dalili ambazo asifurahishi kabisa. Alikana juzi kwamba hajawahi mtukana rais. Yaani mimi sijui William Ruto anabebanga wa Kenya kuwa wajinga ama wapumbavu ama wote pamoja. Kwa sababu if you can swear before the camera that you have never insulted the president, when you apologized in the prayer breakfast, then you jumped on the plane, went to the coast and called the president mtapeli, mkora, wenyenye. Hey, and then you deny you have never, you say you even asked the president whether he has ever been insulted by him. And then on the same tongue you say you've been blocked from accessing the president. The bishops tried to bring the two of you and the bishops and the president refused to meet you. Sasa nakutananga saa ngapi mnaulizana insult ili hali mabishop wameshindwa kuwarudisha pamoja? Yaani deputy president sijui, lakini siku moja labda nitamuelewa. Kwa sasa hivi nangoja tarehe 9. Nangoja tarehe 9 chairman ukukata mita tupatie update vile kunaendelea, lakini from all indications hizo miti lazima zikatwe.
1 minute Jack, tafadhali. Kwa familia ya mzee wa Angamati, mimi nasema pole, na rafiki yangu gavana na msichana yetu kutoka Bomula, poleni sana. Mimi niko na maoni tofauti na hawa viongozi wako hapa. Mimi nataka kusema unlike Mheshimiwa Eugene alisema when they go low we go high. Lakini mimi nataka kusema Ruto akienda low, mimi na yeye na vijana wa Raila tutaenda low. Na nataka kumjibu hivi siku ya leo. Wewe kama una doubt Eugene, no doubt avuke wewe Eugene. Mheshimiwa Ruto, ewe oli no mwasi. Malama mulanga barecho. Mwekopyeho amukeleke malaro ichoke cha kuchive. Sisi hatutakubali wewe kuendelea kutusi watu wetu. Bantu befu mwaulile. Efwe babu kusu. Hatutakubali Ruto kuendelea kufika hapa akitusi watu. Malandi nangali hata undi riji ni mbalaye we mbalayi ikhileyo rocho kachaye walo bakuchunga saha yuketa. Na kwa ndugu zetu Musalia Mudavadi na Moses Wetangula, bano nibo bependeka se bali viongozi befwe, lakini nyolo leo Ruto halo mali 10 Ruto 10, Gachagua 10 na yule mwingine Kindiki 10. Wetangula ako na miaka 68. Ukiongeza miaka 30 atakuwa miaka ngapi? Nono malana baloma bakhola bali Gachagua acha kuba deputy. Musalia Mudavadi kwehale kupa chini. Ndio maana omuntu kaurana na mpaka kola kariyeni. Bana bamukusukuwambane. Kupile kura Raila Amolo Odinga. Na sisi hapa chini tutaweka kikosi ya kudeal na watu kama William Ruto wenye wanaleta propaganda hapa. Murio mno bandu befu.
Okay, on the comment section, there is Gitash. He seems to have resurrected, and he says, I am hateful. Yes, I hate what is wrong. You are right. And I hate being taken for a ride. With all due respect, naheshimu mtu ambaye anasimamia ukweli. Mtu ambaye anaweka maslahi ya wengi kuliko maslahi yake, huyo mtu lazima ni mheshimu. Lakini mtu akiweka maslahi yake na anataka kutumia inji mzima isababishe hayo matakwa yake ya timie, when the whole country is going down the drain, you will not win my respect. So whichever way you look at it, I stand for what is true, what is valid, and what is progressive for the country. I know leadership when I see one. I've not seen that in William Ruto. That does not mean we hate William Ruto. We're just pointing out what he is. If you have not shown leadership, you have not portrayed leadership, and then you are asking for leadership position, we have every right to ask you, where do you want to lead us to? How do you want to lead us when you have not demonstrated leadership? And leadership begins by one, leading themselves, not leading the people. He has led himself in insulting the president, insulting every other elderly people, elders, water. Where are the Kalenjin elders? Where are the senior citizens in Rift Valley, in Ruto's campaign team? Where are they? In Ruto's leadership structure. Alafu mnaniambia anakuwa rais wa nchi gani? Urais ukuji hivyo. So Spita, naomba tuende mbele. Unmute bwana Sospita. You are on mute, we can't hear you.
Okay, nilikaa kwa waiting room sana mpaka nikasahau. Nimefurahi sana kujumuika na nyinyi siku ya leo. Last week tuliongea na nyinyi nikiwa mbali, lakini sasa nimerudi nyumbani. Maneno mingi yamefanyika na vile niliwaambia wakati huo mwingine, mi hukuwa nina produce show ya YouTube inaitwa Perspectives 2022. Kwa hivyo ukitaka maoni yangu kwa kiundani unaweza angalia katika YouTube channel hiyo inaitwa Perspectives 2022. Kwa majina Sospita Otieno. Wiki hii tumeona Ruto akionyesha too much anger, you know. And I think 2 days ago, even before he had said worse things, I already made a video about Ruto being a very narcissistic fella. And for those of you who don't know, my trade, my education is a psychiatric professional, and so I have very good insight. I mean, I diagnose people. I'm not saying I'm going to diagnose him, but you know, I'm just speaking in general. The problem with being a public figure is, you know, you can't be diagnosed by your followers, okay? So he tends to be very narcissistic. He tends to be very angry, very erratic, and that is very disturbing. And it's not those things that you say it's one-off. He checks all the boxes. Of course, there's a manual we use. It's called Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of stuff like that by the American Psychological Association. And Ruto checks all the boxes for narcissistic personality disorder. I'm not saying, I don't want to get into the details of that.
Psychopath. He's a psychopath. I mean, all of it.
Yeah,
Sociopath,
and so when
yote.
Keep out of it.
And so when Jirongo says,
no, hold on. So Peter, he has no conscience. He doesn't care about people. I may check all the lists for psychopath, a sociopath, or narcissistic tendencies of level 5 at least.
Exactly.
I'm not saying wrong.
No, you're not saying wrong. I mean, there's a lot of overlap.
Let Sospita submit and then we get to you, please. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm happy that you're interjecting. And what I argued in my last video is that the world was very unstable in the 1940s, you know, or between 1910 and 1950s, okay? The world was very unstable. And the reason it was unstable is because you had a few leaders rise up, leaders with personalities that were very evident. they had troubled childhoods. I'm talking about Hitler. I'm talking about Hitler of Germany. And I'm also talking about Mussolini of Italy. And they eventually rose to power, and they promised people, and their key mantra was work, work, work. So they promise you what you want. They have a low opinion of the people that follow them, but then they promise them something that they think they are worth. So with Ruto, we have the wheelbarrow. And, Hitler had a lot of things about work. Stalin worked his nation almost to death. And this is something that we are seeing with Ruto, a person with a grandiose sense of an exaggerated, grandiose self-opinion of himself, looking down upon others, calling people like Eugene a woman. And Ruto was, by the way, I don't know whether I'm right, but I think he was doing very well in Bukusuland. And his break into Bukusuland was occasioned by whatever predicament Wanyonyi was facing in Nairobi. And he really capitalized on that. And his preoccupation with Sakaja's debacle or fiasco was mainly driven by trying to project to the Western voters that he really cares about the Kamba votes. He knows that Sakaja is going to have problems because, among them, they know whether Sakaja has a degree or not. And they know that he's already been dragged through the mud. But he was using his main audience when he was talking about Sakaja, when he talked about Wanyonyi. Of course, Wetangula did a good job on that. His target was Bukusu votes, and he did that quite effectively, and Bukusu land kind of turned yellow. But this whole event is like self-sabotage. Again, our friend there talked about psychopathy and stuff like that. Yeah, people like this tend to have something called self-sabotage. Self-sabotage is where you sabotage yourself, just like the word says. You're doing well, but then you have a tendency of perpetuating yourself within the same level. So you might have gotten a job where you're making good money, or a business deal where you're making good money. But then if you made $1 million every month, you tend to do something stupid to stay at 1 million. Humans tend to it's a self-preservation kind of natural thing that people do. And Ruto seems to have done it with going after Wamalwa. And I was really worried about Bukusuland, and this one just made the field wide open for Azimio to penetrate. But I've always seen Ruto's body language, even the way he talks about Uhuru, when he says, sisi, mimi rais, tuko nyuma yako, chenye tu utasema tutafanya. The body language does not match what he's saying. When he tries to say he's very loyal, his body language actually says, I'm your boss. And I think you saw it during that interview where he was saying, I was like, how can you do something silly like that? Something silly like that. Ati sisi tutoke hapa. Tutoke hapa. Yani, it was him losing power. It was not Uhuru losing power. And to him, Uhuru was that object that was supposed to satisfy that legal requirement. In his own mind, his own heart, tuliunda hii serikali mimi niliunda. And then he remembers, I have to say Uhuru because that's not a constitutional reality. And then he say a few sentences later, he's like, hii serikali
one
tuliunda
question,
na Uhuru.
Speaker.
But
One
that's an
question.
afterthought. Initially, he said, hii serikali ni mimi niliunda. So that's what he is in his mind. But this will really consume him because Bukusus are proud of their manhood. They go through a very rigorous circumcision exercise. You know, it's called Masengeli or something. I don't know if I'm right. Bernard, is it called Masengeli?
What is it? A circumcision ceremony?
Yeah, it's a very rigorous exercise.
Yeah.
And so for him to delve into that is really unfortunate, and it's going to consume him. And then he needs to work on not being a jack of all trades, because taking on that man, he was acting as a bouncer, you know, as the security of that, you know, that event. He's always being the MC, you know. Sometimes he's the DP, and this time he was trying to be the bouncer, which kind of sabotages him. You end up with situations like that. That's a very and that's the core of what he's been trying to promote himself, like the champion of the small man, the Bodaboda guy. As I finish up, let me say this, that the worry I have is that folks who are narcissistic tend to have a very low self-esteem. And what we are having now is a Ruto who is increasingly believing that he's losing this President Donald Trump. Whenever they are pushed to the corner, their temperament becomes very unstable. And the anger, the outbursts, himself, he feels like a very small person. And so when he's pushed to the corner, he wants to increasingly demonstrate that he's a macho man. And so we are going to see more of this anger and outbursts and arrogance. And on that D-Day, I don't know what he's planning to do in case he's not declared the winner. That's my main worry. And he has enough time to, you know, unlike other elections, people don't get to know that they lose until the election day. For Ruto had about 50 to 60 days when he knew that this thing is gone. So all he's working on right now, sometimes he may think he's winning, but every day that passes is increasingly believing that he's losing. And so he has ample time to work on a plan B. And a plan B in Kenya's post-election is not usually a very good thing. And unless somebody has a question, I hope to yield the floor.
Thank you very
Go
much.
ahead,
There was a question from Kip.
Sorry, I came in because of Sospita, because I think that's a very very interesting topic about different personalities. And I think for me, I've always judged, just like Stalin, Ruto is a bit of a cult leader, psychopathic. I'm not a healthcare professional, so I'm able to have my own objectives about this. So I'm not a psychiatrist or anything like that. But I think he's got a cult leader, psychopathic, narcissistic personality, like Stalin, Hitler, and Manson, and all of them, whereby they actually do most of their harm from a distance, and they make other people believe in their doctrine from a distance. So it's like, just like, like psychopaths and sociopaths would actually harm people face to face. Those are people who will do it to you face to face, and the few psychopaths who do it are the CEOs and these corporate people who do not care. And some of them would actually make a company grow big because they make this very, very difficult decisions. That decision of one man versus many guys in a train. There's one big fat guy. They will make those decisions quite quickly. But I believe Ruto's is more like, his personality is more like he would get people into a frenzy, like a cult, like the Manson thing, and then get people to do things for him, because he will never get his hands dirty. When you see all these land cases that he has, none of them have his hands on it. None of these cases we see in Kenya have Ruto's fingerprints on it. That is why I say it's in a cult leader. Like, we're talking about bottom up, we're talking about hustler movements, we're talking about all this other stuff. So for me, Peter, do you believe with me that he's more of a cult leader, like the Hell's Gate?
Brother, let me get myself. You guys are going too far. Okay? You're going too far. That's extreme. That's
It's
bad.
not extreme. No,
That's bad.
I will not take it back.
No, you
Robert,
can't compare. No, it's our country. You are going too far.
He's stolen money from our children. No, Robert, this one.
I'm not here to defend Ruto, you know that, but the words you are using, you cannot compare the vice president with each other. That's wrong. I don't like Ruto, but that's extreme.
Robert, I've always liked you, but this is something I'll not take back, because
order, both of you.
He's using churches. He's using churches.
Hold on. Keep listening to me. I think the question is hypothetical. It is not implicating somebody. It's saying, does this science lead to this? In your opinion, it has nothing to say that this person is exactly this. So Peter is an expert in that. It is his field. So he should give his professional view.
Yeah.
So I don't see where that becomes a problem.
Yeah, when he gives professional view, we have to challenge it. We can't go that extreme. That's what I'm saying. We cannot compare.
Robert, the question is not directed to you. Number one. Number
two.
two.
No, that's sincere what we are doing here. That's too. That's too
Robert,
extreme.
I don't want to argue with you. Please, let's have this debate orderly. Keep asking an hypothetical question to an expert. Let the expert give his view based on the observations that have been made. It is not necessarily what he gives as valid. We have not taken William Ruto for psychic treatment or checkup or even diagnosis. It's just a personal view. What does Sospita think?
Yeah. So
I made a disclaimer.
Defend or not defend. So please, Sospita, give your response as fast as possible. We go to the next person. Thank you.
By the way, Bernard, I gave a disclaimer. I'm not a healthcare professional. It's what I see as a personal citizen about him using religious bodies to do his preaching, about putting people to frenzies for that. So, tafadhali, Roba, I respect you, but for this one, please, it's my own personal opinion, and I gave a disclaimer for that.
Okay, so thank you. I think that's clear. Let's have that and let that be settled. We move to the next thing. So, Peter, give your response, please.
Yeah, my response is, when I was starting that submission, I talked about a grandiose sense of self-viewing themselves. So and that can go to it's a spectrum. I can feel as though I'm more powerful than than Biden, or I can feel as though I'm more powerful than Uhuru, and that I will try to like when Kibicho talks about him, he starts talking of him having appointed them and stuff like that. We also saw church graffiti of his pictures in front of a pulpit. Okay, these things don't happen by accident. So I think what we can use maybe the word cult-like, having that followership that it has the fervor and fanatical, take some kind of religious perspective. These leaders consider themselves very at a higher pedestal than the rest of us, and that's why they feel they're entitled. They have a sense of entitlement to leading us because they feel like they're godlike, sort of. With time, Roba, maybe right now he's not, but with time, let's assume we make him the president, and all these, he feels as though he has sweeping powers over the country. he will start getting, it's his own psychology that lifts him to that level of feeling that now I've conquered Kenya, let me conquer the next level. Ruto of the 2000s is very different from the Ruto now. Ruto, when Kanu was vanquished and he was in the opposition, he became a very humble guy. And I think even Karua said that he's one guy they consider for future presidency, but he needs to be humbled. He needs to go through that fire of learning. I think, in my opinion, is he's become spoiled. He's become spoiled, and being spoiled is also a fodder that fuels that narcissistic personality. And narcissism, Roba, is kind of, it's a process, of that becoming cult-like. What Rip is talking about, I think, is the early stages of that. I don't think we've reached that point yet, but when we start seeing graffiti on the on the pulpit, we don't know what happened for those graffiti to appear there. Was there a conversation? Did he request for that? Is that what he felt like? Pulpit is out of the limits for him.
And also having a whole screen of an advertisement in a church about him, not Christ or God. Having him in church, you see a big screen of Ruto in a Sunday, day of all worship, meaning that he's more important than God. That is what I mean about him developing into a cultish leader. So I'm sorry, Roba, it's just things I'm seeing.
Okay. Let's not stretch it beyond there. We are here to see to air out our observations and probable outcomes of what is transpiring in this country. The display of William Ruto on the screen in a church, that may not be 100% William Ruto's fault. It is the fault of the church leaders who may not be able to, and I don't think they don't understand. What I know is that they have been bought over. You know, when you begin to compromise, one item leads to another, and you reach a place where you lose all your bonga points, and now whatever the politician demands, he gets. Another one, it is you want, for example, you want to prove to the politician that you are the one supporting and you really believe in that politician, and so you go to the extreme of trying to impress the politician. And that's when you now set up those kind of madness that we saw in a church building. So some of it could be Ruto cost, others it's just our sycophants, pastors who want to make an impression and probably a kill from the visitation of the politician in terms of what the politician will give. So I wouldn't want to blame it solely to William Ruto. It is majorly on the shoulder of the leadership of that particular congregation, who seem not to understand the difference between the worship of God and the worship of people. But eventually what happens is that when people like that begin to ratify you and begin to look like they're worshiping you, and that gets in your head, you now reach that a place where what we are seeing now, the eruption at Vihiga, where you're talking to me as who? You now begin to talk as if you have absolute powers, that nobody should challenge you.
Isn't that narcissism, Bernard? That is narcissism. That is narcissism.
And that I'm trying to trace where that is coming from. Because if the highest people in church leadership who are supposed to call you to order are now worshiping you or giving you ratification to an extent whereby they want to worship you, you carry that along. You say, kama mabishop wanalala flat, mimi nikiapia, we ni nani uniongeleshe. So, and usually that has an end, but the end is usually not good. So I wouldn't want to wait for that end to be brought about into existence. Naomba tafadhali tusonge mbele. Let's make sure that tumalize mkururo. Mkururo umekuwa mrefu lakini sitaki kufungia mtu yeyote nje.
Did
Roba,
Robert have a question before?
kuna kitu na audio yako. Subiri kwanza. Kuna kitu na audio yako ambayo sijui kwaje. Ebu jaribu tuone.
My audio, mine.
No. Robas.
Oh.
So you want to tell me you can't hear me?
No, your voice is changed. You're sounding like the old movie, the Dracula. You remember Dracula? Those of you who are...
Yeah, I'm using a different computer. That's why maybe it's just changed. I don't want to take a lot of time, Bernard, but you can hear me.
Yeah. Make your submission quickly, please.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, we have 27 days left before election. There are some things here we can't take to extreme. ITRA and other people come to picture. Let's not up that one there. Some of us also, we have done psychology and other things, classes, at what level we don't want to say, but let's not go there, ITRA, compared to Ruto. Let's be simple. The reason why, even yourself, I want to put myself in Ruto's shoes. I've spent millions and millions of dollars or shillings, and at the end of the day, yes, he's losing. Let's be sincere. The frustration is there, but we can't go that extreme, call it ITRA and other things. And that's why I was coming in. I'm sorry for injecting. Mr. Kip, if you want to lose me there, I want to give you reasons why. You don't need to go to ITRA and other things. Let me give you reasons why Ruto is frustrated. One thing, he was told almost 10 years ago, Kumiako, Kumiangu na nini. He's been betrayed, according to him. Okay? Even myself, even yourself, you can get angry about it. At the same time, look what's going on.
Robert, we'll still,
no. Keep that. Let me talk.
We'll still be friends. No, we'll still be friends. Tunakosana hapa bado tuko Azimio.
Yes. So what I'm saying is, look also the issue where he was frustrated. He names our vice president, who can't even get out of Mount Kenya. Is not helping him. Is the only man crew. Ruto is the only man who's campaigning. If you don't see, whenever some of these guys have disappeared on him, he's frustrated because his team has gone underground. But not that compare this one like ITRA and other things. Ruto is frustrated because, and the mistake he made. Let me tell you something. I was watching Kirwa 2 days ago when when the polling came out, where they said, I think that's Tifa when it came out. And the Kirwa said something which is now has come to be a reality. He said, this race, okay, the head is ahead, but still Ruto has a chance. But if somebody makes a mistake, it will cost him. And Ruto made a mistake. I want to be sincere with you. He made a mistake from what came from his mouth. And that's some of the frustrations we are talking about here. Even you guys, just imagine. I want you to imagine. You have Raila Odinga, a man who has ran campaigns, who has been, by the way, let's be sincere, the conversation between Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta when Ruto said he was about to hit him, the fact remains they were telling us the historic election 2017. They never won. They never won the election. And that's why Ruto's frustrated, because he thought he would do the same thing. Uhuru would help him to do the same thing. But now Uhuru has just said, no, we want fair election. We are not going to do that kind of what we did. Okay, let's be sincere. That's the frustration, but not ITRA. He has not gone that ITRA stage. Last but not least, guys, just put yourself. You have Raila, you have Kalonzo Musyoka, you have Martha Karua, you have Uhuru Kenyatta, you have all these people against one-man crew. What do you expect? Right now he's confused. Uhuru is hitting him in the other northern Kenya. Raila is hitting Mombasa. Kalonzo is hitting him in central Kenya. when nobody's helping Ruto. Where's Musalia? Musalia is hiding. You go Gachawa, his running mate is in Meru, is being chased by stones. What do you expect from the man? He's frustrated, and let's be sincere on this. But we cannot go that extreme saying hit the moment here. No, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Let's take it simple. Any election, there's a winner, there'll be a loser. Right now, the trend is looking like Raiders want to win this thing, but let us not call Ruto because of his losing a Hitler. I can't use that name. That's my opinion.
Okay, Mama Selina.
Nashangaa Roba. Unasema yako 10 yangu 10. Can you go like this? Kuna msichana ya 10 years. Unaambiwa ungoje msichana. 10 years msichana atakuwa mkubwa, ata choose his own way. So uwezi kutuambia Ruto aliambia yako 10 yangu 10. Hata wewe ulitongosa msichana. Uwezi enda kusema ati ule mtoto niliambiwa 10 years
Mama
akiwa
Selina,
mkubwa atakufuata. No.
ndio
No,
nakwambia.
no.
Ndio nasema.
Roba, hold on. Let her make her point, then you respond. Thank you.
Wewe ndio umetuambia hiyo mambo. Ati is so frustrated. Ukiambiwa ngoja msichana ya 10 years atakuwa mkubwa, na msichana amekuwa kubwa na amekataa, utamlazimisha umwambie nilimwambia ule? Hata wale wanaolewa ile ya Wamasai ama ile ya Wakalenjin walikuwa nalazimishwa. Wakifika kwa bwana walikuwa natoroka. So you cannot say that. Ya pili, umetuambia Ruto ametumia billions of money. Nani alimtuma atumie hiyo pesa? Kama we unapeana kwa kupenda, why are you frustrated? Kuna watu walimtoa pesa yake kwa mfuko. He was always busy giving out money. Na hiyo ni alisema yeye ni mkarimu. Tutafautishe mambo. Alisema Raila, I'm giving out my money. Mimi ni mkarimu. So, amepata ile kitu alikuwa nataka. Yeye ni mkarimu, alipeana pesa. Alipeana pesa akitarajia atatununua. Hakusema hivyo. So, vitu zingine tusiwekelee wananchi. If you mess, you mess. Ukienda kwa nyumba ya bwana ingine ulale huko na upatikane, uwezi kuja ambia watu ati hiyo mwanamke ni mzuri, si ungetengeneza yako akuwe mzuri. So there are things we cannot say that. Alipeana pesa kwa kupenda, aliambia ngoja, akangoja, apunwasi alifanyiwangwa hivyo. Si, na alisema mwenyewe, hakuna Mkenya wa chinga. He said that. So vitu ingine hapa, tusifikirie huruma. If I give out, I give out. Thank you.
So, Roba, respond briefly, please.
Mama Serena, unajua, we are talking the same language, but what I'm telling you is this. The guy is frustrated, and the reason is frustrated, but I can't go to talk of Hitler and had that very bad people who keep him in this country compared to Ruto. I would write myself. That's not right. That one's not right. What I'm saying is...
Roba, yeah. Wakale walimwambia, where you are going, kuna alisapiwa. Fulani, akasema nyinyi ni wachinga. I know what I'm doing. Aliambiwa, si ati hakuambiwa, si ati hakuonywa. So, what you are saying, Roba, hapana.
I cannot compare him with Hitler. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. No, Roba, I think you're making an issue out of no issue. Comparing people and based on the signals of people's behavior, it's normal. It's normal.
But Bernard, Bernard,
I can ask.
Just a minute. Just a minute. But Roba has called Magufuli a dictator all the time here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Alex.
Roba, I'm only asking, what are the characteristics of a dictator? And what are the characteristic of a narcissist? You see, I just tell me, what did you see in Magufuli to term him as a dictator? Tell me. He must have characteristics for you to say he's a dictator. Robo wachana hiyo yako. You almost beat me here and told me he's a dictator. And I asked you, what are the characteristics? You told me. And those are the same characteristics that Tari said. And now you are refusing that you are taking it too far. Then let us agree. You need to withdraw your statement about Magufuli. Then we come back to you.
Siku za mwizi ni 40 Roba. I told you, my friend.
Keep 27 days. 27
Okay,
days.
thank you. I think that settles that. Let's all do what we are required to do, and that is debate civilly and ensure that we are helping Kenyans make an informed decision based on the facts that we are sharing. Let's not get too sentimental until we lose the main factual reality that we are faced with in terms of determining the leadership of this great country. It's important that we put everybody on the scale, and whoever wins the hearts of Kenyans and is qualified, let that person be given leadership. Hii maswala ya mwambangoma uvuta kwake, everybody pulling in their own direction, will not help much. I want us to make progress. Please, line is increasing. I want it reduced, even as my time begin to run out. Bwana Lawrence, dakika zako 2-3 tafadhali.
Thank you so much,
Lawrence comes
Bernard.
in, before Lawrence comes in, so Peter, could you give Bernard your number? I think your input into the group is quite good. This is a private WhatsApp group.
Yes, I will. And I'll actually post it here.
Private chat.
Okay.
Private chat, yeah.
There is a part called private chat. Your name and your number, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your input is quite good.
Okay. And for the viewers, those of you who are following us on Facebook, please make sure you subscribe on YouTube. YouTube gives us unlimited time to stream, unlike Facebook. So we may transfer all our programs to YouTube. That's why we're encouraging you. If you're following us on Facebook, please take a second or two, come over to YouTube, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. It's important because we had issues with Facebook the other day, and we were off Facebook for 2 days, and we had a lot of complaints. My phone was almost breaking. People calling from all over, asking what happened. So please make sure you are subscribed on YouTube. Thank you. Lawrence, take it.
Okay, good morning, good evening, panelists. Yes, I am here and I'm happy for this channel. It is educating Kenyans, and we thank God for that. I want to go directly to the point. First, I think up to now, Kenyans have understood who is William Ruto. You know, William Ruto is keep telling Kenyans who he is. I want to go back little. I want to go back. While he was in Jubilee, he kept accusing Baba, you chased me from ODM and you cannot come here to chase me from Jubilee. Mimi si mlevi, mimi sikutangi sigara, sitatoka Jubilee. As we talk today, he is not in Jubilee. So, is a person who cannot understand, who cannot believe what he say. He just make a remark in a few minutes, and in a second minute he forgot what he has said. What he said in Nyamira, it not me. Hakukozea Waluye peke yao. He affronted Kenyans, more men. I don't know how he realized Eugene Wamalwa is a woman. I don't know. And if we can go in that direction, we can come up with a lot of questions and doing research. How will he come to know Wamalwa is not a man, he's a woman? So he affronted against Kenyan's men. and he will have to apologize for that, as the leaders from Western said. He'll have to apologize. This man, William Ruto, I think what Eugene Wamalwa was said, it is absolutely true. Why? William Ruto has proved himself is a man of slab. Today, he was almost to slap a Bodaboda man, and in dismissed his extent. He lowered his respect to his family. I think that man was a father to somebody, telling him, "Who are you to talk to me?" Then the man is carrying a vote, and he requesting 40 from that man. How comes the man will go and vote for William Ruto, yet he is preparing him as a nothing? He has nothing. He has no one to tell him. So that man is a dictator, and now Kenyans have come to know who is William Ruto. Again, there is a person here said, I think it is Roba or someone else, he has just told us, this man is now frustrated because he had a hope from a certain group. He will be get votes from, for example, from Mount Kenya. There is a verb as Eastern Province we like to use, and I will quote it. We says, he who runs alone, he is faster as a castrated dog. You can interpret in your mother tongue. Anayekimbia peke yake ana mbio kama mbwa iko castrated. Before Raila Amolo Odinga declared he will be in this race, William Ruto was wandering all over in our country, selling his and
Umesema umbwa yenye imefanya nini?
Castrated. So he was all over in our country spreading agitprop to Kenyans, affronted against Kenyans, affronted against Raila Amolo Odinga, affronted against Uhuru Kenyatta. Another thing I learned from absent of Musalia Mudavadi from Western while William Ruto was there. There was a day Musalia Mudavadi went there alone and spoke to his people and arguing his people to support those who are vying with his with his inaitwa NC whatever, watu wachague watu wa hiyo chama yake, aliwaongelesha kwa lugha yao. So he charged those people. No, there was no way he will be akuwa kwa hiyo mkutano, yet he knows what he told his people. That's why kulikuwa na hizo chaos, watu wakaanza kupigania vile walivyoambiwa na Musalia Mudavadi. So there is in Kenya Kwanza, there is a politics within a politics, and this man has sensed defeat from Azimio, and that is true. There is a friend of mine here, I don't know his name. He meant a long-lasting ile akasema Raila Amolo Odinga will keep winning on this polls, hataenda nyuma tena, and it is true. I have watched the news today. William Ruto has lost 1%. He had that 7, he had that 8. Now it's that 7. Raila Amolo Odinga is there gaining. So now Kenyans, I thank God for Kenyans, they have come to know between a leader and a ugly person. If we will end up electing this man, I think we will be in a dangerous country, of which it is our country. We cannot migrate to go in another country, but under his leadership, I think tutakuwa mahali ambapo hatuwezi jitoa. So for us to make a good choice and for future and for our generation to come, let us elect a leader who is willing to provide service to Kenyans. Here, our brother here, William Ruto, is just trying. Is not is not is not sure what he want. He's just trying to win this thing and trying ni ile una papat sahi ikukushinda, unaenda ingine inakushinda, unaenda hii ingine inakushinda. And the people who is wale wako upande wake akina Wetangula, he promised Wetangula to be, I don't know what, in a senator in a senate, and Wetangula ni kama he realized that this man, there is he had a doubt with his promise, what he was promised by William Ruto, and he went back and took his paper secretly and took the papers to IBC to find his seat, to defend his seat, meaning that he is not sure what he was promised by William Ruto. If his allies are not believing in him, how comes Kenyans will come to believe in William Ruto? And I want to talk. I know many people are watching us and listening to this channel. There is certain percent, I think it is 16% undecided. Today, for the remarks of William Ruto, has meant undecided voters to decide which side they can take. Let me stop. No, there is another topic about High Court giving leeway to Michael Mbuvi to be raised in a gubernatorial race. Someone here said Waswahili ndio wako na kura mingi Mombasa. The other tribes, their shoes are on their legs before they hit August to travel to their places so that they can afford. So I don't know how Michael Mbuvi will carry the day. I don't know. But this man from ODM will win this thing. Why? These people, the people from Coast, who vote from Coast, they know who they will vote. The other goons who in there shouting, celebrating. Oh, I watched the news today, but I don't. Michael Mbuvi he contradict himself, and I don't know. I'm blaming our court. They will have to come with a law. If a leader, for example, while he was in governing Nairobi, the clips were played during his in court wakati alikuwa na case, sijui dancing outside our country, yet is our leader, misusing our resources, uttering abuse words, things like that. Now, how comes will go to fight that seat in Mombasa? Will he repeat the same thing? And the Kenyans, let us wake up and open our eyes. Let's not be confused by these leaders giving us trouble and whatever. Yes, let me stop at that point. Thank you.
Okay, asante Lawrence kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Naomba tusonge mbele, tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa Black. Black, karibu, habari yale?
Nzuri sana. Amjambo watu wote kwenye panel na wote ambao wanatuangalia popote pale mlipo. Nawapenda kama kawaida. Kazi ni kazi. Bwana Lawrence, kuna matamshi hapo sijui mambo ya castrated dog. I wanted to understand what did you mean by castrated dog? Kuelewa vizuri. Bwana Lawrence, ni swali kwanza kabla nisonge mbele. Leo naweza nielewesha.
Ni msemo sisi watu wa Eastern Province tunatumianga. Do you know the meaning of castration?
Go ahead. So I would like to see the relation with
anayekimbia peke yake ana mbio kama umbwa. Sasa castration kwa Kiswahili ni nini? Bernard nisaidie hapo ama mtu mwingine.
No, Black knows what you're talking about. It is just that.
No. Okay.
I was relating it to this man before Raila Amolo Odinga akuja atangaze msimamo wake. Huyu kijana alikuwa anakimbia peke yake akisema nobody can defeat him. Yeah.
Black ni kufinywa.
Sasa huyu bwana huyu, unajua mimi siku zote lazima nitetee watu wangu bwana. So Alex, huyu bwana anasema jamaa amefinywa.
Unakumbuka ule jamaa mwingine Nairobi alisema nitakufinya? Hivyo
Nakumbuka
hivyo.
nitakufinya.
Sawa, sawa. So wachia hapo. Wachia hapo sasa.
Hapana. Wacha mbele nimuelimishe kidogo. Pale mara ya kwanza rais wangu mtarajiwa DP Ruto alipokuwa akipiga kampeni zake mwanzoni, the focus was primarily more on UDA as a party to popularize it, because even at that time ukikumbuka alipokuwa akizunguka nchi ya Kenya alikuwa bado hata haja declare kwamba he will be vying with UDA, because he was being asked mara nyingi, alikuwa anaulizwa wewe ni mwanachama wa UDA, manake tunakuona ukizunguka sana na UDA, tuambie tu leo kama wewe umeingia UDA na uweze kujiuzulu kutoka kwa chama ya Jubilee, tujue kama umeondoka UDA. But he did not do so. He only came to do so later. But though tulikuwa tunajua ni mwanachama UDA, but he had not pronounced himself as a member of UDA. So physically we could tell that yes, he is a member of UDA. So just to summarize it, it was more about UDA as a party, to popularize the party, because it was still new. So it had to be sold countrywide. Ndio walikuwa wakizunguka nchi yote Kenya wakiuza ile chama jina UDA. Because kumbuka huo wakati walikuwa wamepigwa teke Jubilee. So they were trying as hard as possible to try and put up a machinery that they will be able to use in 2022 by trying to sell its popularity to the people. So they had to spend a lot of time selling it. So that was the agenda of and the purpose of his tours countrywide prior to him baadaye kuja kujisema kwamba ameingia UDA. Anyway, moving forward, because I don't want to waste time much on that. In regards to the topics here, nitakuja tena baadaye, but I'll just get on to one. Hii issue ya Sonko, I think IBC they have been very inconsistent in the sense that you can't have some candidates being denied the opportunity to vie for particular seats, whereas you allow others to vie having same issues. By issues, what do I mean? Or same situation, what do I mean by that? Kuna watu ambao wako na kesi kama Waluke, MP of Sirisia, kuna Savula, wako na kesi kotini. Now Waluke, let me just focus on Waluke. Waluke was convicted for allegations, or rather for a matter to do with wizi wa pesa, ufisadi. It was not even an allegation because it was determined. An allegation is something that has not been substantiated and has not gone through court of law. It's not, I mean, I know you get what I'm trying to say. So Waluke's issue was confirmed. It was a done deal that koti ilimpata na hatia ya ufisadi na akakuwa fined a total of close to 1 billion Kenyan shillings, or face a maximum jail sentence of 67 years. But he appealed his case. Now, on the basis of his appeal, the IBC allowed him to vie, or rather to defend his seat in the next coming general election. Now, that was the basis why IBC waliosema as a reason as to why waliacha Waluke asimame. Now, on the same, Sonko was impeached, fine, but he had a case in court. No, he had a case in court. He was appealing that, I mean, the decision of the impeachment. Now, if Waluke's case, which was already determined, na akaachiwa asimame just because kesi yake bado iko kotini, apili yake iko kotini, equally on the same grounds, Sonko should have been accorded the same with IBC, in my view. Now, so I observed a sense of double standards when IBC was trying to look into that issue of Sonko in relation to MP Waluke of Sirisia. Because kama mtu anaambia unaweza kusimama kwa sababu bado kesi yako una appeal because you're considered innocent until proven guilty. So similarly, on the same grounds, I would have expected the same to happen to Sonko. I'm not supporting Sonko. I'm a UDA guy. So if him being thrown out, it would be still okay for me. But at the end of the day, we just stand with the truth. No, in my view, IBC erred in their decision to throw out Sonko. Now, I won't say much because I'll still come back later. But before I move, I would like to really emphasize for all the viewers out there that are watching us that this is just politics and just politics. None of what happens should be in any way be taken personally in the sense that it reaches to extent watu wanatupiana maneno mabaya ama machafu because mwisho wa siku every action has an equal reaction. Unapomtusi mtu mpumbavu ama mjinga, you should expect him or her to do the same back to you. Now the back and forth inafika point watu wanashindwa kuzuia, mtu anaenda to the next step ambayo inaanza kuwa sasa violent. Vita huanza kutoka kwa very small spark, moto huanza kwa very small spark ndio inakuja na kuwa kubwa. Inaanzanga na matusi madogo madogo, inakuja matusi makubwa, inaanza kurushiana hivi na hivi, mwisho tunakuja tunapoteza nchi yetu bure tu. Tupendane kama Wakenya, we are all brothers and sisters. Politics will come and go. Thank you.
Black, thank you for your givings on the debate. There is a rebut from several hands here. But before that, I would want you, since you are a learned person, you must have a good understanding of application of law. There is no blanket application of law. That somebody has been cleared doesn't mean everybody must be cleared, except they were in the same court, they had the same case, and it was determined the same way. But if I had corruption cases, then somebody had abuse of office case, there is no way those cases can mean the same and be ruled the same way. So comparing Waluke to Sonko is trying to compare two different things, putting them in the same basket and trying to victimize the IEBC for what they can only prosecute based on case by case as it's presented before them. There's no blanket ruling that if tumefungulia huyu, tufungulie kila mtu. Why? They were not in court for the same case, they were not facing the same judgment, and so even the rulings were at different levels. Yes. Unmute. Unmute, Bwana Black. Oga, we can't hear you. You're still mute. Okay, since you can't unmute, Mama Selina, karibu.
Thank you, Penat. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza Black, amepeana points, but si kusikia akituambia. Okay, Black.
Pole.
Nilikuwa nauliza.
Okay.
Nilikuwa nauliza
Hold on, Black.
mambo
Let
yako.
Mama Selina prosecute your response.
Sijasikia umesema nchi yetu tuchunge, umesema tunaweza poteza nchi kwa maneno kidogo, na mimi sijasikia ukicomment mambo ya Eugene Wamalwa na mambo leo Deputy President anamwambia kijana mdogo, who are you kunichip? So as a UDA person, kwa sababu hatuwezi pata deputy president, si kusikia ukituambia kama ni bora kuita baba mwingine mama, na shida ya wamama ni nini mpaka wanaume wakiwa na hasira kitu yenye inatoka kwa mdomo yao ni ya wamama. Ya pili, serikali yenu ya UDA muliweka bodaboda mbele, mukaweka mama ya mboka mbele. So kijana huyo ya bodaboda alikuwa anaongea na mkubwa yake akifikiria anamuuliza maswali kwa sababu alisema serikali yake anaunda na bodaboda, na sasa leo tumesikia akimwambia kijana ya bodaboda yeye ni nani na aondoke kwa mkutano. So as a good UDA person, can you tell us those two incidents ama hiyo mambo mbili masuri deputy president ametuonyesha? Because you cannot avoid that na utuambie story ya Sonko kusimama ama asisimame, hiyo ni yake. Akipata governor ni ya Sonko na familia yake.
Okay, asante Marcelina. First, I would like to respond to Bernard. Now, it is not only on one aspect that, in my view, should have cleared as he has been cleared today. It is worth noting that when you are impeached for that term period of which you are in that office. Now, in my view or in my understanding, when Sonko was impeached, it was for that period which he was in office. Now, upon the expiry of that period or the end of that period, that punishment ends. That is my view or my interpretation. In the sense that umeshtakiwa, umepelekwa jela, umefungwa. Once umetoka, umetumikia kile kifungo chako, kile kifungo kimeisha. Now, that was my understanding of impeachment, of Sonko's impeachment, and as to how he should have been allowed to. And aside from the fact that, like I said, even long before this, I think the High Court had given out a notice, wakasema kwamba since kesi ya Sonko haijakuwa determined, he should be allowed to vie, but IEBC walikataa. But like I said,
so
at the end of my submission on Sonko being not a UDA guy,
the reasons you are impeached don't matter. It is just reinstating you after the period is over. What kind of law would that be? If you are in the diaspora, does your criminal record matter when it comes to killings?
Of course.
Good. So that criminal record, even if you served the sentence, it hangs on you, and it can mean being employed or not being employed, isn't it?
It does not stop you from being employed. It depends on the nature of the. For example, ulipatikana umeshoplift pale.
The nature of the crime determines. There are people who have left prison that they can't be employed because of the nature of the crime the crime they committed.
Bernard,
now understand, yes,
New York. Kuna huyu meya ya New York ilisemekana alitongoza mwanamke. He was forced to resign. Kuna mambo ya Donald Trump mpaka saa hii batu inaendelea kwa sababu Donald Trump anataka kurudi kusimama na imelete shida. So uwezi kutuambia ati ukiwa criminal ati unaweza ruhusiwa. Sema hizo vitu ya Kenya lakini usiweke inji senye simeendelea. You are lying. You are lying. Ukipatikana hata umetongoza mwanamke na si yako, uwezi simama, hakuna mtu anakupatia kura yake. Huyo mayor waliona kama ana cheat. Mayor of New York, he forced to resign. So hiyo story unasema maneno ya Kenya na kotini na vile wamefanya Sonko, hatutaki iwe topic kwa sababu hiyo ni makosa. Hata dunia wanaona sisi ni wachinga.
Sawa Mama Selina.
Sasa you know when I'm responding.
Black. Alex, just 1 minute. I will give to Alex next. What I'm saying, Black, is simple. I'm saying the only way for the law to apply similarly is when you are facing a similar case. But if you are in court for a different case, you cannot use another case to release another person who committed another thing. So you people are putting IBC in an awkward situation whereby it should use a blanket judgment on people that have come on different cases. Impeachment is different from the corruption cases, and the reason for impeachment was abuse of office. How can you now be given another opportunity to look for public office when you are impeached for abusing the same office? Let's not politicize legal matters that are clear. Alex, karibu tafadhali, nataka tumalize hii maneno tusonge mbele.
Niulize swali ndo nikujibu Mama Selina swali yake.
I'll give you permission to respond. Let Alex weigh on.
Black, you see, you cannot compare a criminal case that went to court and a devolution process that goes through the upper house. For the record, the Senate is the upper house. They are the referee of our governors. And the reason and the purpose for that is that they have to be checks and balances. Why do we have the whole impeachment process? For the record, the impeachment process is because a governor can fall short of the threshold, especially in terms of finance, on governance, because they have absolute power as a governor to do most of the things. As we talk today, a governor in most of the counties are like a monarch and a king whose powers needs, because so far, remember, the upper house was supposed to be the Senate, but we have a constitution that is discontented to a point that the lower house makes a decision for the upper house. Now, the reason why we have impeachment process, and I repeat for the record or for the benefit of your for understanding, is if a governor falls short of the glory of leading a country, the senators will have to have a special sitting, and I repeat, a special sitting, which is like a court, and they have to bring all the evidences. It is not a quick process. It can go months, it can go weeks, but the evidences are brought to a point whereby now they go back and start voting. And once they decide that this person cannot continue with his work because he has fallen short of the mandate and the evidences given to us as senators. Remember, even there is a Senate committee that accepts the impeachment process. So what you're trying to tell us is that we go take the court process, bring it to the Senate, and therefore the Senate must depend on the court to impeach any governor. Never. There are three arms of government. There is the judiciary, there is the executive, and there is the legislature. And the reason why we gave the legislature our senators, who are our caretakers for our money, is because they don't need to be friends with the governors. They found Sonko culpable. They impeached him. Now, when the court comes in now, what we are saying is that we are rendering the Senate useless next time. When we bring somebody who is supposed to be impeached, they will remember and say, we can go through this process, we can do this process, but again, there is another center of power that is going to disqualify. We cannot allow the courts to rule over the legislature. It is one arm of government, and its duty to impeach the governors can never be taken away. Once the governors has been impeached, rendered useless of not being able to lead any county. They cannot switch from 47 and be given a promotion to 1. That is so bad, because that's a promotion is being given. So what I'm telling you is, we are putting devolution at risks. We are taking the work of the senator away to the courts. And that is what you are saying here. We cannot do that. Argue honorably, like a person who understands what devolution is. Don't argue for political expediency. Argue like a person who understands that devolution must be checked. Thank you.
Now, Alex,
I'm listening. I'm listening.
Black, you're mute. Black, unmute.
hello, I'm saying, in matters to do with evolution, and in the way that impeachments, rather the impeachments from the Senate, first by the county assembly, then goes through the houses, then one is impeached, and then the courts come in between and they reverse the whole process. Now you see, kosa hapo ni kwa kipengele chenyewe. Maybe it needs to be defined somewhere that upon one being impeached by the Senate, that it remains final. That a decision of the Senate is final. But unaona hapo ndo wengine unapata kuna ile contradiction. Unapata when one arm of the government has done something credible, the other arm of government does the opposite to reverse whatever gain was being done by the other arm. None. But
no, Bwana Black,
yes,
the information you're giving is half. The decision
now,
by the Senate is final. Okay. The only thing you take to the court is when you don't agree with the process upon which you are impeached. Okay. And if that process does not agree with the laid down law of impeachment, then the courts will have grounds to overturn whatever the Senate did.
correct. And I agree with you on that. Why am I saying that?
It's not a matter of Senate impeaching and the court reinstating.
And I agree with you on that part.
I will cite the example
If I may.
of Embu governor, Wambora. Wambora has been has served his 10 term, whatever, all his term via the courts.
Yes.
Not by the people, not by the Senate. Yeah.
Sasa ndo najaribu kuambiaje. Remember, it is very unfortunate. I don't know. It is what it is. Sometimes not the process haifuatiliwi exactly. Manake it is political. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
At times there may be no grounds.
Let's do
or
this.
Even if there may be grounds, but not enough to substantiate to allow some.
You can't run into it is political. If it's a case, let's prosecute it based on the case. The only thing that I want us to guard against is using one case to justify other cases. We can only do that if all those cases are similar, answering to the same question and same people. But if they are different cases, we must deal with them case by case. And so shall IBC do so. And if you have any challenge on the same, let it be done case by case. Olara.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Mama Selina na kuona na Bernard nakusalimia sana na congratulations on coming back to Facebook again because our base is here. Our base is here. And Mr. Black, you see, we are in a season. This season is crazy for some of us Some of us will argue without even knowing how we are arguing. The argument should always be the compass of your moral. You cannot, you see, even our justice system is a moral system. At the end of it, we create laws, but we judge it to judge our morals. If you are found guilty somehow, it still comes back to morals because our guiltiness is moral thing. I think all the lawyers here, that's why we have criminal justice system, family justice systems. These are all systems, but it all comes back to morals. If you are proven somehowly you are dealing with, let's say you are a drug dealer, you are a governor, and you are fugitive, I don't think our justice system should allow you to have those escapades. Escapades, you know. To an extent, Yokamba, you can violate the law in this county and then go to other county. So, Mr. Black, when you're arguing any moral issue, any judgment issue, judgment is moral. The judges are just applying the codes to that in your irreversible thing you did. Kuna kitu ukifanya, then the community looks at you differently. In a good society, Sonko should not be near Uhuru, should not be near Raila, should not be near Martha. That is the
On that I agree.
issue. That's the core of issue here. Our leaders, they are not sincere enough. You know, being sincere enough, it means by now, at least Ruto could have resigned. But now we left him out there to abuse some other characters to be women. And he wanted to slap an interior minister, he wanted to slap everyone. This is what our political system failed. If you once failed, you see, our politicians, they don't have something to hold on. Like this one, I cannot lose it. No. In my career as a politician, I cannot lose this, which is called morals. A politician cannot lose a moral. He can run down, but once he's implicated morally, like he's taken to court and court finds him guilty, he should not have another life after that. We have too many Kenyans to do the same story, to do the same duty. And even you, Mr. Black, here, you can come and contest. But you defending it, it's been unmoral and it's not right. You cannot defend. You want to talk?
I'm saying on the issue in regards to when you bring up the issue of morals and politics, and you've even given us a very good example that Raila and Uhuru should not be anywhere close to Sonko, but they are with him. They even pictured handing a cap to Sonko. What picture does that give us?
I get you exactly. That's this is the point I'm going to address now. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Black. You see, the moral compass of a country, is only, I've seen through our three arms of the government, at least judiciary is trying to rectify some stuff. Lakini hawa viongozi wetu, I don't know what Sonko has in bags to compel all three Azimio leadership, like Uhuru, Raila, and Martha to come and give him a cup. Then the following day, his case is dismissed. Now he's good to run for another county, and now he comes back and support. This is just my take. But moving forward, Mr. Ruto didn't help himself to last 2 days ago when he described another leader in cabinet. No, Omalo si mtu wa kawaida, ni mtu wa kwenye cabinet. Akisema alikuwa anataka kumpiga kofi, and the same guy replied back, yes, alikuwa anataka kunipiga kofi. Halafu the anger ranted to the wheelbarrow boy. I don't think we should use our time here to explain it. We have to just condemn it to maximum. Then the effects it felt with voters, demographies. If somebody is listening from that area, they should know that Ruto has nothing to offer. That's why when he was alipokuwa anatukana Wamalwa, the big wigs were not there. I think alikuwa tu na Trans Nzoia leaders, hakuwa na wale wenzake wale wengine, the other two big boys who are feeding off Ruto. Now we come back to election countdown, and Mama Selina will talk to that on the length. Hii channel yetu on 9 lazima you are live by all costs. So I want you all to think of a strategy to keep it on YouTube, to keep it alive on Facebook, to keep it alive on your gadget. Sometimes we can just make a call group, but we keep it alive, live. It's going to be dark, and today I don't think it's part of the questionnaire today, but Chebukati still had that dead man face. He didn't answer anything. He's just as chill as dead. And this is our worrisome signs. And our ICT at the IBC are in danger. We have to reassure them they're here, that we are focusing on every and any other position, including the running mates, including the presidents, including everyone. They have to reassure the IBC lives, because last time we lost Mosanda in the same month, and almost the other day. This anniversary is coming up, and for integrity, and we are here for integrity. We should not allow or celebrate Ruto insulting. We cannot celebrate or tolerate or a Sonko reinstatement, because Martha, the Chief Justice, said something. If you're impeached, you're impeached. And if you are convicted, you are convicted. Hiyo kitu it was deep. Na saizi jana president alisalimia tu Sonko hivyo, lakini akasema nini? Mimi I was lenient. And now you have my favorite candidate, who is Martha. Martha will not tolerate all of you. And you also listen to Gachagwa's reply to that same. Lakini, let's move forward. We cannot tolerate, even if it is a judgment from a court, ya kwamba mtu is rotten like Sonko, can go back to the same neighborhood where he was jailed and wants to run for a governorship there. Even if for political whatever. Pengine they need his influence somewhere. That's why Martha can partake of fear and I can partake of fear. I would suggest that Martha jails Sonko first before jailing any other person. I submit there, and thank you. Mama Selina, kuja.
Okay. Asante Mr. Lara, naomba hivi I have a deficit of tapes of videos to play. I want to do that, and let somebody hunt me down Themba or Makiadi or Onjiru. Ni kama wamechelewa, inabidi sasa muanze kwa hunt them.
Nipa dakika mbili tafadhali Bernard. Aje niko kwa giza.
Before I play the video, ama?
Tafadhali.
Okay, take it.
First of all, unajua umekuwa popular mpaka huko Mombasa. Inaonekana tutakuorganizia ministry uende huko Mombasa uhubiri kwa watu huko kwa hospitali. Nimeongea na mtu amesema lazima in the next 2 weeks tutaorganize. Tutaongea by the way. But first I wanted to talk to Olara, my brother. Olara, ile namba ulinipatia ishiki bana, ishiki WhatsApp. Aishiki WhatsApp, my friend. I've texted it twice. Aishiki. I need your number. Upatie Bernard. But the first thing I wanted to tell you, I was very upset. I'll ask Bernard. The first thing I wanted to say is I spoke to my uncle today, Uncle Jakindobe, and I was pretty upset with Sonko coming in. Najua mimi, for many months, I've been talking about watermelon. And then I sort of realized that during the debate, Igadi said something very strange. He said that he would like to thank Sonko because he's his political teacher. And I found that quite awkward because we all believe that Sonko is, Sakaja is Sonko in a suit. I found that very strange that Igadi would thank Sonko. Then I realized that kuna mtu hapa anacheza karata ile ambao watu waelewe, na sitaki watu wa UDA wajue, lakini it's important we understand what's going on here. There's a man who's calling himself a chairman that is brilliant at politics, and his name is Uhuru Kenyatta. Before Igadi said that, the next day, Uhuru is talking to Sonko, and he's in an event with Sonko. Yet this is a man that Uhuru plus Baba Yao wa Kiambu has been avoiding. Why is Uhuru all of a sudden talking to this person? We realize this is a man that's going to be the man behind the throne in the future. Akiambia Ruto tunaenda nyumbani pamoja, he means it. He means that he is going to be the throne bearer. He's going to be the person who gives thrones. Now, let me explain to you where the reason of my madness is here is the fact that he's a kingmaker. He is trying to appease his Jubilee people, the people from the mountain, saying that we brought you Igathe. But Igathe is struggling a bit. Not so much, by the way, not so much. We need a man like Sonko with popularity that would come and say, hey, watu wetu wa hasla nini. We've got Sonko here. Sonko has endorsed Igathe. Now, the second part of his chess piece here for Uhuru is the fact that kuna kajinga kangine hapo kanaitwa Kalonzo. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. It's just the way I am. Kalonzo anataka kuweka Sonko to Mombasa. So what Uhuru is doing is he's killing two birds with one stone. He's appeasing Kalonzo so that Kalonzo can have that aptitude of getting more money as Wiper Party to have governors, senators, MPs and stuff like that. So he gets more money because Kalonzo is a money chaser, by the way, honestly speaking, he's a money chaser. So he has his Sonko project there, yet we've got ODM there, which is Azimio. Yet on this other side, we have Rigathi that has Sakaja, who's taking most of our youth projects. I understand now what Uhuru is doing. Uhuru is like, there's an evil here that we have to work with, But afterwards, we have a lioness called Martha Karua who will deal with this nonsense later on. So this is a bit of political acrobatics that I'm seeing Uhuru is doing, Olara. So I'm not approving of it, but our politics in Kenya has not matured enough so that we can fight corruption that way. I absolutely do not subscribe to Sonko. I don't think he's the right person, but I think nothing happens in politics without design. Uhuru has not talked to this gentleman for over 4 years. This man has exposed Uhuru, ameweka text messages, amefanya kila kitu kama hiyo, lakini mbona ameachiliwa hivi na mbona Igathe amemuacknowledge, alafu mbona tunaona Kalonzo amenyamaza kidogo. So for me, I think Uhuru is playing a very, very good psychological game here, and I think for now I can allow it, but afterwards Sonko has to answer for his crimes against our economy. That's all I wanted to say. I think if Bernard, you can see where I'm coming from, and if you can interject, because sometimes you always clean up my mess. And even Alex wants to say something.
Okay. You know, when it comes to high-stake politics, okay, when the political reality begins to to threaten what ought to be, the unexpected begin to happen. I think the greatest interest for the president and the prime minister is the Nairobi seat. The Nairobi seat has to be secured by all means, and all players need to be brought on deck. The Sonko Mombasa thing is a camouflage. It has nothing, I mean, it's just giving Sonko a ride for his money one, and then probably prepare him for a comeback in 2027. It has nothing to do with 2022. But they want to convert Sonko's followers in Nairobi to Igathe's followers. And that's why I think they want Sonko to lead the Nairobi campaign for Igathe. And then, Igathe is coming in as a technocrat and not a politician. In fact, the reason why his performance on the debate was wanting is because he played into the trap of politics when he needed to present himself as a technocrat who knows what he's doing, where he's going, and what is good for Nairobi County. He needed not to be sucked into the Sakaja madness of even degree and all that. He fell into the trap, and that limited him in his performance. If he wants to gain more in the next debate, he must avoid that trap of politicians and just do what he's required to do as a technocrat who wants to lead the city from his experience as a CEO of different companies, and then he wants to revive the city using these principles, not the politics and the political situation. So president anacheza tu hiyo kadi ya siasa, si eti ana approve what's happening. So kama kulikuwa na simu ilipigwa kuwe cleared na court, we can't rule that out. It's a probability that cannot be ruled out. But all in all, they say the end justifies the means in this kind of situation. And so that is what Uhuru could be playing right now. And then another aspect that is important here is the Kalonzo Musyoka factor. Kalonzo Musyoka needs to be secured, okay, secured for this particular campaign season. He must be secured probably And so anything he's asking for is being given. And that you're right, he's being given, but it's just welcome home party for the prodigal son. The soon as the party is over, mtu atapewa jembe na panga, twende shambani. So right now, let them have the prodigal son homecoming party. Lakini kimalizika, people will face music. And the Mombasa governor CEO iko secured. There's no way Sonko can wrestle it from the Nasir guy. He can't, even if he uses what. It's late in the day. Too, he's a stranger. You see, he went to look for his mother's grave there. It's funny. So that's all I can say on that. Alex, ulikuwa unasemaje tuende kwa Laban? Laban hajaongea leo.
Yeah, on a quick note, kamera yangu imekataa kabisa. I'm not sure why. My phone is also overheating crazily. Anyway, so two things. Olara, politics has two tribes, the rich and the poor. You need to put that into aspect. Don't ignore that, my friend. When you buy some stakes at some companies, you never know who is your shareholder until the end of the meeting. When you sit down, you realize that the person that you need to vote with in that company so that you can move it ahead is also your arch rival politically. In the making of a king, it's not a swift road. It is not the merry of making a child. The making of a king is difficult. And that is why we have sat here and said that whatever it takes, let Baba do whatever it takes so that he can become the president. To a point that he had a handshake. Secondly, he had to negate some of his principles to be with Uhuru until this time. Now, the other thing I would like to tell you, if you want to join politics in the future, Mr. Lar, never criminalize associations. You said a very dangerous statement that that man should not be found near Raila Amolo Odinga. Do not. He might be our savior in the next minute. The performance of the man Igathe was dismal. Ukienda kwa daktari, useme uko na shida, atakwambia unaumwa na kichwa, na hiyo kichwa imetoka wapi? Usipomwambia ni mguu umeumia ama ni mgongo uko naye ama ni nini, yeye atakupa panado ama mara moja uende kwa nyumba, lakini mguu inakuuma na hiyo mguu ndio inaleta kichwa inakuuma. For us, we need to be honest that Igathe performed dismally. And the high note, he hit it when he said that, maybe you didn't go to university, that's you don't know the definition of a dog. Christ said even dogs feed on the crumbs. Even dogs feed on the crumbs. So you cannot underestimate Sonko. Sonko knows Sakaja more than any other person. If there is anybody you can use, an enemy of your enemy is your friend in politics. So I think there is a reason we might not know, but to see them, it's not by coincidence. It can never be. So let us allow the dog to feed on the crumbs, and it is okay. Christ said so. Thank you very much. If you know, you know.
Asante, Alex. That settles that. Let's do this. Olara, what is it?
Alex, asante sana. Alex ana hiyo prompter ambayo anasomanga hapo alafu atu-challenge nayo. Lakini we are still natural. And our natural line is morality. Sonko cannot see all of them at one time. Sonko can only use, we can use one of our own once. Maybe Sonko can see Martha once, and that's it.
Olare, do you want to win election or you don't?
No, Martha, Mama Selina, you know, I cannot argue with you.
Msichana, wacha nikwambie.
Ngoja, mama, nisikie tu kidogo. Nisikie kidogo.
Moja tu, sitaki kuongea. Ukitongosa msichana, wasasi wanakuuliza ulipata yeye barabarani, mulikutana kanisa, mulikutana shule, lakini bora umepata pipi. Kwa hiyo maneno, wacha kumwaka mtama kwa mahali haiwezekani. Mahali umepata msichana, kama ni kwa shamba, ni wewe na msichana. Kama ulimpata kanisa, kama umepata kwa mahindi, hiyo maneno imetosha namna hiyo.
Asante sana mama Selina. Na Bena anajua kwa sababu he is man of words and faith. He knows exactly what I'm saying. For political anything, we should keep our faith straight.
There is something we need to clarify here, okay? Okay, the only thing that the Sonko factor contained the Azimio campaign is because one of the strongest pillars of the Azimio campaign is anti-corruption, okay, and anti-abuse of office. And so how will they be advocating for anti-corruption and anti-abuse of office, and then they are supporting this? That would be the issue. But
exactly.
Yeah.
So, one principle to meet the guy.
No, don't worry. You can't arrange these things like this. And you see, like what is happening here is Sonko is now coming in as Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay, remember Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the ballot. Okay, he is supporting this one, and he has played such a way that he's excluded from what they were saying Uhuru Kenyatta's project. So he has already washed off that stigma of project. He's coming in as a voter who has a ticket that he is supporting. And so when Sonko comes in on the premise of Uhuru Kenyatta, it will be very difficult for UDA to turn that around and make it a Martha Karua Raila project, and hence diluting the stand on corruption and all that. But purely, Sonko is fetched for Nairobi, nothing else, for the Nairobi campaigns, and especially for those main voters. You know, Nairobi main voters are not middle class. Nairobi main voters are those the slum dwellers. The majority of Nairobi dwellers are lower class. And so to translate those votes from Sonko followership to guard the followership, it needs Sonko around. And so that's done purely for politics. Nothing morally right or morally wrong, whatever is called into consideration on that. On the other hand, when we talk about moral stand, we also need to, appreciate the fact that as much as God is absolute, clean, and all holy, and wants highest standard, he has used the most questionable characters in the history of his operation. And so that paradox always leaves us, wanting. How come this God who is clean, pure, and absolute, he's still using these people with questionable characters? And so that means nobody's written off. They can always pick themselves up, fix, and move forward. There is a chance for everybody. There was a time we had a very strong debate here when we had a lady here who was very strong about Babu Owino and his scuffles at the bar and the shooting of the DJ and all that. So he said Babu Owino should not be on the ballot. He should not be in public office. I should hire him. I remember she insulted me, saying if I want him to be my choir boy in the church, yes, but it shouldn't be anywhere leadership is. And so when the going became tough, I told her that Moses was a murderer. Still, he was the best leader that Israel had, and all of it was courtesy of God himself. So there are people who are tainted or rather messed, but it's not their written off. They can always recover when given an opportunity to. In the meantime, let's see how this thing play out, because at times we are the spectators. We are not the players, and the coach may know what is moving to catch. Let's see how it plays out. Let's give it some time before we begin to, nail it here and there. Tuache hii wiki ipite, and by next week the road will begin to be clear. We will know what Uhuru is up to and why Sonko now. And also after the debate. Why after the debate? And you saw the way the debate went. I would want to Laban.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes, how is today?
Today is good.
Karibu sana.
Nimeshukuru Bwana Olara kwa mchango wako. Mama Selina, Julia, naona umeingia. Nafikiria tumekuwa kwa hii discussion for a while. Na in fact leo hata nimesema wacha nichukue backseat kidogo na mimi nisikize maoni, lakini Bernard, nataka nikuambie kitu kimoja. Sonko now means a lot than what you can see by your eyes. Sonko is a mobilizer. That's one. Not a CEO, by the way. So Igade hawezi fanya that mobilizing vile Sonko anaweza fanya. I think mobilization mostly na Sonko atakuwa kama mouthpiece ya Uhuru Kenyatta in that manner, according to me, kwa sababu umeona Sonko akidemonstrate hii in some occasions, anapigia rais simu moja kwa moja mahali wananchi wako, and the show continues. So nafikiria there is a purpose. Hiyo ni one, lakini issue yenye mimi nilikuwa nataka kuongelea sana ni ya jana hii ya Eugene. Nafikiria in fact hata saizi tunafaa kuwa tunaamuka na tunajua mahali tuko. Nafikiria hata kuna hawa watu ambao ni group ya intersex, kama kuna jina ingine yenye inaweza tumika hivyo, sijamaanisha ama kuconfirm kitu yenye William Ruto alikuwa anamaanisha, kama ndiye alikuwa anamaanisha. Hii group inajulikana kama iko. That's one. But to refer mwanaume kama mwanamke, hiyo ni insult peke yake, and I think most people wanatakiwa wachukue hiyo kitu kutoka hapo na wa interrogate vizuri. In fact hata kitu yenye tungekuwa tunatarajia leo ni statements ama zile pressers zenye huwa zinaitwa Capserate and the rest of the places ku apologize, kwa sababu hiyo statement peke yake, na Eugene alitoa statement ambayo ilikuwa ni open kidogo na ilikuwa wazi, kwa sababu alijitaja yeye mwenyewe na akataja Fred Matiang'i kama walikuwa casualties, lakini ukiendelea kufuatilia hiyo story mpaka Livondo ameingia ndani explain exactly what happened. We don't know kama ni ukweli, lakini Livondo with his character also si kitu yenye unaweza ichukua moja kwa moja, lakini kama alisema alikuwa na akasema kwamba rais alikuwa Addis Ababa, I think this confirms mambo ambayo huwa tunayaona kila siku na tunajiuliza ni kwa nini rais amedifa na naibu wake. So kuna mambo mengi hapa, and I think with the time tunatarajia kusikia mambo mengi, lakini sana kitu yenye wananchi wa Kenya wanahitaji is just an apology, kwa sababu Eugene alikuwa appointed by the president kuserve kwa ministry ya defense. So hiyo matusi haikuwa tu inalenga Eugene but also the executive. Nafikiria my submission itakuwa as brief as that. Thank you.
Executive how? Executive how? Executive how?
Okay, let me answer that even as I sign out. Jesus said, he who receives the one that I've sent receives me. And he who rejects the one that I have sent rejects me. So if you have disdain or disregard of my appointee, you have disregarded me. I believe that's how it's directed to the executive. And that needs not to be broken down. William Ruto has done that in more clearer terms than even what's happening. The decisions by the president have always been questioned by one deputy president, and he seemed not to support it. That is one of the frustration of the Uhuru legacy. And that's why I've developed a respect for one Uhuru Kenyatta, for having been in a rough marriage relationship, but still succeeded to cause to happen very important things for the country. Not many people can do that under pressure, but well performing. That's what leadership is. You can be under the severest of pressure, but you don't drop the ball. You don't drop the goal. You still pursue it to its conclusion and to its success. That for Uhuru Kenyatta is excellent. It's something that needs to be emulated. He kept his cool until we began almost to blame him. Remember when Atwoli says, toka nje. Okay, wacha kujificha. Now, those were the frustrations of our expectations. Okay, you have the power, you are the appointing authority. This man is messing up what you're doing, and you're not reacting on time. And then he comes out and says, Musione, Simba menyeshewa mkadhani ni paka. We also began to doubt that statement because it took long before he began to execute what he was talking about. And so as at now, we're now seeing clearer that he was working out on an elaborate plan that will vanquish one William Ruto. And I'm using those words deliberately. Vanquish one William Ruto. And with this kind of systematic arranged procedure, I don't see William Ruto recovering from this. I know there are William Ruto supporters here, but when this card is played to its conclusion, William Ruto may not recover from this because he will not just lose the presidency, he will lose his backyard. And the moment he has no backyard, he can vie for president as much as possible. Remember, there is this Kikuyu guy who runs for president, and he's always on the ballot. Only this time he was not on the ballot. So you're free to run as long as you want, but without your backyard, without your constituency, it makes no difference whether you're vying or not. And that's what I believe is going to happen, because I see the Rift Valley going with Gideon Moy and Sally Gosgei and the other veterans. And as soon as the Rift Valley is snatched from one William Ruto and the mountain has been taken over by the owners, what is left for William Ruto? Nothing. And that's why the people around him should advise him. You don't insult the people who have power and expect to get that power. You don't. He miscalculated, he misplanned, and he messed himself up. He refused to listen to the elders. The elders wakamwambia, ukililia wembe, kamata. Sasa wembe ndio hii imekata mtu, analia kila mahali. Mato iko nini?
Nimesikia ukitaka kusema unang'atuka na nimekuja hapa because yako mwenyewe kwanza.
Wewe hukuniimbia happy birthday.
Ngoja wacha kuongea mingi bwana. We, unajua nilichelewa jana, si kuona hiyo kitu yote, nimeiangalia leo nikiwa kazi na nikasikia jana ilikuwa birthday yako na nikaona ukiimbiwa. Sasa happy belated birthday my good friend. Na sasa acha mimi nifanye yangu basi. Even though it's belated, I hope uikubali soda inakuja. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Hey. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday dear Bernard. Happy birthday mtumishi. Anyway, hey, pole nimekuja. Hiyo tu ndio imeniingiza kabla uchomoke. Nikwambie pole, jana sikufuata sana, nimeiona leo na sikuwa najua, lakini wewe unajua tutaonana huko kando. Pole, naomba msamaha. Hata kama ni belated, better late than never.
It's okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Naona wewe ulikuwa ukiwatch KBC sana. Wewe ni veteran na I'm very grateful. Please let's keep going and let's keep doing the right thing. I want to leave you under the stewardship of Julia. Julia mwalimu wetu atakuwa chairman wetu na atatuongoza mpaka tufike kule tunapaswa kwenda. Julia vipi? Naomba make submission kabla niondoke, ili nikiondoka waanze kutesa hawa.
Asante Bernard. Na Sungetu, you'd have played for us those clips. Sikuona ile clip ya deputy akitaka kuchapa mtu wa Bodaboda slap na na ile ya nisikia something happened regarding Meru. I don't know. Do you have that clip?
Okay, let me see. That's why I was saying we can deficit yet the videos to play. Okay, let me see this. Okay.
Sasa hawajui sasa ni gani kwa hii group. Na sasa mimi nakuuliza wewe, hata mimi nashangaa hii dunia iko na maneno. Unajua hii manyumba iko maneno mingi. Lakini sasa hata kama umepigwa na bibi yako, wewe unaenda kwa police station kwenda kuripoti. Si unanyamaza, unasema bora watu wengi hawajaniona, wacha ninyamaze.
Okay, let's remove that. The other one is still downloading. Wacha imalize. Naomba tuendelee. So the attitude of of one deputy president kuchekelea viongozi wengine. Hii tabia inatoka wapi?
I think it's just disrespect. I think the deputy, now I'm beginning to ask myself, Bernard, kwake kunaishi, does the wife tell him anything? Unajua, Bernard, mkiwa na mke wako, mnaambiana watoto tupeleke shule, tununue shamba. Ile saa zingine mke wako anasema, Baba watoto, hii shamba sioni kama ni nzuri, and you pay attention. Ama huyu mtoto asomi vizuri, baba watoto tumsaidie. Do you think really Ruto has that time with his family, or do you think he can listen to anybody? Unaona vile ame disrespect Wamalwa. You know from the African point of view, if somebody calls you we mwanamke, kwanza amekudharau na amedharau wanawake. How do you see that? Yani, what kind of a deputy president are we having? And then now you are saying that leo alikuwa anagombana na mtu wa bodaboda. I mean, ni kama mwalimu picking a fight with students and there is an exchange. Mtoto anakuita hii na wewe unamuita hii, mtoto anakuita, and you are the teacher kwa class. Hiyo class itakuwa namna gani? What kind of a deputy president we have? I mean, Mr. Black, what kind of a presidential aspirant do you have? So I think, Mr. Bernard, I think my submission is that I'm very disappointed about our deputy president. Na ninashangaa, is that a presidential material? Ninashangaa sana, hata wale watu wanamtetea. I think if I were in their shoes, leo ningejifanya sihusiani na yeye na ningenyamaza kabisa, and I would say I'm not part and parcel, because that's the character of our deputy president. I think it is him alone, himself alone, and nobody else. Now, the other thing I see why he's reacting like this, if I want to try and understand him, I think this man is frustrated, Bernard. He's losing it. You know, one time, siku moja, when I was working in Kisumu, our colleague was losing it. Na tukujua, he said he was thinking she's tough. Siku moja, akatukana principal. Tukacheka. Siku ingine, akapika fight na mwalimu mwingine. Tukacheka. You know, we were making fun of all those things she was doing, yelling, insulting, and we were saying, siku ingine akasema, she cut another woman into pieces who wants her husband. We were making fun of that. The next day, Bernard, that lady alitoa nguo. That is when now we recalled that when we were laughing at her behavior, she was not okay. So I think the deputy president is actually losing it. He saw himself as president of the Republic of Kenya that is for the last 4 years. And that's why amekuwa na madharau mingi kwa president. And he pronounced himself as the kingpin of Mount Kenya region. In fact, Mount Kenya region is what is driving this man insane. Yani haoni vile ile pesa amemwaga pesa nyingi huko. Now, these people are behaving like they're about to flip. He can't take it. That Raila, mwenye everybody went around and said that selling Raila idol is like selling what in Kikuyu land, is now working and being campaigned for in Kikuyu land and having such big crowds, and people now are openly talking about him in Mount Kenya region. The other thing that I think a few months ago people were saying ati Uhuru asikampenie Raila because ataharibu maneno. Now Uhuru has the audacity to say, this is my choice. Because it's like, what will you do? Do your worst if you think that there's anything wrong with Uhuru campaigning for Raila. Because now everybody else is campaigning for Raila in Mount Kenya region. And people now have the guts to walk around and say, we are voting for Raila. So I think he didn't see this coming, Bernard. And it is driving him insane. This man is running mad. And I told the Mtembei panelists when you wanakuja usiku kwamba one of these fine days you'll see a bitter exchange between Gachagua na Ruto mwenyewe. Yani they will exchange in public. You wait and see. Wataitana wengine each other majina in public. Because this thing is driving them insane. It is getting to their heads. And I don't know. And Bernard, now you understand me when I tell you, I don't want to talk about Sonko, but when I want to stop there, nilikwambia juzi kwamba I think the best thing, Ruto should be locked up on 9th because we don't want him to do something to himself, because he will not take the results of the election. Especially what will frustrate him so much is Mount Kenya region. And people are talking about 40%, but I will not be surprised if Mount Kenya gives Raila 60, because those now who have made up their minds to vote for Ruto have made up their minds, and for Raila, for Baba, those who have made up their mind to vote for Baba have made up their mind in Mount Kenya region, and they'll come out to vote. But those who are in Ruto's camp, Mount Kenya region has this thing, they don't like to lose. So when you are kwa Ruto, they can see the rest of the country is against them. So they can see themselves losing. Sasa hata hawajaamua kama watapiga kura. They have not made up their mind. Okay, they are saying they are on Ruto's side, but they are now like, sasa ni kura gani tunapiga for losing? But when you wameamua kupigia baba kura, wameamua na wameamua. The other thing that has made people vote for Baba in Mount Kenya region, and that could be the bigger reason, is that he has disrespected their son. Ametembea huku na kule akiwa with some people who have verbal diarrhea like Kuria, wakitusi the first family and Uhuru, and Ruto has been enjoying the game of insulting the president. So that has really messed him up in Mount Kenya region. And now I was surprised that alienda Western Province, akatukana our cabinet secretary wa Malwa. And you know, I think Luyas value more being called men than other tribes. If you want to die, call a Luya man a boy. You are looking for your grave, you know. I think that's a very serious thing in Luya land, that call a Luya man a boy, that you are in big trouble. And now he did not only do that, but he called Wamalwa a woman. That is, he was disrespecting Wamalwa, the Luya community, and he was disrespecting women. So hiyo kitu, I don't think is going to recover from that, Bernard. No wonder alitaka kuchapa mtu wa bodaboda. You people, if you're going, those of you who like going, akina Black, kama mnaenda kwa mkutano ya DP Ruto, mnakaa mbali, because atarushia simu, ama atarushia mawe. Asante Bernard.
Okay, asante Julia kwa uchambuzi. It is important that we look at this keenly. The DP needs to surround himself by those bishops who have been collecting his money. This is the time now they are needed more than ever. They should be close and pray for him that he will listen to them, because right now, if he is not guided, he's going to lose it badly. Not lose election. The elections he has already lost. He may just end up messing himself up. So Atwoli akisema kateni miti, it means that it's important that we lay that to heart. And unajua hii siasa ukifanya bila kufanya nini, bila hekima ya wazee itakushinda.
Usiwe na wasiwasi, lakini hiyo ni askari wanakidai. Usiwe na wasiwasi.
Hasira utamaliza wananchi.
Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani?
Kama uko na hasira ya aina hiyo, hustahili kuwa kiongozi.
Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hiyo mkutano, utoke.
Tukupatie nafasi hizo hasira zako ziende chini.
County are demanding that Deputy President William Ruto apologizes to communities living in the county after the DP made what was termed derogatory remarks against Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa and gubernatorial candidate George Natembeya during a Kenya Kwanza Alliance rally in the region on Tuesday. Now, the leaders also vowed to unite the community against hate speech that could trigger election violence before, during, and after the August polls. Citizen TV's Seth Olale reports.
A day after Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa told off Deputy President William Ruto for making derogative remarks against him while campaigning for Kenya Kwanza Alliance in Trans Nzoia County, elders from the region have joined the DAP-K party leader in denouncing DP Ruto's utterances.
We owe Wamalwa an apology. You never know who is going to vote for you. And this tongue can be very dangerous, as we have seen in the past.
Hilo halikukuwa jambo la kuchekea. It is an abuse to the community.
The Trans Nzoia community elders termed the Deputy President's remarks insightful and below the stature of anyone running for office of the President.
Huwezi kuwa nataka kuwa kutawala watu inji hii na unaongea namna hiyo. Alijipeleka chini sana. And he should just apologize. That is the only option he can do for the sake for the community. Na sisi tunaomba watu wa Trans Nzoia, chairman of peace tuko naye hapa. Sisi tukae hii mambo ya Ruto zigawanye sisi.
Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa maintains that the Kenya Kwanza Alliance presidential candidate wanted him out of cabinet in 2018 and that the DP almost assaulted his interior CS counterpart, Fred Matiang'i. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Vijana, nataka tuelewane. Si namna hiyo? Si namna hiyo? Sikizeni. Sasa mnaharibu hii mkutano. Na sasa mnaharibu hii mkutano. Hii, wacha niwaeleze. Hii si mkutano ya Ayodi na si mkutano ya Sloya. Hii ni mkutano ya Agoi. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Nyinyi mnanielewa? So, tuwe na heshima. Tuwe na heshima. Tuwe na heshima. Sawa sawa. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Na kama kuna mtu ametumwa hapa kuja kuharibu hii mkutano, useme saa hizi mapema. Ama uondoke kwa hii mkutano. Nyinyi mnanisikia? Mnataka Sloya? Mnataka aondoke? Mnataka aondoke? Mnataka afanye nini? Basi nyamazeni. Atapata nafasi ya kuongea. Wewe kijana, wacha kunijibu, unanijibu kama nani? Kama umeleta kisirani kwa hii mkutano, utoke. Hauwezi kuja hapa na kuharibu mkutano. Please, tuheshimiane. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Sisi tunawaheshimu hawa viongozi wote. Tunaheshimu Daktari Ayodi, tunaheshimu ndugu yetu Sloya. Lakini hauwezi kuja hapa kuleta vurugu kwa mkutano. Tunaelewana? Hiyo ni tabia mbaya and we will not entertain. Tumesema kama Kenya Kwanza, sisi tutaendesha campaign yenye iko na heshima. Tutaendesha campaign yenye haina fujo. Tutaendesha campaign ya amani. Na mimi kama kiongozi wa Kenya Kwanza sitaruhusu mtu yeyote kutuletea fujo katika mikutano yetu. Sijui kama tunaelewana. Please. Nataka tukubaliane kwa sababu serikali haiwezi kutengenezwa na makelele. Uongozi haiwezi kwenda mbele na fujo. Ama kwenda mbele na mambo ya conflict. Mimi nataka niwaulize. Najua kila mtu hapa ako na supporters. Si namna hiyo? Lakini tuliza boli bwana. Tuliza boli. Mambo bado. Ama niaje my friend? Tunaelewana? Kura haipigwi leo. Bado iko time kidogo. Kwa hivyo jameni, my friend, tulizeni boli. Sawa? Ama niaje watu wa Vihiga?
Okay, that is it. Here now you can.
President.
Bernard, ulikataa kuplay ile ya Chinyimba kabisa, ya Chinyimba ile ya kwanza.
I did. You want to play me to play again?
Sio ile ya Chris sio ile ya Chris anacheza, ile ya kwanza kabisa.
I don't have it. The one I have is the one for Chris.
There's one I sent before the Chris.
Okay, just one moment. Let me see. Okay. Let's have somebody make. I think Martin, make your submission as I find the video. Kuse, you better keep your mic mute.
Thank you, Bernard, for the contribution, and everybody mwenye ako hapa. Mama Selina umerudi tena. Siku mingi hatujapatana hapa vizuri, lakini nakusikiaga kila siku. Naona siku hizi umefurahi, hata sura imegeuka.
26 days nipande ndege.
Wewe hata sura imegeuka siku hizi na kuonaga na raha zako bwana. Naangaliaga hivi nacheka. Everybody on the kila mtu Julia, hata wewe hatujapatana mara mingi, my dear sister, siku mingi sana. But kila mtu mwenye ako hapa Olaro, I think we haven't met, but anyways, you know, the biggest thing that brought me actually in was first of all, number one was to say happy birthday to Bernard, because I forgot to say that yesterday. I mean, I didn't look at it. Sijawafuata sana, and at the risk of repeating myself, I'll just, because I follow here and there, it was just a big day. I want to start with those videos that Bernard just played, especially Ruto. You know, there's in life, and what Mama Selina says here, and what our elders say, and what even Bernard says, and a lot of people here, people wenye walizaliwa na wakalelewa vizuri, there's something called humility. And humility is such a good thing in life. I once had a discussion with somebody that, in this, Mama Selina funga maskio, it was a lady that told me, I can never say sorry for anything. And I asked them, why wouldn't you be able to say sorry? And they said, that shows a sign of weakness. And you know what I told them? No, it doesn't show a sign of weakness. If you mess up, you say sorry. It actually shows a sign of a person who is in touch with their nature and who they are. I wonder, when I look at Ruto, Ruto, Gachagua, and that sector of people. Yani, okay, so who does Ruto think he is? Okay, he's asking this Bodaboda guy, wewe unadhani ni nani? I am your employer. I have been saying it here. Listen, these guys are not waheshimiwas. They are public servants. We pay them. They don't pay us. Kuleta ka 50 shillings pale. No, we gave you the job. All that billions that you're telling us, you've gotten it from the common mwananchi. We are your employer. So how are you going to ask your boss, unadhani we ni nani? Who do you think I need to be? I am your employer. And I was so mad about that because I think the leaders in Africa or some parts of Africa don't understand what politics is and what those offices mean. And that's why people kill each other for those offices. They don't understand the person that you're telling, we unadhani we ni nani kuniambia hivyo. Wait, Ruto, I wish I was that guy, hapo. Because mimi ningemuuliza na we unadhani we ni nani. It's very bad. We pay taxes. And Raila and Karua keeps on telling you guys, hiyo pesa mumelipa, mumetulipa, sisi ndio tuweze kuwaletea ile maendeleo iko. Hiyo ni pesa yenyu. The Mwananchi is the employer of that president. Mwananchi, mimi, yes, I don't live in, there, but also the remittance that I do out there and whatever it is and what my sister does and what my brother does, they are the employers of these guys. I employ the president. We employ the president. We employ the deputy president. We employ the MPs. We do everything. So now it's become a point of, where people don't understand what governance is all about. And, leadership takes humility. A lot of humility to be a leader. And I remember that's why Ruto said, Uhuru, even though I never liked the guy, that's why the other day he said, mimi hata angenipiga hii ya right ningempatia ya left. That's a leader. Well, do you think that's true? Unadhani ungetoka hapo na ile security kopo. But he was trying to say something. Let me run around. I've written a couple of things and I'm so sorry. People who know me here, when I started being in this channel, I used to write a lot, niliacha. But here, I wanted to write today. I'm not happy about Sonko. Not necessarily that I don't want him to go vie and do whatever he wants to do, because that's a chapter that we are coming into it. It's a precedence of, if you, we've had the constitution, now it's getting tested. So with the constitution, what it is, it's a precedence of now, if you get ukitolewa kwa government, what does that set a precedence of the law? Because the law is not just meant on the constitution, it's also meant by the precedence of what constitution, what laws, what cases have been there before. So if you get impeached, it's a gray area. So I don't have a problem with what the court said today to let Sonko go. What I have a problem is that they did it one day after Uhuru was seen with Sonko. So to many people, it looks like Uhuru had something on it. So me, I'm not happy about that. And that I can say for a fact, I don't like it. I wish they would have done that before, because it's something I wanted to watch very well. Because if you get impeached, are you never ever supposed to run? Or, what precedence of the law are we doing between now that we have between the 2010 constitution and where we are headed to? So the precedents that we make, we have to be very careful in what precedents we make, because the precedents also turns into be law. Whatever the court case happens, somebody can go to, and that's what lawyers go. They say, okay, in this case of Selena versus Bernard of 2000 and 2010, this is what they said, and that's what it needs to be, and that's how it needs to be. So the precedence is actually big, and that we have a new constitution. Let's move on to Eugene Wamalwa. I haven't said anything about that, but I still don't know where Ruto was when Kijana Wamalwa was the vice president, not the deputy at the time. And if Ruto, with his ignorance and arrogance, can understand that he's talking to the brother of a vice president, which is the seat he is sitting today, which is, he should have actually negated that seat and moved away out of it, and angefanya ile kitu baba alifanya, kujiondoa, resign Move on if you're such a man. Sasa unakuja kuambia tena umedharau wanawake tena. Wololo. Ati sasa kwa hivyo angekuwa mwanamke ungempiga. Kwa sababu ni mwanamke unataka kumpiga. Na kuna hizi story zote zinatokea unataka kupiga watu makofi. You know, and it's so sad. Anyway, somebody was talking earlier about Ruto and cult. Ruto is not running a cult. Ruto is a mafia. And I swear to God, I am saying it. It's a mafia. And I keep on saying it in this channel. Ruto runs a mafia. It's not a cult. He runs a mafia thing. Go read on John Gotti. Go read on Pablo Escobar. They went to churches. They made the society and gave them money. But I guess pesa inaisha. Squeezing nasikia ni 20 to 20. Kuna 25 to 25 wanapewa $50. And let me come back to my this guy. There was a guy called Otieno Kajwang. Otieno Kajwang at one point said, the kitchen is getting hotter and is gonna get hotter. If it's too hot, get out of the kitchen. Kumeharibika, na kimeumana, na kimeenda. Na saizi mimi naangalia 70% to 25% and 5 ya wale wengine huko kando kando. Martha Karua is, let me go to that. Martha Karua and Raila, they are what we have never had in our politics. And this is going to be a change of our politics. And I've seen the change come. I am not Martin Luther King. I am Martin, but I'm not Martin Luther King. But I will say I have seen the promised land. I have seen it. This is where Kenya changes and becomes
the glory land.
Huh? Sorry, Alex. Alex, what'd you say?
No, I say Martin Luther said, I've seen the glory land.
Yeah, I have seen it now. And even when you look, and I wanna give thanks to actually the dresser who dresses Mother Karua, because, and the people that actually advised them. I was watching them today when Raila came and then introduced Mother Karua, because I watch body language a lot. And you could see Jeanette, and she was very humble. She looked at Jeanette and Joho on the other side, and they told her, go. But the person that dresses Mother Karua, the way she's never worn a trouser, she just dresses like a lady. She wants to present herself as a lady in all that niceness. It changes the whole dynamics of everything. And you see them, the respect that she has and the charisma and everything. And then you want to appreciate that African lady. You know, the person is a genius. The person that dresses her tells her, don't wear jeans. You dress as a mother. Let's see you as a woman. That's what is always, I mean, it's just a charisma of something in the way Baba respects her. And she's just there. But when she speaks, actually, she's nowadays almost out. Baba almost kind of wants her to say more, because what she says, the message and everything. This is a point in Kenya where we're going to change everything, and is changing. And when you look at the two sides, I think mulifanya makosa bwana, na muache kukorekta watu Bernard. Now to be joking, I mean funny. Stop joke, wacheni kukorekta watu. Mnashinda hapa mkiwaambia no, endeni muongee hivi, sijui endeni mfanye hivi, haufai kuongea hivi. Wacha waongee venye wanaongea, wacha wapigane na bodaboda bwana. That's all we, because nowadays we're looking at what country we want to see and what maturity is coming into our country and what the government is. I am a proud Kenyan today. I am proud of Mother Karua. I'm proud of the Kenyan lady and all the ladies in the world, because we are seeing a change of guard. And like she said, it's time for the liberators to actually sit on that seat. Bernard, thank you so much. Happy belated birthday, Poleni, and thank you to everybody in the panel. and watchers.
Asante sana Martin and Alex. I can't see any video from you. I've checked everywhere, so
No,
I
it's
don't know
okay.
whether we are intercepted.
Yeah, it's okay. I sent them all together. All that you have played, I think, the first one,
No,
but it's okay. It's okay.
I was getting them from another strange number. It wasn't you.
That's my number. That's my office number.
Okay. So let me give it a last try. But we go back to where I think it's Ozzy. Julia, keep a brace on that. 1, 2, 3. Fondeto, she looks well dressed, but her history is known. Very hot tempered, no respect of anybody, including former president. If you people don't pray for me, I'll get rid of this Geoffrey Ruto. Because mimi siona kazi yake hapa kama if it's not to twist the reality. Spendi mtu mzima ana behave kama mtoto. If that is what you're calling politics, it doesn't tick at all with me. It's an insult to our intelligence. How can you be discussing the temper of one Mother Karua when you are dealing with a bomb in the name of William Ruto and supporting William Ruto? William Ruto has lost it with Bodaboda, lost it with Matiang'i, lost it with Eugene. Right now, you're talking about Mother Karua and President Moi 20 years ago. And you think you're debating? Grow up. Bwana Ozzy, take it from there.
Hello. Oh, yes, good evening. No, I've started. Good evening. Seba.
Okay, you have some housekeeping to do. Take it easy.
Oh, sorry for that. Yes, good evening, Julia, Bernard, Mama Selena, Martin, Alex, and Olara. You're saying that I can start from where he has left, but I'll start with the Sonko issue. I happen to have watched something, the IBC's response to the Sonko issue. And I was surprised as to the reason Chebukati is giving for which direction he wants to go. Chebukati is saying that he will refer the matter to the IBC legal team. But however, given that there are only 26 days to go, he thinks that they'll just proceed. Now, he was in attendance with some journalists who, some of them had asked him what IBC is going to do. And you remember Sonko's case, the main reason why it is where it is because it is pending in the Supreme Court. And so naturally, it was expected that if IBC had disqualified Sonko, and now the High Court has said otherwise, naturally, you would be expecting that he will go to the Court of Appeal. But Chebukati indicated that they will proceed because there is no time. Otherwise, they'll be late with the ballot papers. So when the journalist pinned him further, that is when he said the decision will be made when the IEBC legal team has met. Now, to imply that that you want to proceed because with the court order is almost implying that it's some that he prefers that Sonko be on the ballot. Now, in the recent few days, you realize that there have been some very strange signs that Sonko has been getting what you call more acknowledgement and support from different quarters, including the president himself. And even there were some allegations that Baba was welcoming Sonko to be in Azimio. But we do not know whether any of these are connected to that court decision. But nevertheless, I'm told that the issue of the Supreme Court should come out within the next 1 day or so. So then that would maybe either seal Sonko's case or otherwise. But on another ground, you wonder why it has taken the Supreme Court this long for matters which are elections, which have got a constitutional timeline. What the Supreme Court has been doing with the Sonko's case leaves a lot also to be desired. It is. So sometimes they say matters can be put on as a matter of urgency. In other case, they will be expressly listened to or heard in the courts. But Sonko's case is not a new thing. So why it has taken all this time to be listened to? And they can see that it is actually affecting the IEBC plans. Me, I'm at a loss at how the Kenyan courts function. Sometimes they say other issues have got a bigger picture, other smaller picture. How they arrive at what is bigger picture and the smaller picture, sometimes you are at a loss as to get. But nevertheless, let's hope the matter is sorted tomorrow or the day after. Then Sonko's case will be settled. Now, on the issue of the DP is still really a very worrying. The issue of his temper and what have you. Sometimes, personally, I used to think that sometimes when the politicians retire back at home, they try and look at the postmortem of what they have been doing out there in the field. And if he has been doing so, surely he must have come to the conclusion that he goes to the rallies to tell accused Baba that Baba is saying, Ujinga ilisha kitambo. I witnessed in another rally where he was asking vijana that si mumesoma, wanajibu ndio. Uko na college certificate? Ndio. Uko na degree certificate? Ndio. Wengine wako na PhD? Ndio. So Baba is saying kuna ujinga. Si ujinga ilisha kitambo? Yes. We are all educated people? Yes. Now, if he had been listening to himself, you realize that to persuade that class, that category of people that, kazi ni kazi, and then you want to give them what? With a wheelbarrow. So you go all the way, spending all these years in the university. Maybe you are even a doctor, a medical doctor of sorts, but we all acknowledge there are no jobs. But now you turn around and give them wheelbarrows. The two are seriously contradicting. But what do you hear from the crowd? They are clapping and cheering because of, I think, because of the tokens that they give. So the Kenyan electorate also is very difficult to understand. The DP himself seems not to listen to himself. He gives contradicting positions, and yet people are clapping for him. Today, in that rally where he was getting so annoyed, he kept asking the crowd questions. Now, when it turned out that one of the Bodaboda fellow there was answering questions differently, then he turned down against him and asked him, "You are talking as who?" And he's the one who had asked them a question. And that was a response from the crowd, and the gentleman was just one of the people in the crowd. He answered the question the way he felt. But there is the Ruto trying to now accuse him of coming to spoil the rally. You should learn that sometimes when you are at the rally, the platform, take the advantage that you are not asked questions. Just speak. But if you throw questions at the crowd, they can answer it whatever way they want. Now, I will conclude with the issue about the Wamalwa case. The Wamalwa case has sparked a lot of reactions across the country. And I remember somewhere in Trans Nzoia, some Wazees came up and literally they were asking that the DP should apologize. But other reactions also in Western were so volatile, as some of them were equally also, you could see people were really agitated, and what you see is that whatever happened has really annoyed them and has made people angry, and don't be surprised if people overreact. People may overreact, and if that is the case, it is actually amounts to a disturbance of peace. So I was just wondering, is it our Commission on Cohesion and Peace, whether they'll find it necessary to invite the DP to explain himself, because his utterances are actually causing a lot of disturbance of peace. Now, to end there, I wanted just to ask a question, whether Bob is not here today. I wanted to ask whether in Kenya, if somebody abuses you to this extent, whereby if they were near you, it will straight away provoke a fight, are such issues entertained in court? In other words, with this level of abuse, can Wamalwa actually approach the courts to to get some to address the case? I witnessed what is the reactions, and I was wondering what exactly is going on. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, let me. Can that be admitted in court? Yes, if he proves that the statement defames him, defamation of character, he can get a hearing, and if he proves it beyond shadow of doubt, he can be well compensated. I am privy to some media house that is paying the Deputy Chief Justice Felemona some millions for a story they carried out on her. And so it's not a walk in the park, and you cannot say that it was politics. You can't use that as a defense in the court of law. So if you will be late off the hook, it will be because Nani doesn't want to pursue that kind of a case. But I think he has nowadays those videos and Nini are admissible in the court of law. He just needs to prove that they are original, in the sense that you get that original clip that is not edited whatsoever and it's not transferred. If you get that and then you prove with our forensic audit that Uhuru opened the other day, mtu ataenda tu kamiti pole pole, ama atalipa mamilioni ya hela kwa mtoto yetu anaitwa Eugene. So hapo kuna kitu, kuna hela fulani hapo, kama tunataka tunaweza kuendea. Pili, the best punishment to give to William Ruto is not imprisonment. The best punishment to give to William Ruto, number one, is political punishment. So whatever he has given is going to give him a political beating in the places that were problematic. Bungoma and Trans Nzoia were looking like they're warming up to William Ruto, and wherever, of course, Madividi and Weta. Now, after this statement, that is gone. So I don't think they will make the 25 who are giving them in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, unless a miracle takes place. And the Bukus community, they are my in-laws. I know them. When it comes to grapevine, bad news spreading from house to house. It is like grass. It's not grass fire. It is fire that you cannot control at all. You can't control. Ni kama ile moto ya miwa. It from one plot to another, from one plot to another. If you remember well, Mukhiza Kitui was rejected in Kimilili. because he proposed that watu wasipande, badala ya kupanda miwa, badala ya kupanda mahindi wapande pilipili, kwa sababu amepata soko ya pilipili. So wakaanza kuulizana, yani mwana wewe uno arifwe kule kuchaka kama hindi kulia pilipili. And then you want us not to plant maize, we plant pilipili. Are we going to grind pilipili? Are we going to eat pilipili? How can you name on that premise? He was rejected.
Wacha nikuulize swali ya mwisho.
Yes.
Is there a time frame within which that case can be prosecuted?
No.
Can it come later on next year or any other time?
It can at any time. It can at any time, but as at now, it will serve. They want it to serve political purpose first. After the political purpose, they can work. They can follow up. Sorry, the legal redress. Will Eugene Wamalwa follow up that? I don't see him wanting to, but it can be advised otherwise. Right now is the new government they want. After the new government, mambo ingine italainika. Sioni kama wako tayari kwenda kotini sahi. Wanataka concentrate on delivering Bungoma, delivering Trans Nzoia, and ensuring that UDA gets zero. Okay? The main thing here is make sure that the yellow fever is not widespread in the country. It should be just spots here and there, especially in Western and other places. The UDF, the yellow fever needs to be locked up in North Rift, okay, in such a way that it will be just one spot of yellow, but the whole country is blue. When that is achieved, and which I believe is what the president and the rest of the Azimio people working on, it will be a great win, and it will be a total vanquish to one William Ruto, and that means he will be silenced permanently. He will not make noise another day. And because amejipuliza, shetani anapenda kujipuliza, lakini ukimsqueeze hivi, it was empty. So that's exactly what is going to happen. And if he doesn't take time, he has made a lot of enemies. You don't make enemies at home, make enemies abroad, make enemies in between, and expect to excel. No. So William Ruto has to retreat, go back to the village, apologize to the elders, and it will take time for the elders to trust him, because any apology he makes, it will be interpreted to be a political move, so he will not be trusted. He has a long way to go. In my opinion, ameharibu muda mrefu. Hata angerudi 2019, okay, wakati walikuwa falling out with Uhuru, angerudi Rift Valley, aombe wazee msamaha, bring on board, he will be doing significantly well politically right now. But aliwapuuza na kaendelea kupuuza. As at now, his case is almost unsalvageable. It cannot be salvaged. For 2022, it's finished. 2027, I don't think there is hope. As soon as there is vanquished and UDA becomes not a village party but a location party, it will be very difficult for him to give up, because the Rift Valley is going to run away with Gideon Moi. And the moment the Rift Valley runs away with Gideon Moi, the rest of the country is going to distance itself from William Ruto. William Ruto's comeback looks very bleak politically. He may not bounce back, and he made the mistake of thinking he's Raila Odinga. He can always make a comeback anytime. He doesn't have a constituency to use to get back. So he will be vying for presidency, but his vying for presidency will not be different from Dida, will not be different from that Kinyanjui man who has vied for presidents as long as the president ticket was available. That is how it's going to end up. And sorry for the UDA people. It is just because you followed somebody who doesn't regard the structures that are set in determining leadership in the country. And as long as that is done, you can't you can't ride on a system that is vomiting you. Okay, as soon as the system vomits you, it becomes impossible for you to get back. They will never trust you. They will always look at you with suspicion. William Ruto amejiharibia kabisa. Kwa maneno yangu marefu, mafupi na mengi na machache, naomba kung'atuka. Martin, is it me you want to challenge? Wakurugenzi wamefika, all night class teachers are coming. Daytime teachers should leave class. Yes, Martin, what is it?
Bernard, there's an article I want you to go look for. This lady, I can't remember her name, but I know the panelists will tell me. There's an article of a lady, she's a leader as we speak right now. And this leader, I don't know where the name is refusing to come in my mind, but she had a contract of providing gunslings for the prisons, and she was earning almost 103 billion out of it. Okay, there, somebody knows what I'm talking about.
It is the senator where matako kubwa.
Bas, the ones that wants to be, right? Yeah, and so Bernard, when you look at it, when you look at
anaitwa Millicent, sijui kama Innocent, something like
Omanga, that's the person I'm looking for. So she had, so Bernard, you tell me, no, tell me how you're going to, I mean, people, some of us know how guns are made. By the time the gun comes, has a sling. We had never even started making guns in Kenya until just this year. How do you provide gunslings? Do you know what a gunsling is? And you're getting that money, almost, I mean, billions. And then you come and, you know, Kenya, we need, Bernard, I don't know what you guys are doing down there, but you guys need to really, really sit down with yourselves and these guys that you call waheshimiwas, they're your public servants. Sijui sisi tukikuja tutafunga wote, like Wajakoya says, tutanyonga kila kitu. Most of us that live out here will get a place where we can just shoot them. It's so stupid, and that's why Baba and Mama are saying we know where the money is. We know where the money is. To give the 6,000, we know where it is. Because now, how do you provide a gunsling in Kenya? Well, every time you've been provided with guns, ukiletewa gun ni kitu yenye una shoot your time. It's only now that we've started that. And who provides a gunsling while you already have a gun? And it's so dumb when you find easy corruption when you wanazifanyanga. She has, I don't know what, 2 companies or whatever. Now, they don't even have CEOs. It's just she provided a company, and then you have a contract of a gunsling. You know, I watched it. I read that article, and I almost puked because I'm like, karibu nitapike. Bona ini nini sasa gunsling? Do you know what it is? I mean, wacheni mzo pia nyenyi, kwendeni huko bwana. Hii Kenya tutabadilisha, watu waende jela na waanze kurudisha, hata madhakarua afunge kila mtu, hata kama ni mkubwa aje, na mkate miti kabisa, sugoi kabisa. Kwisha, hii akue as watu wanamuitaga Iron Lady. She needs to be that, na afunge kila mtu. Unless make a deal na government, umerudi, kimbia haraka, go make your deal, waambie ni kurudishie hii. Kabla maneno yumane. I hope she will live to her word that atafunga kila mtu mwenye akone ujinga. That's just stupidity, because that's money that could have helped people. Mtu anateseka huko, anabeba mtoto, hata anafunga napi ya kuosha badala ya diaper. It's disheartening. And these people who want to make those just work hard for yourself, bwana. Most of us, we work hard. We are not rich. We try to get it there. But we work a straight life that what you get is yours. Hizi vitu zingine watu ndio maana wanauana kwenda politics. Politics hata ufai kulipwa. I wish wanaweza teremsha hiyo mshahara. Mtu akai private huko.
So, thank you, Martin. I think your propositions are valid and they will be looked at. Just allow me to respond to this, Geoffrey Ruto. Say, let me give you say, Bernard, let me give you a piece of advice. Gideon may not get back the Senate come this general election. So if you are depending on him, then you are missing something. I am not depending on Gideon Moi. I know the Kalenjin nation is not going to the opposition with William Ruto. That's what I know. It's a fact. And if you don't know, then your name Ruto does not, it means it's not true. You don't know where that name came from. The Kalenjin nation is going with Gideon Moi into the government to leave William Ruto with his UDA and yellow fever outside government. And when that happens, whether Gideon Moi gets the seat or not is irrelevant. All they want is to be in government. And as soon as they're in government, everything will change as far as the Kalenjin nation and where they will be voting in 2027 is concerned. And one thing that they will not forgive one William Ruto is what he has done. Disregard their elders, go ahead and risk them from being thrown into the cold for 5 years. They will not forgive him. So if you are banking on one William Ruto, you are the one banking on the wrong thing. Look at it keenly, and we'll be here to analyze it properly. Gideon Moi will be in government with or without the Senate. And as long as he's in government, every other person outside government in the Kalenjin nation is gone completely. Themba Julia, naomba muendelee kutoka hapo. Wengine wote asante sana kwa mchango wenu na support. Tafadhali watu wa Facebook, vuka taarifa, okay? Vuka ya YouTube. Subscribe kwanza. Usikae Facebook peke yake kwa sababu Facebook inaanza kutupatia kiwewe na sisi hatutaki kiwewe. Tutakuwa YouTube alafu tutaongeza another platform, but for now subscribe on YouTube and hit that notification bell. Usikae Facebook ukafikiria tutakuwa huko milele. Kuna shida nayo, kwa hivyo ebuka shida kabla ufungiwe nje. Asante.
Asante Bernard, kwa captaincy. Fanya kazi mzuri, endelea hivyo hivyo, Mungu akupe nguvu. Naona pia mahubiri umeshika sana, watu wakuje wasikize mahubiri huko kwa kwa Mutembei. Wale kama Kuseo naona saa zingine hasomi Biblia sana, aje hapo Mutembei asikize neno la Mungu kutoka kwa mchungaji. Asante. Julia, you can take it up.
God said don't judge. God said, Bernard, why don't
no,
you?
Pastor is here. I'm not judging. I'm just saying that.
It is written somewhere. Do not judge.
It's not a matter of.
I read Quran.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying Pastor is preaching here. Kindly find time to listen to Pastor also. Julia, you can take it up.
Okay, I think Kuseo unakaa kama unasoma vitabu vingine hapo wenye pengine havikusaidii sana. So okay, I think Themba, I think you speak and you take over. The only person who has not spoken here is Mr. Wangira. Hao wengine wameongea, pengine wakitaka kurudia. So make your presentation, Themba, and then you welcome Wangira. Karibu.
Let me allow Wangira to come in, and then I'll join you in a bit. Wangira, karibu. I'll join you in a bit. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is a good morning here in Kenya. I don't know what time it is wherever you are, but let me say good morning and good evening to all of you. Let me just make a quick submission, and I'll start with the issue of anger the anger that William Samoei Ruto is exhibiting, you know, anger could be a problem just as alcoholism is a problem to many people. And you know, there is a Roman writer called Seneca who said, anger comes not from affection, but from weakness. So if you see a person who always exhibits anger, then that is a very, very weak person. You know, the anger in William Samoei Ruto, you know, exposes him as a very, very weak leader because, you know, a strong leader is supposed to be a leader who can withstand. You know, look at the guy like the late Mzee Mwai Kibaki, you know. You know, Mwai, it was very, very hard to see Mwai Kibaki explode in public. You know, I used to joke around that, you know, Mwai Kibaki is the type of man, even in his own house, you know, kids could fight and fall on him. And, you know, he could assume as if nothing has happened. You know, that is how leaders are supposed to be. Because even if you look at even for some of you who live in the states, you discover that you'll discover that a guy like George Washington, you know, Washington also had hunger problems, but you know he was forced to go to learn how he could curb his anger because he was being a public leader, and if you're a public leader, you know, hunger must not be seen. You know, you must always hide it. You know, even if it's your weakness, you must always hide it. You know, just like alcoholism. If you are a leader, but you know you like your glass, you know, you must never be seen to be, you know, in the public to be a person who's always drunk. And you know, that is why, you know, if William Ruto does not manage his anger and the way we are seeing things, we saw him slap. We know the story when he slapped the late Ruben Chesire in 1997. And you know, that time he was a young man in his 20s and he was slapping an old man who was already in his 50 something years. We know his case where he claimed that he almost slapped you know, he almost slapped Uhuru Kenyatta. He himself said he almost slapped Uhuru Kenyatta. The other time we are told by Eugene Wamalwa that, you know, he almost slapped Eugene Wamalwa. We have told of stories where he confronted Matiang'i, you know, and there's so many, many stories of anger around William Samoei Ruto. So I wonder, that if in this country we had what the Americans call the nuclear football. The nuclear football is that briefcase that carries the nuclear switch. I don't know much about it, but I've heard about it, that the nuclear football, the one that the president always carries along with, you know. And if you were to entrust such a briefcase to somebody like William Samoei Ruto, you know, this is a guy who will explode the world in 1 minute just because of a very, very small thing. Eh? And I'm also imagining, just as Commander in Chief, William Samoei Ruto as Commander in Chief, and we had issues like the issues that we have had with Somalia, you know, where with issues that we have had with Somalia. This is a guy who will declare war without thinking, and that makes him not, you know, qualifying to become the president of the Republic of Kenya. Because if you're a hungry person, then you know you are likely to take a country to the wrong direction. You could even take the country to war. And that's why president must be patient. President must be people who can listen. Presidents must be people who can ignore issues. I remember President Uhuru Kenyatta was in Migori not long ago, and somebody threw a shoe at him. I'm just imagining if that person who threw a shoe at President Uhuru Kenyatta tried to throw a shoe at William Samoei Ruto. If it was William Samoei Ruto, what could have been the consequences of that person who threw a shoe at Uhuru Kenyatta? Could you have seen the police move in? Could you have seen people starting shooting it to the public? You know, there are many questions that are coming out that are making us think twice on why William Samoei Ruto should not be elected to become the president of this republic, because his anger is now becoming a real problem and is now the greatest weakness that he holds, because we don't want to have a person who is angry. You know, a hungry person, you know, will not be in a position to lead this country well, especially with the challenges that we have. You know, we already have social problems, we have political problems, and at most we have serious economic problems. In fact, we must just we should not cheat anybody. Whoever will become president on the 9th of August this year will face serious economic problems equal to what perhaps is being experienced in Sri Lanka. So this must be a patient person. So imagine if you have a person like William Ruto with his hunger and facing similar economic situations like the ones that are being faced in Sri Lanka. What will he do? Will he deploy the military on the streets? Will he send the army on the street to attack the people if the people start demonstrating? So this question around anger on William Samoei Ruto must make people think twice, especially those who are planning to vote for him on the 9th of August 2022. Oh, I understand that Sonko has been cleared by the High Court to vein and is now going to run for the Momata gubernatorial seat. And to me, I tend to think that nothing in this country politically happens in coincidence. I remember just the other day, yesterday was Wednesday, Tuesday. On Tuesday, Sonko met Raila Odinga and Martha Karua, and for the first time, I saw that cordial relationship between Raila Odinga and Sonko. Hata akavalishwa kofia na Raila Odinga on that day. And later on, he joined President Uhuru Kenyatta in his tour in Nairobi. So, I started asking myself, what is it this that is coming up? And you remember it was only a day before the court was was likely to be clear, and that's why they were trying to make good rapport with him. This is not just a coincidence. And I think now Raila Odinga will allow it to work in whoever favor, whether it will work in the favor of the young Nasir or in the favor of Gideon Mike Sonko. He'll allow, the political course to take its way. And I understand today Raila Odinga will be in Mombasa, and we want to see how the Nasir and Sonko matter will play on the political podium. Finally, I watched last evening briefly. There was this interview done by Wafula Chebukati, and the various personalities from our Kenyan media houses. And the question that came up seriously yesterday was on the issue of trust. People were asking, how do we trust you, Mr. Chebukati, that we are not going to experience the same problems that we experienced in 2017? Somebody asked him, one of the media personalities asked him that, in 2017, you told us that you cannot assure us of a free and fair election. You remember after the election was nullified in August, and the court ordered for the repeat election, Chebukati came out clearly that, and said that, given the circumstances then, you could not have assured Kenyans of a free and fair election. So those are some of the questions that came up. And, the issue was trust. How do we trust you? How do we trust you? That was the major question. How do you trust you? And, he tried to convince Kenyans that, unlike 2017, they have worked hard to ensure that this particular election will be free and fair, and even quoted the TIFA opinion poll that has rated the trust level by Kenyans for IBC at 60%. And he said, as much as it doesn't look very good at 60%, but it's something to make them feel that they can make things work in this country. So because he has promised us that we are going to see a better situation than that we saw in 2017, today I want to take from where Julia always tells me, I don't want to be a pessimist today. Let me be optimistic that come the 9th of August 2022, that Wafula Chebukati will deliver a free, fair, and credible election for the people of Kenya. So, for benefit of doubt today, let me just believe that come the 9th of August, Wafula Chebukati will deliver a credible election. Perhaps that's all that I have to say for now. Asante.
Thank you, Angira. I hope Kuseo will also encourage us and tell us that we're going to have a credible election. And I think my take about the election, Mr. Angira, I don't believe that it's possible to have 100% credible election. with or without Chebukati interfering, because sometimes the politicians will interfere with this. And one of the ways that I've been saying is through having dead and absent voters voting. So the solution here is to make sure that we have our agents on the ground, especially in for Azmio. We got to have strong agents in Mount Kenya region, because Ruto is going to work very hard to prove a point that he has Mount Kenya in his pocket. He is going to, that is what is driving the man insane. Sasa hiyo hasira yote amepelekea watu wa Western samahani. We want to ask we understand you, we feel you. It is called displaced aggression. You know, I think in psychology, somebody taught us about displaced aggression. Kuna saa zingine bibi anachapa watoto on behalf of the husband because hawezi chapa bwana. Sasa Ruto amejipata kwamba he can see the numbers. You see, Mr. Angrily, Ruto can see the numbers. He can see the picture. You know, he's not dumb. Though I've been thinking he's very dumb.
Are you saying his anger is misdirected?
Yes, it is misdirected. Ni vile tu inakupata. Mr. Angrily, you people, you have to be careful. If you are planning to go for Ruto's meeting, atakurushia mawe ama kiti. He might throw a chair on somebody because he can see the picture. He can see the picture. He can see himself losing. You people look at this picture. This man saw himself winning. And I think up to last year, alikuwa ametunyamazisha sana. Anajigamba, anatukana president, anaita mkutano wakiwa na kina Kuria, wanatukana president, wanapronounce themselves the kingpins of Mount Kenya region. I mean, and you know why they were feeling like that, Kuseo? There's this thing in Kenya that people, I think it's an assumption, I don't know how true that is, that if you have votes from Mount Kenya region, you're going to make it as a winner of the presidency. But I don't know how true that is, because it is yet to be proven. It is yet to be proven. So Ruto alikuwa na jigamba ameweka Mount Kenya region in his pocket, not knowing what he did was not genuine. You know, like kwenda makanisani kupatiana pesa, giving people, it is not everybody in Mount Kenya region was going to buy that. Another thing that has frustrated him is that though he looked like he had a crowd in Mount Kenya region people, we go back to tribal voting. He forgot that. He forgot that Mount Kenya region are as tribal as any other community in Kenya, and they will come out kumira when their own is vying. And they have done that twice or thrice. Let me say they have done thrice, because when in 1992, when we had Matiba and Kibaki, Matiba was number 2 and Kibaki was number 3, which means they came out for both. They managed to come out for Matiba and they came out for Kibaki. Look at how, and Odinga was number 4. Can you see that? That even when they had their 2 at the forefront, they came out for them. Then when we had 2002, they came out for Kibaki. Now, Ruto, that is where I've been questioning his intelligence. I'm sorry, I got to question his intelligence. He thought that he's going to inherit his boss a voting block after insulting his boss. That was a miscalculation. If he had respected his boss, I think he would have been right to assume that he's going to inherit his boss voting block. But now he miscalculated that. But even if Uhuru was still going to back Ruto, I would have seen a situation of voter apathy. People are still very tribal. Hawangetoka vile kusema ati ni Ruto anasimama hata kama Uhuru anamtetea. They would have been like, I can't waste my time queuing, making a long queue for Ruto. So he miscalculated that. Then to add salt to injury, he insulted his boss. So these people who would have been shingo upande kumpigia kura if his boss was supporting him, now had a good reason to vote for the opponent.
Then let me ask you,
Mm-hmm.
why did he throw away the biggest advantage that he had when the easiest thing was to do the opposite?
Yes.
That I don't understand.
Yeah, that is what I could say. I need someone to help me understand how intelligent is Ruto. Mimi nataka mtu anisaidie kumwelewa kwa sababu he had the opportunity of carrying even his boss briefcase and saying yes sir for only 5 more years. Alafu saizi tungekuwa tunagombana kwamba ati Uhuru is supporting a corrupt man, you know, that would be a fight. Yeah, would be arguing here. Should Uhuru support a corrupt man? And there will be a lot of confusion in Mount Kenya region because they, at one point, they don't want to let down their president. Another, you see, that's how they but now Ruto gave the leeway. He called his boss names. He disrespected him in public. And even when things are becoming so bad, anaanza kuambia wazee ati nitaka kuchapa Uhuru coffee. Then when that clip comes out, that audio comes out, if I were him, I really think somebody here, Mr. the Ruto, the Geoffrey Ruto, who is here na wengine, if you can reach Ruto, please give him a call. Tell him, if I were him, nisikie hiyo audio imetokea. Ningesema, kusiana kwambia, mimi ningeruka ningesema, I was taken out of context. I cannot slap my boss. I respect my boss very much. Mimi ningesema hivyo. What did he say, Kuseo? Do you remember what Ruto said when that audio came out? Alisema nini?
He was saying that the president was like, he kitu tuachana nayo, isn't it? And then he said he got so worked up, he started saying that sisi wote tumetokea watu milioni sijui ngapi, tunakupigia, alafu no way, hii haiwezekani.
Alafu akasema ati even if it meant slapping him for tupate hiyo kitu ningemslap. Si alisema hivyo. Alikuwa nauza ati iko nini baya kama niko namsaidia, which means he didn't say anything wrong by saying that he could slap his boss. And how did Uhuru put it? Uhuru twisted it and said, kama angenichapa pande hii, ningempatia pande hii for the sake of this country. So how did that come out? It came out that Uhuru was not hungry for power and he was hungry for power. It also came out this, that Ruto would rather have people die. Uhuru would rather save lives, but Ruto would rather have people die for the sake of power. That's how it came out. Now, and then when now Ruto goes around and says that nilipatia huyu mtu, nisaidia huyu mtu kuwa cabinet secretary, and he has said many times that mimi ndio nisaidia Uhuru apate mamlaka. Me, my take Kuseo, Uhuru really helped Ruto become deputy president because that is the only highest seat he'll ever get in this country, and he'll never ascend again to anywhere. So he should be thanking Uhuru for having become deputy president at least for 10 years in this country.
For 10 years.
Yes, he should be very thankful. And then you see this man, Mr. Angira, tell me which intelligence in this. Just before the Uhuru saga slap goes down, and anaanza kuchokozwa, mara anasema ati ataka kunislap. Somebody else was to be slapped.
Matiang'i.
I would not have addressed that. I'm telling you, I would have let Wamalwa talk about it, and I would not allow anyone to address that slapping thing. I will not even reply. What does he do? Anaenda kwa Waluya. Na nyinyi mnajua Waluya ile wana value maneno ya kuitwa wanaume. Nyinyi Waluya maneno ya kuwa wanaume, that is a very important thing to them. And then he goes and calls a whole Luya man mwanamke. And he calls a whole Luya man mwanamke. And this is the Luya community he's trying to pinch some votes. Anajaribu says attack 20%. And then he's disrespecting the women. That is one. Meaning, women can be done for anything. You see, can be slapped, can be kicked, can be insulted. Ati wewe ni mwanamke. Mwanamke is a thing. It's like mwanamke is a thing there. So, wale wanawake wenye, even those, and then the Luyas are like, okay, yani he's calling our son mwanamke. You see, that is so hard. So people are saying on the comments.
Then he ropes in the Wetangula.
Yes.
And the other time he was saying how Wetangula alichapwa na
bibi yake.
Now Wetangula was clapping and
So let me ask you. Sasa yeye ameona votes zimeenda, Orana nitakupatia nafasi. Ameenda votes zimeenda. So when he goes to this meeting wenye alitaka kuchapa mtu wa bodaboda, hiyo hasira ilikuwa inapanda. So if you people don't go to Ruto's meeting, he'll throw chairs on you. So this guy is losing it. He's going nuts. I'm telling you. And one of these fine days, he will say more vulgar things than, in fact, he'll do worse things. So be prepared. Drama unfolding from William Samoei Ruto. It's loading. William Samoei Ruto drama loading. Yes,
he dares say that the president has one vote. Surely.
And then he's asking the president atistaki hiyo vote yako sasa ati niwachie mtu akitendawili. Sasa this guy is going to run mad, and unfortunately the more he runs mad, the more Kenyans are like Kenyans are like, if you can slap the president because you want power, if you can slap anybody in this country and call them wanawake, you are the only man in this country. So this is our time to teach you that you are less than what you think about other people. We're gonna humble you. You know, there are Kenyans, I want to tell you the truth. There are Kenyans who will come out to vote just to humble Mr. William Samoei Ruto, to make sure he's so humbled that he never opens his mouth again. Maybe we can hear. Olara wants to say something. Olara, I think you have something to say.
Asante Julia, Asante Josep. No, the problem is always been the moral compass we treat ourselves in and we treat our leaders. Today, it was Ruto who was in bad Lakini. At the same time, we had a former governor who was given a red carpet reception. Lakini, this is not the important thing. The important thing is first, let's get a right leadership for this country. And this right leadership should come through Azimio. And direction was given by President himself. He said that he cannot do much because he was lenient, and he has endorsed Martha. Now, your endorsement of Martha should be something we should take Uhuru back to retirement with, and then bring Martha in to complement it. The moment Martha becomes lenient under Baba, then we'll have a bigger problem than we thought we have now. Kama we have because Baba and Martha ticket is being sold as a moral ticket. These are people who are having the country in heart. They should not fail us. They shall never fail us. Because the other generation will be the worst generation. Maybe we'll go a Kagame way. Maybe we'll go a Museveni way. And to some extent, we may lose both ways. We'll have those Lambo 12 generation to come and take over the country. Because the moral compass of a country should be maintained. Ruto destroyed our churches. He made them listen to monies. He made them listen to, even he introduced politics in the churches. He was very keen to get.
I think he incited them. He incited the churches against other people.
Yeah, no, because no, to some extent, he confused or demoralized or demoralized our faith systems. If a pastor can take a Land Rover, Range Rover out, then bless the same guy who says, kill them, take them anywhere, then you can understand how we are now in the situation we are in now. Because the same money was taken to a church was not Ruto's money. It was actually our money, not taken, stolen, then bribe our faith systems. You come, you get a whole diocese of maybe Nakuru, this Catholic, you bribe the highest priest there, then you have the endorsement, then the whole system is gone down. And
Lara,
then you
let me ask you, Lara. Let me ask you a question.
Yes, yes.
If you are in the shoes of the pastors and the priests, and here is somebody who is donating a Range Rover to you, what would you do?
You see,
unamwombea Mungu amuongezee zingine. Si ndio?
no. We have been very firm in this channel. Such people should not get audience. Such people should not get. We only advise the preachers and the diocese to take their money only, but we have never allowed them to influence other people. We are very firm here in this channel. Hakuna mtu akuja tudanganya hapa. We have to expose them. We have only 26 days to go to do that. And we are here. We are not sleeping because we want to ensure that that lie is not continuing, or anyone who's carrying the same excuses like okay, ningefanya no. Sisi tumeshaamua, sisi watu tungefanya nini? Saizi tunataka kufanya Kenya lazima irudi, tuwe na dawa kwa dispensaries, tuwe na chakula kwa shelves. Mtu akiuza kibiriti barabarani apate pesa kununua unga. Umeelewa hiyo? Uza kibiriti ya shilingi 5, lakini hiyo faida at the end of the day upate unga upeleke nyumbani na sukuma moja. Tengeneza baskili barabarani, ukitoka kwa hiyo kazi yako utoke na unga moja na kasukuma moja upeleke kwa nyumba, watoto wakule, na baadaye usave something upeleke watoto kwa shule. Na vile baba amesema hakuna school fees. This is somewhere to recover our systems. Na ni kuangalia Kuese, wewe ni mzee kama mimi. Tulisoma wakati tulikuwa kwa dispensaries. Tulisoma wakati city council ilikuwa inachukua uchafu mbele ya nyumba yetu. Na tulimea wakati tulikuwa na street lights kwenye hata ingewaje Kibira, ingewaje wapi, Umoja wapi. Those old estates, they were having services there. Na kama baba amesema hakuna school fees, then the MPs will only work for their own jobs. Hii mambo ya bursaries inaleta shida kwa MPs. 100 millions per constituency, they project that to finance their next elections. Mimi kama baba angekubali Mama Selina akiwa hapa angepropose kwa Martha, amwambie Martha hii mababasari sitolewe kwa sababu nini? We have no fee from next year baba kichukua. Kama hakuna fee, there's no bursaries. Alafu hiyo Constituency Development Fund is the major corruption avenue. It kept us in the bondage. Kama you support to that MP, you'll never get any help from that MP. No, because I'm a very emotional person. Hiyo kitu is very personal to me. Hii mambo Constituency Development Fund, na vile baba amesema atafanya no fee from next year. Hiyo kitu, let's fight to disrupt the MPs to have the money to disband, give bursaries, give that. This is corrupting our morals. This is corrupting our churches. This is corrupting our children. We do not raise children who their fee are paid by a politician. They'll never see us as fathers. They look at politicians. They have to be politicians to provide for others. Hiyo ni makosa kubwa sana. Hiyo development fund ya MPs, it must be disrupted. I want whoever has influence to Azimios, they cannot do it now, but they can do it after.
Lara, a point of information. You know the story of the CDF?
Of course, I know it.
You know that it is unconstitutional.
Yeah, it has been always unconstitutional.
Then do you know why it is still there?
Because
despite the
MPs
fact that
support
it's
it.
unconstitutional.
Because MPs benefit from it.
No, the MPs dangle it as the carrot. In other words, before Baba could even have his budget passed, the MPs, as you imagine, they refuse to pass his budget. What is he going to do without the CDF? That is what they did for Uhuru at one point.
Sasa ndo hiyo. This is I thank you for supporting my submission. You're the most we can undo with it in the first 100 days ni hiyo constitutional CDF hiyo. Sasa wamesema NGOs, governments, but it's still the same fund. That fund is funding all MPs here to be re-elected. It's not even helping us. They use only 20% of it to support bursaries, but 100 million every year, they use it to just sustain themselves and rebuild their campaign machineries. The idea is to recampaign. Hiyo kitu, Bernard, Julia, Mr. Njiru, mkikija, na Alex Kota na Alex ni kisirani nasikia saizi. He'll give us some data on that. Mr. Wanjira, rudi hapa. Utupatie data.
Wanjira vile anasema asante. Yeah, we got
you. Sana. Warudi hapa, waende kwa datas, how we lose 100 million, then only 20 million is used for bursaries. The rest of it, they just refurbish another school, 2 classes there, then they say the NGFS or something there for the MP. No.
Thank you, Olara. Thank you. Asante. Tumeshukuru. Mr. Olara is right. We can finance our education without necessarily increasing the budgetary allocation on education. I totally agree with him. Now, Mr. Angrily, you had something to say before we bring, I don't know whether Alex is here. Alex, are you there? Mr. Angrily?
Yeah, Angrily anaweza ongea.
Okay. Mr. Angrily, you had something to say?
Angira, ongea.
Oh, thank you very much. You know, I just wanted to pick up briefly on this issue of William Samoei Ruto. You know, William Samoei Ruto has been naked since 2019, as early as 2019. And you know, in this country, we have these people we call drinking buddies. You know, drinking buddies are these people, you know, whenever you are in the bar, you are the only one who always buys. And you know, these people will never tell you, even where you are wrong. They will keep you pressing you, even when you are doing things wrongly. You know, unfortunately,
Ruto does not drink.
That's an analogy. That's an analogy, my brother. So, William Ruto, since 2019, has had drinking buddies in the name of guys like Moses Kuria, guys like Ndindi Nyoro, guys like Gachagua, guys like Alice Wahome, and a number of them. You know, we cannot dispute the fact that William Ruto enjoys political energy. He has some ability to plan and even adapt. We cannot ignore that. We cannot also ignore that he also enjoys some political luck, you know.
Just a moment, Mr. Angrily, sorry for disrupting. Mr. Getachew there. Don't call people fools. You are asking whether you want to be blocked because I'm going to block you. So I suggest that you use a bit of decorum, even and interact on the chat. Endelea, Mr. Angrily.
So we can also not dismiss that he has enjoyed some political luck since 1992 when he joined politics up to now 30 years. You know, but this guy chose to ignore the political environment that we live in the Republic of Kenya. And that's why, and he ended up overrating himself. And, you know, in the name of what I'm now calling drinking buddies, they also help him to have the so-called drinking buddies also helped him to overrate himself, and that's the reason why, there were times he was calling himself the Mount Kenya kingpin. He was telling people that he was telling other politicians that you cannot get into Mount Kenya, unless you come through me. There's that verse in the Bible that unless you go through Jesus Christ, then you not get into salvation. You see, so the salvation for anybody who wanted to get into Mount Kenya, according to William Ruto, was through passing through William Ruto, and that's why I'm telling you that the problem with William Ruto were those guys I call drinking buddies, who failed to read the Kenyan history. You remember William Ruto told us that he does not believe in history, so they failed to read the Kenyan history. One thing, then they forgot the moment of the time. They forgot that they were operating under a very different environment, and so they helped William Ruto to overrate himself. So 26 days to the general elections, William Ruto has discovered that things are not what they are. No. As much as they were assuring him 2 years ago that he was going to win this election, now it has come out clearly that he is not winning this election. And that's why, you are seeing a very hungry William Samoei Ruto. Me, I see a scenario that after the 9th of August 2022, after Wafula Chebukati declares that he has lost these elections, we are going to see a rogue William Ruto, the way a rogue lion behaves, If you confront a rogue lion, you know what it will do to you. I'm seeing a scenario where we'll have a rogue William Samoei Ruto, and even to some of these people who are his drinking buddies, people like Wakina Moses Kuria, people like Wakina Alice Wahome, people like Wakina Gachagua, people like Wakina Ndiji Nyoro, I'll see them avoid him because immediately William Ruto is declared to have lost this election. I see him, I see a scenario where he'll slap a few of them for having cheated him. Julia.
Killing.
For having cheated him. So the problem with William Ruto was nothing else but the drinking buddies who failed to tell him that, Mr. William Ruto, here politically, you are naked. They have told him in 2019 that, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, you are naked here and you need to look for some clothes to put on. The scenario could not be what it is for him today. And today, but unfortunately, it's too late in the night today. Only 26 days to the next general election. There's nothing much he can do. He is naked. Everybody has seen him naked. The kids have seen him naked. His age mates have seen him naked. Everybody has seen him naked. So even if he tries to put on clothes today, now, everybody knows his nakedness. So there's nothing much that he can do today. So, William Ruto should just prepare himself for a huge defeat come the 9th of August 2022, Julia. Let me just leave it at that, Asante.
Allow me to ask Magira that question. I hear what he says.
Can't we talk other people, honestly? I mean...
Alex, I didn't know you are there.
No, we've been here. We've been here. I was here before you came. No, Nani, we came here before you came. Everybody came. We were just answering questions. We have not made submission. You don't have to ask a question after everybody.
Okay, Alex, make
Let us allow Alex. Alex has been here for longest. We have been here for almost 4 hours with Alex.
Okay, let's mute. Alex, please make your presentation. Then, Juru, you can follow after Alex.
No, we've been having a very good presentation here, and we've been listening, to the ideas, which is very educative. I don't know, my camera keeps on coming and refusing. Let me try one more time. If it refuses, there's nothing I can do. Thank you. I think a couple of months ago, the president was very keen and observant, and he warned Ruto, and he said that I know what leadership is. It's not a marathon, it's a sprint. And I wish Ruto could have taken that advice. Ruto amechoka. He's making endless mistakes. If there was a place he could have made a mistake, ni KWALE, but not in Bungoma. When we were doing the numbers, Bungoma was paining me. Ungeona the numbers za Bungoma, what Didmas has done, you know, huyu mtu hata kama Wetangula tunamkataa, Wetangula is also a mafia, is a crocodile, is a submarine when it comes to election. These people have been in politics and they know how to circumvent and lie and do everything they can in their powers. But I thank God. In America, we call it October surprises. October surprises are really bad because October surprises is 3 weeks to election. In every election in America, presidential candidates have made grave mistakes that made the other person a president. I'll give you an example. Romney was going to beat Obama pants down, but he went to a meeting and labeled people and said 43%. When that clip came out, CNN hammered every day, and Romney lost in an election that he could have won. We know Al Gore, the same thing. Al Gore was winning was it 2002 election? For those like Olara who know, 3 weeks to the election, then he said, I invented the internet. And then in the debate, he also made so many mistakes. So we are talking about the last stretch when people are making grave mistakes. And the problem that Ruto is having is one, unlike Baba. Ruto is a one-man show. When he is not in Vihiga, when he is not anywhere, there is nobody who comes to his. I think there were pictures that were coming the other day to places like, was it Mudavadi who was trying to campaign in his own county and there were just very few people. So when Ruto is there, so Ruto is doing all the work, as people have said. He's the MC, is everything, and actually he's not doing podium rallies anymore. He's doing road shows, you know, because he can't manage to do that. So if I was Ruto for 1 week, I will take a sabbatical leave, relax, to have my 2-week stretch so that I can be able to do the inevitable, at least become number 2. Now, the mistake that he has made is so grave that he cannot correct it. I was privileged to go to school, to Lugulu Primary School, from class 1 to class 7. And I'm telling you, when they are in class 5, those people from Western will tell you, they start preparing for initiation. The initiation process is not like ours in Kisii or others. Every community have their own initiation ceremony. You take those chinyimba. I wish anybody will go to Google and Google out and look at the initiation and circumcision ceremony for Luya community. Wanatolewa shule mapema before that time. Wanaenda wanapiga chinyimba, and before the day they are cut, they go through a very rigorous process. So for you to insult a Bukusu in that manner, anybody who saw that funeral ambayo ilikuwa kule ya Wangamati, the sentiments, the emotions, the rebuttals were basically saying this guy is not going. It was an indicative. In a funeral whereby you could have found somebody like the senator and the Lusaka, who is also not a bad guy because he interacts with all of them. But everybody from UD and Kenya Kwanza kept off because they understood the mistake that Ruto had made. Now, my conclusion to that is this. We must thank God for handing us that one to us because it has changed the narrative. There is one mama who said, huyu anatukana wanaume wetu ambao walitoa matiti yetu kutoka kusimama imelala, sasa tumekuwa wanawake. Huyu anajua anafanya nini? And there is nothing as bad as a woman raising emotions for men and also for women. So I think Ruto has given us a present. So let us not complain. Let us thank God. Ruto is giving us the October surprise. So in the coming election, we are going to have, Kenya is going to call it July surprise, July gift. So he has given us a gift and we need to thank God for that. Kuseo, you know, when we started doing the numbers, ulikuwa unanisumbua sana. When I brought you KWALE, you were not believing until the last minute. Then you had to swallow that, professorial pride and say, you know what, numbers are numbers. Julia disparaged me, said, no, they are true, but you are too negative. I was not negative. That's how the numbers were. So today we have redeemed.
Name two sons of Wamalwa huyo Eugene. He has kids. Name them here, because before you conclude.
No, So we have been handed a gift, and let us use that. Coming to Mombasa and the coast, we had no option. This man Kalonzo came in, but he came with his own problems. We accepted him because leaving him outside was going to be detrimental. Coming in was going to be detrimental. It's a story of getting married. Whether you stay single or whether you get married, you are going to regret either. So, I mean, when he came in, we knew that his only plan was to bring the Kamba votes and try to make sure that he tells us that the Kambas are. And I think Kuseo had an interaction with PK a couple of weeks, and then PK said a statement that for us, how we view Wiper is different from how you view it. And he told us, mpende, musipende. Then Kuseo asked, umesema mpende, musipende? And I remember that conversation. And then he started a rally from Nairobi. He did not go to Machakos Amani. Alienda kutoka Mlolongo all the way mpaka Mombasa. And when he got to Mombasa, that is where he started his own force. When you look at KWALE today, and PK asked, who has chosen a Kamba running mate in KWALE? It is Chipapa, okay? And then I said it here and you almost knocked me down. The good thing is that my sister Ida Barak called me today and told me, you are right. In Likoni, Mishi Mboko is having a problem. Called me today and told me, Mishi Mboko is having a problem in Likoni. So Sonko coming in, it's not about Nairobi only. Sonko coming in is critical to make sure that now we negotiate so that UDA does not take the Likoni seat. UDA does not take advantage of Mombasa. There is a problem in Mombasa that we fear talking about, and I will say it here. The Arabs and the people wale ambao are indigenous have a big problem. And when they saw Sonko, they thought Sonko was, and Black will tell you, without putting politics in, Black will tell you, oh, the reason they are cheering Sonko is because our penny were Arab. And we don't want to go that way. But I think when we are looking at winning by all necessary means, we must understand a friend of your friend sometimes can be your enemy, but the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So I think Sonko coming in is because we must win this thing. So we are making that delicate balance, which I think sometimes we are going to compromise on ideal and morality that Olara was saying, which is dangerous. But at this time, what do you need? You have to put your priority. You want to lose? You want Baba to win, but lose some seats? Or you want these people still to stay in Azimio and we fight within Azimio? That is the big question. So I hope Sonko coming in, we are going to win. But let us be prepared that the man Kalonzo is going to give us a lot of problems when it will come to the government of Azimio. Hopefully, we will find a way to balance it. But as for now, the way I've seen it, Kalonzo understand that we needed him desperately. And because we did so, tuvumilie tu mpaka tushinde hii kitu. Tukishashinda, the rest we can sort it tukishaingia kwa government. Those are my remarks.
Asante sana, Alex. That was a wonderful analysis. Yeah, it was funny when you say that getting married is as bad as not getting married, because either way you regret. Now, about Sonko, about the others, I think I mean I don't want to go into Sonko's business because it's a tricky thing. It's very tricky. But nitasema kama Alex, sasa tukisema Rigathi apewe mic, Ruto apewe mic. Bwana Ruto apewe mic. Yes, because now insulting the Kusuman, that is very bad. Insulting, calling an African man a woman is both insulting the man and the woman. So, Ruto apewe mic. Bwana Njiru, give us your presentation and then you take over the moderation.
Wow. Julia, nimefurahi sana. Thank you for being with us here. We are happy. Unajua, let me begin by Mount Kenya kidogo. Unajua, tulikaribisha huyu kijana huko Mount Kenya kwetu, akakuja kama mgeni, alafu sasa amekuwa kwa nyumba, imekuwa usiku.
Njiru, we can't hear you. Just go to mic.
So I'm saying huyu kijana tulimkaribisha, akakuja kwa nyumba.
Njiro, huyo si kijana, useme kijana. Is
Okay,
the grandfather, please.
Sawa.
I'm also wondering, Njiru, huyu mzee, he's older than me and my daughter is 25 years. Sasa huyo mzee.
Sawa. Huyo mzee tumemkaribisha akaingia kwa nyumba. Imekuwa usiku, wenye nyumba hakuna kumtoa. Sasa ile kitu tunafanya tu, tunampea vijana wawili wamufikishe hapo kwa barabara. What happens na hapo kwa barabara we don't know. So I just wanted to confirm that these two brothers.
Excuse me. Is this guy called Political Channel? Is using a disparaging word called omogere, omoruroche. Those are bad words, and they are insinuating that a person that is not circumcised and a person that comes from the lake, can you just block him? Him and Penny Nyagaka are really abusing Luos there in the comment section. Thank you very much.
Sawa. Anyway, it's a bit bad watu kukuja kutusi wengine hapa. I think Kenya we have grown past that. So kuna history nyingine ya mabrother sasa. Unajua you brother ya Uhuru na Raila, it's a tsunami. You know they started calling each other brothers. Watu wakafikiria ni wale brothers ambao maybe watakuja wapigane mkuki. But this friendship, I don't think there is anyone who can manage to defeat them when they are united and they are joined. Mr. Ruto atajaribu sana to ask for votes wherever you want, but I can tell you that Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, unajua ile kitu Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta ile kitu anafanya, si unaona ile wakati umeweka maji kwa kikombe, ile wakati umeweka maji kwa kikombe na imejaa, sasa Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta anakuja ile ya kuweka sasa ile ya kumwagilia sasa ile ya kujaza na itoke nje sasa. So in other words, Uhuru amekuja kujazilia kikombe, and he is going to do it effectively. At least I'm happy hiyo kura yake moja kuna mtu alisema haitaki. So when you stay in a podium halafu unasema mimi siombi wewe hiyo kura yako, so you need to allow that person then to take it where you want. So because already I wish Mr. Ruto was just careful with the words. Na ndio unasemanga history ya watu kuongea story mingi, saa zingine it is more destructive. I think there was a teacher who taught me long time ago, alikuwa anatuambia sometimes silence can make you get even what you are not supposed to get. But huyu mzee wetu hapa naona anaongea badala ya apate kile alikuwa anataka, inatoka. I think I have come to realize sometimes it's better to be silent. I think hii campaign tu hata ukarelax tu kwako na ungojee siku ya, in fact if I were this guys, ningekuwa Rigathi na huyu jamaa mwingine wake, mimi hata singeenda kwa podium, ningeenda tu nirudi kwa nyumba, ningojee tu mikutano ya IBC nikuwe naenda huko, because I can tell you hizi makampeni watafanya na hizi rallies watafanya, they are
Bwana Njiro, si ndio ukisema tuarudi kwa nyumba, si wataki mimi nyumba siwataki.
So hizi rallies wanafanya ni subtraction rally. Unajikuta ulikuwa na milioni 6 lakini at the end of the rallies unakuwa na milioni 3. So in fact hizi rallies haziwasaidii, wanaenda kutawanyisha.
Njiru, do you think that he intends to? I don't think he intends to insult. Kama ile story yenye alikuwa na wewe ni nani? He didn't intend that. Ni hasira tu imemshika tu, anajipata tu ameharibu maneno.
Yeah, si mshaambiwa he has a problem with anger management. So what else do you want? So na sasa unaona sasa anatusi wale watu ambao wamekuwa akimshikilia. I think watu wa bodaboda wamekuwa wamemshikilia hiyo miaka 4. Sasa ameanzia kuwatawanya. Anyway, there is something I've come to learn with the 2022 election. Unaona, hii election is a moving target. Hii sio kama ile election zingine. Ati unasema ati hii imeingiana. Unajikuta leo umeongea pande moja ni kama, so hii election it's a war one. Yani it is something you cannot say that if you don't present yourself well, you have it. So I can tell you, and I pity, sijui Mr. Ruto ni advisors hana ama shida ni nini, but anyway, I'm happy, let him continue that way. So hata sijui na advise yeye ya nini, so yeye wacha yeye aende tu aendelee kuongea hivyo. I'm waiting for him in Embu, I'm waiting for him in Kiambu, sababu hata huko najua atakuja kutusi watu.
Are you saying apewe mic kama Gachagua?
Wacha huyu besi aongee.
Apewe mic.
He is fine and he is doing it very well. So I was just saying, unajua elections zingine tulikuwa tunajua kura ya Wakikuyu inaenda wapi, kura ya Waluhya inakaaje, lakini hii election ya hii mwaka it is yani inakaa maji ikiwa kwa mtaro, ina move according to the drain, and that's why we need to learn a serious thing about here. Hii story ya mtu kusemanga ati hawa watu ni, unajua ati ile tulikuwa ati ile wakati wa kina Moi wanasimama kwa podium ati wanasema hawa watu ni yangu. Sasa hii hakuna hiyo. Sasa hii ni hao watu ni wako, lakini with how you present yourself. And I'm very happy because unajua kama umeweza kunote kampeni za Baba has made few, I think he has not even made a few. The only thing he was placed out of context, the only, ilikuwa ile ya mtumba peke yake. Baba has not made any other error. Miezi 9 sasa. Rigathi Gachagua ashafanya errors kama 15. Major one. Mr. Ruto ashafanya zingine zake kama mbao, major one. But I'm telling you, Baba is yet to make a single mistake. He is yet to make a single mistake. He is cruising. Na ashafika ile stable speed sasa. So Baba anategea tu tarehe 9 tuko land tu. Au majamaa wengine. Alafu and then sasa kitu kingine there is now this aspect ya Martha Karua who came and also as stabilized thing. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kucomment hapa. Kuna watu wanasema, hata nimeona ni propaganda imeanzia kusakiretiwa hapa. Kuna picha ilisakiretiwa, I think ilianzia kusakiretiwa jana. Martha Karua walipigwa na Sonko, walipigwa picha na Sonko. So there are now some people are trying to insinuate that Martha Karua can soften. There is something I want to tell Kenyans here. Unajua right now Martha Karua hajaingia hiyo kazi. So Right now, Mother Karua has freedom of expression and freedom of association, as long as somebody is committed to vote for him or her, according to freedom of association. But it doesn't mean that simply because you are supporting Mother Karua, it is automatic akiingia pale na akute uko na mashtaka ya kujibu, ati utapelekwa kwa koti. That is what people, hata watu wako Azimio saa hii, kama kuna mtu ameiba pesa and it can be substantiated, please, we expect you in court. So this idea people want to, wanataka tukuharibia Mother Karua jina simply because she is associating with some people. It is not okay. Associating and doing things is different. Saa hii, people are trying to embrace Mother Karua. Na kama leo, by the way, for your information, Mother Karua was endorsed by the Mount Kenya community in sijui ni Mombasa ama ni wapi. There is some community huko, and they were in big numbers. They endorsed her, by the way. Na tunajua endorsement ya Mother Karua hiyo ni endorsement ya baba, so we know they are conjoined, so they are conjoined twins. So ukisikia Mother Karua amekuwa endorsed, unajua where it is recoiling. Lastly, nataka kuchangia history ya Sonko. Let me say, I'm still not excited with by Sonko. And he has his own political freedom. He has his what to do, what he wants. But I still believe he got impeached because he couldn't deliver. I do not think that hao watu ni vile walikuwa wanamchukia sana. But he is welcome in Azimio. Mimi sisemi ati hata yule mtu wako na makesi, you can support the people you want. But what I would like to request Azimio, they don't need to give Sonko too much power. Kama muliona election za Jubilee, Sonko was in the forefront ya hizo campaign. Right now, mimi tu ningeomba tu baba, just to protect our image, not only even to protecting our image, just for sanity. At least we welcome Sonko, lakini Sonko ache kutoa zile viti za mbele. I believe we have able and capable people who can give us a good image. And in any case, Azimio, we have cruised even without him. I think even Sonko is coming to benefit from our system, what we have created. So I do not think that Sonko is coming to like earn us a lot of weight. He is coming to benefit from our wave. So he might pose as if he is doing something important, but what is happening is, I know Kalonzo ndiye anataka kumtumia, because I know Kalonzo is interested. I know because I know Kalonzo is getting hiyo post ya kama ya prime minister. Najua Kalonzo is pushing to get at least 4 governors. Najua, I know Kalonzo want at least anataka ile 3 ya Ukambani na najua ya Mombasa anataka. So at least I know Kalonzo is
lakini Njiro, ngoja nikuulize, you are aware that the Sonko's case is coming out, is it on Friday? The one at the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but
and remember, the High Court already found him guilty. The Court of Appeal already found him guilty. There is almost 90% chance that the Supreme Court will also find him guilty. So even this so-called reprieve here might be the shortest lived reprieve. What do you think?
Yeah, for now I want to take the worst case scenario that he might be in the ballot. I just want to take the worst case scenario. It might happen.
No, I'm asking you because the Supreme Court will be on Friday before he gets to the ballot, remember?
But unajua sasa pia still the Supreme Court might have held what happened yesterday. They might give him
it's tomorrow. 14th is tomorrow?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely because remember, if you go by what the Chief Justice said in the past, that once you are impeached, until you are set aside, it is set aside, you remain impeached.
So
if that is an indication of what might happen at the Supreme Court, what do you think?
Okay, I know. So let me not talk on behalf of Supreme Court. I hope they can stop him. But Sakaja, we also hope that Sakaja story. We also hope that Sakaja will not be in the ballot. And from the indication now, he might be in the ballot. So I don't want us to plan on with this aspect that huyu mtu atakuwa kwa debe. Mimi sitaki kuplan hiyo. I want to imagine that these people are in the ballot. And then I now try to simulate the situation, how the situation will happen in Mombasa between that guy of ODM and the Sonko now. So what I know is that I still believe that UDA guy, even with the Sonko and the ODM guy, I still don't see that UDA guy having the gravity to get votes which can equate to these people, either of them. So I still believe, Azimio guy, even with the two people in Mombasa, I still believe Azimio guy will win, either Wiper or ODM. Huyo jamaa wa UDA, I do not see him having the gravity to do it. But I wish it were better if Wiper could have agreed with ODM just for consistency, but I do not see it happening because kama ukiona hii vita Kalonzo alianzisha for so long, immediately Kalonzo joined Azimio, alianzia historia ya Sonko. So historia ya Sonko, he is pushing it too much. And just as I said, Kalonzo is interested. I don't know what they get from governors. I don't want to talk about that. But Kalonzo wants to have 4 governors. At least anataka kuwe na wake wanne, then maybe ODM ikuwe na kama mbao. So
Ngiru.
Yes.
You know what I think is an interesting scenario. It's good that Nyumba, how are you? Kwa nini umeamuka mbele yangu? Kuku amekataa kulala.
No, alitumia alarm, alikuwa ameweka ile alarm ya nini.
Unajua Nyumba anataka Ruto akishindwa, he will be able to get happy and rejoice, because he will say his time did not go to waste. He is investing.
You see, Bwana Njiro, Bwana Themba, please. This is I'm appearing twice nowadays. Evening wakati wa Bernard na pia wakati wa Themba ama Njiro. So I'll be appearing thrice again.
That's very nice. You know, your views. You're a senior architect in town. We need your views to shape the economy of Kenya. You know, engineer Nyumba.
Na unajiitanisha na manyumba.
Mpaka anajiita nyumba. An architect anajiita nyumba. Inafaa mtu anajiita na ile kazi anafanya. Kama Njiru hapa ajiite
Njiru anasema akiruto akuje nyumba.
Tractor.
Okay, sawa.
Okay,
you are making a comment kabla ni conclude Themba. You are making a comment kabla ni conclude. Ni kama ulikuwa unaongeza kitu ama ni aje?
Yes, I was.
Uendelea hivyo. Mwachane na nyumba nyinyi, muendelee na topic
Nyumba distracted me. You know what I wanted to say is I think imefika time. Personally, I think the issue of courts and these individuals like Sakaja and Sonko, over time we need to move from debating, because now they are a digression. They are digression in this way. Courts need to do their work, and mahali tumefika, we are at the 11th hour, you know, and the more probably it sounds or it seems like there are people against Sonko, the more he gets the sympathy votes. And the more we focus on analyzing maybe the contribution of Kalonzo and stuff, the more we get digressed. I think right now, everyone has a right to approach the court, right? And Sonko has a right to approach the court. he's doing that. So courts needs to, declare themselves and do their work. In the event they decide that they're going to allow him to be in the ballot, then so be it. IBC will decide. The most important thing right now is for even Abdul Swamad, if they have the votes, let them be galvanizing the votes. It's foolhardy to imagine that you are hoping an opponent will not be there, or you're hoping that I'll only be there if my opponent or I'll only win if my opponent is given a technicality not to be on the ballot. The person planning to campaign in Mombasa should campaign with or without Sonko on the ballot. Whether someone is going to be on the ballot or not, the Azimio guys should campaign, knowing that, okay, fine, this thing we need to win it for Azimio, whether Sonko will be on the ballot or not. Because you can't be so sure that if Sonko is not on the ballot, they are going to vote for Abdul Swamad. That's not something you want to say that just because Sonko is not on the
ballot. What do you make up with the Baba Valishering Sonko Kofia?
No, Sonko is a drama guy, and you see he came in. He also spoke about in front of the president. I mean, who doesn't know Sonko? Sonko works with the drama. He likes.
I'm saying in terms of campaigns for the candidate in Mombasa.
He's Sonko is. Wiper is an Azimio partner, all right? So Baba Valishering you Kofia doesn't mean anything. You are Azimio partners, and Kalonzo is where Wiper is there, so he can Valisha anybody in Azimio Kofia. That doesn't mean much. What we need to focus on is having the person who is campaigning. If it is Abdul Swamad, that is for ODM, let him campaign without thinking of whether Sonko is going to be there or not. Because even if Sonko doesn't vie, there's still an election to be won. So for me, on the issue of Sonko, he can't be given a lifeline. He can't be thrown away. But is Abdul Swamad campaigning? Because that's the question we need to ask. The people who are on the ground, are they campaigning? Are they focused? Igade ought not to have been involved even thinking about whether Sakaja is going to be on the ballot or not. He's campaigning, and I know Igade has been campaigning real good. So that for me is not something we are worried about. And that's what I needed to add in on the issue of Sonko. So we should not give him, in my view, he should not be given a lot of, hog the limelight. Everybody goes to court one time or another. We have so many cases in court. We ought not to just bring it out like it should be given a technicality. I mean, that's the court to decide. Yeah. No matter how we feel. Yes, Njiro.
Okay, let me conclude. So last time nilikuwa nataka kuongea history ya matusi vile Eugene Wamalwa alitusiwa. Yeah, I don't know what, let's put politics aside. I don't know those people who support Ruto, if they feel proud of this guy, just because, okay, there are some things which I like asking myself. Can you try to recoil it? Let's assume, I'm saying, I'm doing an assumption. Let's assume Joho told Ruto something like that. I'm just saying an assumption. How would they take it? You see, this idea of people doing things without trying to evaluate what would happen if it was done to them the same way, it's very wrong. And that's why I think, although I know the deputy president does not get remorseful to anything, I wish he can be able to evaluate that statement and try to take it to himself. Then he can understand the bitterness of the people who are holding the press conference. Because the truth of the matter, even during jokes, I cannot just call a guy mwanamuke na si mwanamuke. even in casual talks. We cannot do it. Forget about now standing in a podium and try. So that is why the people who are here and they are supporting Mr. Ruto, are they out of senses? Can you support such a guy to be a commander-in-chief? I think then your character is more wanting than Ruto. If you can still stand and support such a guy, evaluate yourself. This one is not about politics. Let's leave politics aside. This is what this guy is. And you know, these things have been playing on the back side of the screen. Sasa saa hii ndio zimeanzia kutokezea. Somebody standing in the podium and is threatening a bodaboda guy, mtu ambaye anatengeneza 400 500, unaanzia kumthreaten. It's so unfair. And these are the people you are saying you are fighting for. Let me tell you, even if I were to vote for Ruto, ingekuwa leo ningeachana na yeye. I cannot support such a guy. And I want to tell people who are here, if you are voting for Ruto, be ashamed of yourself. You cannot do that. Somebody who is referring to people with derogatory statement and you want to vote him, you are also, I think you need a medical checkup. It's not something you can get proud of. It's not, we are not talking of politics here. It's the reality in life. Kama hata nyumba na venye hata mnyumba ni mzee hivi haezi hata tusi mimi hata afikishi hata 110 ya hiyo. Is it a presidential candidate to say such words? It's unfair to the Kenyan electorate. In fact, Ruto hakutusi Eugene. Ruto hakutusi Waluya. Even me as somebody from Mount Kenya, alinitusi. Ukitusi Eugene, umetusi wanaume sisi wote. So hata mimi alinitusi. So as men, we have to reject this guy. It's so unfair. Thank you.
Nani Njiru, Bernard had told us that Wamalwa has got the discretion of pursuing the matter in court. And there is no time frame. It cannot come. There's no time frame to do so. Whenever he likes in future. For
No,
defamation of character, is it?
I mean, what are you pursuing in court?
Defamation of character.
Who?
Wamalwa can choose to decide to pursue Ruto in court.
No. You see, sometimes we over that is a political thing. You cannot take that to court. Which court? What are the facts? Because sometimes you
indicated that the recorded ninis are accepted these days.
No, I mean, where did Ruto mention? Okay, let's be factual in terms.
There's no defamation here. There's no defamation.
Or you can say he didn't mention it by name.
There's no defamation there.
Defamation. There isn't.
There's nowhere he mentioned. There's nowhere he mentioned Wamalwa. There's nowhere even he said.
No, he did not mention.
Yeah.
He did not.
So you see, that's a political thing. You cannot take. What are you taking to court? That's a waste of court's time.
So you can let Wananchi deal with him.
No, that's a political thing. You deal with it politically because that's a political statement. You can't take every political statement. Like for example, they have been calling Baba Mganga. Has he gone to court? Ruto has been called Mwizi. And
they don't mention his name. They just say Mutua.
Yeah. Na huko anasemanga ule jamaa Ruto ni mwizi. But how many Rutos do you have in the country? There are 100 Rutos. Why do you think that particular Ruto is you? You know, you see, they usually, even you hear when what's his name? This Junet Mohammed anaulizanga kwanza, anasema nani mwizi? Watu wanasema Ruto. Ukienda uambie nani upeleke Junet kwa koti, utaenda kusema ndiye alimuita mwizi, si yeye. Ni watu walisema, si yeye.
That is how Junet does. That is how he gets away with it. That's how he gets. He say nani mwizi, nani nini. So he didn't say it. So that's how he gets away with it.
Yeah, he didn't say anything. He just said nani mwizi, nani aliba mashamba, Ruto. Nani alifanya nini, Ruto. Hata ukienda kotini.
Watu wakijibu Ruto, hatujui ni Ruto gani.
Ni Ruto gani?
Yeah, even here, Demba, I can deny that I didn't say the deputy president Ruto. If I just say Ruto, I can deny that.
Yeah, if you say Ruto,
yeah,
there are many Rutos in Kenya. Are you the only Ruto? You know, and just like that particular case, I mean, there's no way Wamalwa can take it to court. What are you taking to court?
I think he'll get away with it. The fact that he didn't put his name anywhere.
Yes, Nyumba.
Asante. Nimesalimia Julia, amesalimika. Njiro, Bwana Themba na Kuseo. Hatukuwa na nyinyi. Mama Salina amejificha kidogo, lakini tulikuwa na yeye pahali huko. No, I said I appeared earlier. Then nimelala, nimeamuka. Sasa nataka kuomba ruhusa niende ni kazi yangu ya kawaida. Lakini kabla sijaenda, ningetaka kusema hiyo statement moja tu ya Ruto. Both gender, the males and females have been offended. Both actually, not one. And not only Waluya, as Njiro has said, this transcends all over all the communities actually. It's not right. It's not actually an abuse. It's a senior. It's some sort of negativity in it, and that's belittling women, showing that they're second-class people or citizens. Yeah. The only thing I want to say is that maybe we need a psychiatrist in this particular case, because this is in line with Cosmo. Huyo Cosmo wenu huko America. Hakuna tofauti, na nimemaliza, nimeenda kazi yangu. Mkuwe na mchana mwema. Bye.
And it is in line with the Cosmo Choi. You better, it is in line with Cosmo Choi. So unasikia Kuseo. I mean, we know it's a heated political time, and in any political cycle, there are political statements that politicians will make. What stands out is now who will close a political score with it. You see, because whatever you say, it's given a political angle, and when you give it a political angle, you can only respond to it politically, just like Wamalwa did. You know, Wamalwa went and responded to it politically, and of course you realize the people of Molembe have come out blazing and have said wote wametusiwa. So it is going to take that angle, and if you good enough with it, you can create a certain kind of energy against the person, against Ruto, and say that like right now they have already responded to the thing he talked about being so angry, you know, when he responded to the guy and he told him wewe nyamaza, you know, it was exhibiting, and even Wamalwa said that he has anger issues. So if they have already said you have anger issues, and now you look at those videos and you keep playing them, it will shape the perception of people, and you're going to see what is likely to happen, you know. So as per whether it's gonna take a legal, I don't think so. That's a very, very.
I've just remembered he mentioned no name.
Yeah, if you want to speak in political platforms and you want to hit people, don't say their names. Ask people to say their names. Come and say nani mwizi Kuseo, nani mwizi, alafu anasema si mimi nimesema, ni nyinyi. Unaona? No, you cannot arrest all those people. Even if you have to take them to court, how many people can you take to court? That is what people have said. Yeah. Alafu kuja useme conductor ni mwizi, yule mwingine ni mwizi. You know, you cannot take that to court and say this person ameni defame. How? What makes you think it is you?
Just that for Ruto, there are also some properly legal issues which have gone through the courts. So maybe you can hang on such. In the event that the matter goes too far, there are cases, examples which have reached the court system.
Can I ask? Demba, can I ask you something?
Yes, right.
Na tukisema hivyo, what if sasa na Ruto aruke basi aseme hata hizo corruption scandals zinatajwa, aseme sio yeye. Now if we try now to take that analogy on the receiver end, so juu tunasema you cannot prosecute somebody na uweze sema ni yeye, what if naye sasa akiwa ile pande assume anzie kusema si yeye.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean, Jiro? Uliza swali yako vizuri.
No, vile nasema si tunasema hata ukisema pale tunasema huyo mtu tunasema sio you have not refunded him, na tunasema kuna Ruto wengi. What if sasa naye akiwa pale aambie watu si yeye, because now we are saying there are many Rutos. What if now they now use that one and make it another context?
You see, that's a good question you're asking, Jiro, because you see, there's nobody who has ever been jailed because people say they are mwizi. The courts don't work that way. You see, even if you can come out here and call Ruto mwizi, the court cannot jail Ruto because you have shouted on the streets and in social media and in other places that Ruto ni mwizi. The court works with the facts before it. All right. So if, for example, the case that went to court about Yamashamba, ilienda ikakuwa prosecuted to the end, and the court will pronounce itself to the facts before it. The courts do not, there's an accused and there's the accuser, right? So when you go and file the papers, you're not going to file many Rutos, you're going to file who is the accused, you're going to file the exact name. Like in the case of the 100 acres in Kitale, they filed the name, right? So you file a name. There's a person. There's either a person, a company, or whoever you are filing against. You don't go there and say I'm filing a case against Ruto. Who is Ruto? You have to say all the names. You have to give all the details of the person that you are suing. That's why when you come, more of coming out to say that ni nani ameiba ni Ruto, that's more of a political thing, You cannot go and say that it is me that they were alluding to, right? But
my question is it effective? You see, now if we start saying that inaweza kuwa anyone, I think now we might now start diluting accusation, and we know the accusation who it is targeted to. So I think it is better we know that it is to a specific individual, and the Kenyans cannot confuse and they can perceive who it is. So what to say?
I think I know what Njiru is saying. Njiru is saying that that when Junet says nani mwizi Ruto, that Ruto can come out and say it is not me they are talking about. He can't, because just like now you people, you ask who is Julia here. Hata kama kuna Julia wako kwa chat ama they are watching, I'm only Julia, people can see. So even if nikisema see mimi, nobody cares to think could there be another one. It is just me. If they say nani, what has Demba? People say Demba here. This is the only Demba we have seen. So we don't even want. We have no time to think about another Demba. So the Junet thing will still work. Whether Ruto says, "Sidhani hiyo Ruto anasema ni mimi." No, I don't think that one. That when people will change their mind, the Junet thing will still work. If that's what you're asking, Mr. Njiru.
And even then, Njiru, you see, when they say nani mwizi Ruto, how many Rutos are running for presidency? But the matters of we have only one Ruto running for presidency, and when people have come into conclusion that mwizi ni Ruto, so you cannot come now start saying that the Ruto they are referring to is another Ruto, maybe Bernard Ruto or Benjamin Ruto. People know Ruto who is going around looking for presidency. However, the idea that people know cannot be, when you start going to court, that is not a case in court. Court, they say the court does not listen to what is going on out there. It assumes that it is unaware. It has to be brought to its presence if it is a case that is supposed to be prosecuted. So Ruto cannot run away when you go to court and you say, okay, fine, mwizi ni huyu. That is more of a political statement. You are trying to move people's perception to understand that the person you are going to elect ni mwizi, all right? But you see, it might, for example, right now, Jiro, you and I do not really have not been convinced that Sakaja has a degree. But what did the court tell you?
Yes, even if the court say what, then but the court will never change my mind. That
exactly. You see now.
Yeah, we'll never. Hata kama waende wapi, even Sonko, even if he was given a clean bill by the High Court, the court will never change my mind that Sonko is corrupt. You know, that cannot change in my mind. So that's.
So even if the court will not be swayed by what you and I have read and have seen that Sakaja forged his document, but the court declared otherwise and said that the IBC should put his name in the ballot. And the court actually was right to do so because the matter before them was not a consideration of whether Sakaja's degree is genuine or not. You see? And it is not up to the court. It's up to they say the accused, the accuser. The burden of proof is on the accuser. If I take you to court, I am the one who has to prove what I'm accusing you of. So the person who was accusing Sakaja did not prove beyond reasonable doubt that Sakaja is not a degree holder. The letter he needed had not come by the time he was giving his case. So the court pronounced itself with facts before it. But does it mean Sakaja has a degree?
Then, but there's a question I'm asking myself. What do you think is the feeling? Just imagine close to over half of the country calling you a thief, mwizi. What is the feeling of that individual? Like
not half, more, not half, more than half of the country calling you a thief.
Yeah, they are calling you a thief, even if it has not been validated. Can you try to tell me how do you feel? And it is being said daily, mwizi, 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 mwizi. How is the feeling as an individual?
You know, there's something, Njiru, called conscience, okay? And there are people who don't have a conscience, all right? There are people, even if you call them thieves 100 times, they do not have a conscience. It's not something that you might have. That is now Njiru speaking. If Njiru was called mwizi many times, he would probably be hiding somewhere and not coming out, you see? But there are people who do not have a conscience. It was killed. They have according to them, right. That's why right now they are packaged themselves as freedom fighters. So they are saying freedom is coming tomorrow, and you wonder freedom from what? But like I say, kuna watu ambao conscience iliisha. You are actually feeling for him. Now that is you and Julia and someone else. Mimi nikitoka pale nje watu waniite mwizi mwizi mwizi. Labda kesho sitaamuka nitasema wacha niende nilale kwa sababu hii kitu imefanya nini? Imezidi. Lakini huyu the person we are talking about, you realize that his conscience died to the extent that he doesn't care, can lie to you today. You know, listen, someone wakes up today and says that the NIS is not picking my calls for 3 years. Nilitupwa nje from NIS. Then he moves from that conference. He goes to a rally and says that munaona mimi sini deputy president. Kuna set ingine kuniliko. Now look at those two statements from the same person. Huyu ni mtu unaona conscience bado iko kweli. Now there was a day he held a meeting with IBEC. Then immediately after that, he was heading to Narok to campaign. Then a journalist asked him that you have been accused of early campaigns. He said, no, I'm only I'm inspecting government projects. And when he went down there, he was campaigning for UDA. What does that tell you about that person? Conscience, you measure. You know, if you lose a conscience, the things that make you not do certain things is the conscience that you have. You are like there's kuna hiyo public shame. You know, you feel like when I'm called this, there's kuna vile naumia, but your conscience ikishapotea, you can lie, you can do stuff, but you don't even care at all.
Wacha nikuongezee uongo ingine. Unakumbuka ile uongo ambaye alisema mimi sijatoka Jubilee, alafu the other time pia akasema hizi project zote ni UDA imefanya. Sijui kama unakumbuka that time when he said all the government projects he tried it, and I think that time hata UDA ikuwa na experience, so he said we as UDA tumeweka stima, sisi kama UDA tumefanya hivi, sisi kama UDA. I don't know if kama unakumbuka hiyo uongo. It was extreme.
Yeah, and that's why I'm telling you. You see, you are the one feeling ashamed for him. You know, you are the one feeling ashamed for Ruto when he said something. We are the one who feel ashamed for him. He thinks and he imagines that. I think Eugene put it rightly that he has anger issues, and in his team probably he doesn't have people who can tame him, and that is what has led him to be where he is. That he doesn't care.
Okay,
he
imagines. Nikuulize tu kitu moja alafu nimalize. In your political analysis career, sababu wewe najua wewe ni mtu ya political science, umewahi kukutana na binadamu mwingine kama huyu? Because unajua me I'm trying to analyze, but in an honest opinion, have you ever met such a human being in your lifetime kama huyu?
Yeah, you know, in political science, you look at different, even there are political scientists who have written a lot on the personality of the politicians and how the personality of the politicians affect the voter behavior, and how sometimes personality issues are put into public policy. Your personality disorder is put into public policy. There are several leaders. If this was a political science class, probably we would give different leaders who have shared qualities, and probably you might realize maybe he's read some of them, and maybe he thinks that's the best way to behave, to mobilize voter behavior. There are quite a number of political players and leaders who had similar personality characteristics that they used to galvanize and mobilize political voter behavior towards a certain cause that is presented as a public interest, but it is a personal interest. So yes, there are several people who have shared personality issues with them, and it's interesting. Some of them have for a while seemed to have been successful, but eventually, of course, you realize it eats them. Yeah, it starts showing slowly. Now, I want to point out one that stood out very strongly. Politics and religion has been used a lot by people who have dictatorial tendencies and people who have shown a desire to stick in power. There was one particular politician, I think Zambia. He was very prayerful. He even prayed after the football club of Zambia died in a plane crash, and he gave a very passionate prayer. He was the most prayerful person. But fast forward, after his regime fell, it was found that he was the most corrupt person, and he was ruling with one of his concubines that he had brought in to rule. So he was ruling with a strong arm. And you can cut across several of African nations who have ruled with such a very strong arm and very religious. So when you see some of these leaders presenting themselves as very religious, the tendency is to use that as a way of blocking your thought and mobilizing you, and then you tend to want to think that they are more concerned about you, yet what they are trying to do is more about them. So it's only if you're a bit conscious and aware that you can tell and you can pick that out The problem is the voters that are conscious, are the voters so aware. That's what we are trying to do here. We are trying to increase awareness of the voters that, hey, look at them, see them. And was it Karl Marx who said religion is the opium of the masses? So the more you tell them about religion and religiosity, the more they're likely to think that you are their savior. That's why they went and they built churches. And that's why Rigathi is going around and constantly just talking about wale watu wanasema wanataka kuvunja makanisa. So they're thinking that is going to make them endear themselves to the church. You see Trump in the US was trying to bring in the church. You see Ruto's wife trying to change water into using some prayer. If we are praying for a deputy president's house water to get better, what will happen in vijijini?
I didn't get it then, but hiyo maji ilikuwa yapi yenye aliombea?
The Hustler mansion.
What had happened to the water?
Until the water was not, according to her, the water was not fresh. Something had happened. She woke up and she found the water was not nice and stuff. Then she prayed for the water.
And then what happened to the water?
Then the water became fresh and she gave it to, according to her testimony, she gave it to one of the workers and the workers tested and the worker came and asked, what did you do to the water? Then she said that I just prayed for it and God helped the water to be nice. Can you imagine?
And then they put that on the press. How did it come out? I mean,
yeah, she was giving a testimony.
It was an imitation of Elisha miracle. You know, unajua kuna ile wakati Elisha aliombea maji, ile wakati maji ilikuwa mbaya. So he was trying to imitate a miracle and alikuwa anaongelesha wamama. It was a big group. It was a big group ya wamama. So what she wanted to do, she wanted to show those people that she has extreme faith and zile vitu wanaamini zitatendeka. So she just wanted them to believe that ati Mungu atawapea hiyo. So it was a way of, she wanted to galvanize those women to extremely believe in them. That was the idea. Yani, she was like holding those people captive in faith. So she was colonizing them in the mind in a very technical way through imitating what Elisha did. But it's unfortunate that nyumba ya serikali maji sio sawa, and I think nyumba ya serikali, I think they can always do a lot of water cleaning.
Yeah, Njiru, does it mean that it had nothing to do with Jesus changing water into wine?
You see, when she came and talked about, someone is saying it was borehole water in the Hustler's mansion. So can you imagine if borehole water in the Hustler's mansion, it has to be prayed for to be fresh? What will happen to people in the other Vitongoji? Will they always be asking for prayers from the First Lady to come and pray for their water? Yeah, you see, that's very interesting. But you see, that gives you the concept of how religion is used mildly to galvanize the mind of the voter. You are more likely to not see many things through if someone mentions religion. If I come and tell you that, you know, God has said, then you are likely to say this is the way that I need to vote. And so they had come in their own way, trying to demarcate themselves as the ones who are more closer to God than these other people. And you remember when Gachagua, they called his wife to pray. I don't know, it was what women something they were launching, and it is Gachagua's wife who prayed. And Gachagua's
the women
wife,
charter or something. The women charter.
Yeah, Gachagua's wife has a church, you know. Now, that is also very interesting and telling. The deputy president's wife prays for water. Gachagua's wife is a pastor. What are they trying to tell you? They are trying to block your mind into questioning, you know. And when you don't question, then it kind of numbs you into critiquing. And then you are likely to move to say that this is the person I want to vote for. And that has been used many times. What did Hitler do? Hitler told the Germans, and he also pushed his propagandist, Joseph Goebbels, wrote that, you know, if you can tell a lie and repeat it many times, there are people who are going to believe it. And one of the guys who is coming out as the Joseph Goebbels of Deputy President's team is, you know, Itumbi. Probably he's reading a lot of Goebbels' whatever books. And they are tending to bring that out. And one of the things that Hitler did very successfully is to make the Germans believe that they are a pure generation. And the other people are coming in to cause them impurities. You know, and it was drummed, and they were told that you are a select, you are from you are chosen from God. So any other people coming in is these are people that are bad, and he successfully at least mobilized them within that time. But his fall was with a third. He had to kill himself. So
Therefore,
what is the,
can we confirm something here? Just 15 seconds only. Can we confirm that pastors can be fake? Because I think it is important, and maybe some of these people who are claiming to be pastors and to be near, even as near as to Mr. Ruto, including even this regarding the Shagwa wife, can also be a fake pastor. Can we try to confirm that? Because we don't know. Because you know, even the Bible says you will know them by the fruits of their work or with what they do. I think it is important to confirm to people, because in Kenya we have fake pastors, and there could be a bunch of them, including even that regarding Gachagua. Just trying to comment.
That's a good question, and I want to I know Adams will have. Adams has come right now. He hasn't spoken. Adams karibu, and that has been here. Wacha Adams aongee kidogo, alafu we will come back to you. He hasn't said anything. And Adam, start from that question, then you make your submission. Then we can.
What was the question again? Are there fake pastors, is it?
Yeah. I say that could regard the wife. I'm just saying as an analogy, could regard the wife be part of the fake pastors who we have in Kenya without comparing?
Okay, good evening, all of you. Mr. Njiri, you know, I'm a Christian, and the Bible tells me that we have false prophets and true prophets. The only difference between them is that you can only know them by their fruits. So it is only the fruits that can tell you that she's fake or she's real. So if she's talking about or prophesying things which do not come to pass, and also do not practice what she preaches, then she's false. She's a false prophet or a false pastor. But if she's real, everything she's doing is coming to pass, then she may be. But so with regardless wife, I don't want to lie. I can't say much about her because I don't even know her much. I've just met that lady on the media a few times, so I don't know much about her and her pastorhood. Okay. Fast forward, Mr. Themba, it is Karl Marx who said that religion is the opium of poor mind. If I read it well, that's the thing. Okay, now today I was following the IEBC media joint interview or session, and I watched in dismay as the chairman of IEBC, Mr. Wafula Chebukati, struggle, and he really struggled a lot to answer some of the most contentious issues or questions that were posed to him. He really struggled to answer them, and you could tell the journalists were not satisfied, but then they have to move on. But then I also read the positive side of that interview. I think that interview exposed Wafula Chebukati so much. He got exposed to the extent that even if there was something sinister that he was trying to plan or trying to do, contrary to delivering free and fair election, I think he has been exposed to the extent that he has to retrieve back. He has to retrieve and retreat. He has to retrieve and retreat. And I think the plan is just been messed up. So he has, I think for now, Mr. Chebukati will just have to do all he can to come up and deliver credible and free election come next week or 3 weeks to come from today. And also about Ruto's anger issues, I watched that clip. It was a very short clip where he was really angry talking to that, or whoever he was calling Kijana. And I think it is a challenge to all of us because, he's, in as much as he's a crazy guy, he's the deputy president of the country. I think, I don't know who his personal doctor is. I wish they could check him because that office which he holds is the second highest office on the land. And the holder of that office is supposed to be medically well, as long as he's still in that office, even if he's remaining that day or two. So I think the government and the health department need to move swiftly and help him because it's a big problem. I think it's a very big problem which need to be checked. And now if I go back to in Meru, I don't know whether you guys witnessed the kind of chaos that was orchestrated in Meru, where Gachagua was peddled with stones from the residents. That one, I think, in my opinion, in my own observation, I think the residents were, because they had come there before, but now when Gachagua went by himself, I think the residents were really mad. They were just trying to express their frustrations and disappointments of UDA having dropped their son and picked regarding Gachagua. That one can be a mixed of it. And also, I think it's political. Maybe somebody somewhere organized, even Kindiki himself might have been part of that thing. So it was interesting and a very bad thing altogether. Sonko and the court is a tricky situation. I had Chebukati was asked that question, and all he could say, I think he was right, because he said there is no time, because somebody can walk to High Court today or tomorrow to appeal. Somebody can go to the appellate court and appeal the decision, but that one can only delay the process. But Chebukati said they're not going to appeal the decision; they're going to obey the court order. So Sonko is going to be in the ballot. But then there's a challenge in Mombasa. I was talking to some Coastarians. They are like, "Hey, man, there are a lot of Kambas in Mombasa. So Kambas are trying to come together with the Mijikenda so that they can propel Sonko, but I don't think so. And it's a challenge. I don't know who is going to be a governor of Mombasa now, because I know Sonko is going to eat in Nasir's votes and Omar Hassan's votes. He's going to eat from both of them and come up with his numbers. I don't know what percentage. So Mombasa has been complicated. Today's court ruling has just complicated Mombasa. But I know Nasir is still ahead, but the arithmetic has just been complicated. Sakaja issue is done. So by and large, I don't want to take much ado. That is all I can say about today. Let me stop for there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adams. I can see Mercy Omenge in the comment section is saying that comparing Itumbi to Joseph Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels is the master of propaganda. So, I mean, if you're a propagandist, we can only compare you to the worst. And I mean, you can go read about how Goebbels, led to the rise and fall of Hitler. And you can understand when we say Itumbi is the current Joseph Goebbels in the team of William Ruto. He leads his people. He's even told them in his comments that you need to come and subscribe to my channel so that I can give you. They think he's giving them any leads, and some people believe him. All right. Now,
And my friend Nathan Enthuse is really happy and jumping down there for the comeback of Sonko. And I know he's an Azimio guy. I don't know why he's so jovial like that.
He's a Kamba, so you must understand what is going on there.
I don't think Temba, I don't think that Sonko thing will work. I think he'll be number 3. I suspect so. I think he'll be behind the UDA person. That's the most likely thing.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, he might be number 2. Yeah, because the UDA guy was defeated by by Joho the last time.
Sonko might beat Sarai. He might beat Sarai and become number 2.
I'll give Ndeto at least 2 minutes, and I bring in these guys who haven't talked. Ndeto.
Thank you, Themba. Much appreciated. It's not taken lightly for you to, recognize me. I really do appreciate it. The one that brought me back in, because I'd already done my thing, was the politics side when you guys were talking about politics. But since I'm there and I have 2 minutes, let me just say the Sonko thing. I think you can go back and look at what I said about Sonko. That's a game that has been played well, and you need drama too. Don't worry about it. Sonko is not going to be there. Anyways, the thing that brought me back in was the politics part when you guys started talking about politics. And this is something I always say, politics is everywhere, and we need to really go back and understand what politics is. Politics is between me and Themba and everybody that we meet here. Politics is between me and my mom and my family and everybody. Politics is about mobilizing. There's a one of your brother or your sister that actually talks better, and mukipigana huko nje, they can talk to them. They can talk to the mom better, and then you get whooped because of that other brother. Politics is part of life. Politics is when you go to work, and this guy can actually articulate themselves, and they can actually say something, and then now you end up looking like a bad person because you don't know how to talk. Politics is all over the world. I mean, all over not the world, the social fabric of who we are. Politics is not who wants to be a leader, who wants to be whatever, and that's how leaders are made, because you realize somebody in your family is more of somebody that you want to go to talk to, and that might be even your small brother. So politics, iko kila mahali, iko everywhere. Even me, even us, the way we come here, we politic. We know who's the leader, who's not the leader. When Themba comes over here, we know how much power he has and how he is. That's politics. So politics, let's not look at it at a leader, at the Raila Ruto part of it and all that. Politics is the social fabric of life. And that's why we used to have debate in our high schools, and we used to know the first body, for who understands what I'm trying to say. We used to know who's the lady that if you want something done, when you're at a ring bell. That's all politics. It's in our fabric, it's in our families, it's in everywhere. So politics is not that Kina Raila and all that. They became the best debaters, they became the best leaders, they became the whatever, most of us here gave up on that, you know, and just went to do other things. But politics is in even our families. It's a social fabric entity that politics is there. Now, how far did you go with that politics and to be a leadership? Because politics ni ile ya kwenda kwenda kulilia madhe, uambie, assuming Demba is my brother, uambie madhe, huyu ako hivyo nukubalike, what Mother Karua says. So let's not look at politics as that big thing. That's a way of living. And those are the leaders that have decided to go that route. Most of us here are better politicians than most of them that are out there. So, hiyo ndio tu ilinileta because I wanted to define the politics part of it. Politics is not, because this is just managers that we're looking to manage what we do. And actually the politicians that we call politicians, they're not actually politicians. What they are and what it should be their public servants. But the politics, when you're a public servant, you need to be able to politic to go say that, hey, I'm gonna politic so hard so that Themba's kijiji can get this na watu wanaweza nisikiza. And that's why you find people like in Joho, they politic so hard that they can get so much from what the big thing is. Wanaweza enda kuchukua kwa baba yao ama mama yao, walete hii kitu na wataskika, but this other politician cannot go there. So it's a complicated thing. It's not really complicated. It's there everywhere. Even now, even here as we are today, we politic. The people that come in this group, we politic. There's those that we know, if I want something hard, I will go to Demba, or I'll go to Bernard, or I'll go to Mama Julia, or, you know, Mama Selina. That's the politics right there. That's what is politics. Politics is not kitu complicated sana. Iko kila mahali, in every family, in where you are, in your job, in your day-to-day life, in your neighbors, in everything. That's politicking. Demba, sorry, I think I hope sijamaliza muda, nimemaliza mudangu on time, but I just wanted to put that idea of what politics is. Politics is not wakubwa. It's something that happens in our dear life every single day and everything that we do. So Demba, sorry, I just thought I had to touch on that. Mimi nilikuwa nishachangia. I think
Thank
I already
you.
said it.
Thank you. Adams, this is what my friend Karl Marx says about that religion, right? That quote is very interesting. I would ask you to go and read the whole of the treatise that he wrote, and that is
And then, just at the risk of disrespecting you, sorry, sir, I don't mean it. Even the Catholic Church was made on politics. All the churches are made out of politics.
No problem. Yeah. So there's a book you can go read. Is the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right. That's where Karl Marx was writing that, and he explores. He actually talks so widely about that concept of religion, and this is what he says: religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the heart of heartless world, and the soul of soulless condition. It is opium of the people, opium of the masses. Now, this is what he goes further to say that you'll find interesting, and that's why religion, according to him, is more of they say that man. He says that man makes religion. Religion does not make man. He ends by saying this: the abolition of religion is the illusory happiness of the people, is the demand for their real happiness. So it's because of that's why you find more churches in places where people are poor. Unfortunately, the richer you get, the less need for religion. right? The poorer you are, the more need for religion. And why do you think you don't have as many churches in Runda, in Nyari, in Lavington, and you have more churches in the slums? You have more churches coming up in when they want to expand, they expand these churches in ghettos. You have more churches in Kibera than you have in Karen. You have more churches
because of
in
poverty level.
in Madare than you have in Nyari. And the pastor who is coming to preach to you in Madare is telling you to give them sadaka, and he doesn't stay in Madare. He stays in Nyari and in those other places. The more you lack, the more need you have for religion, because it's easier for you to gain an illusion of happiness that comes because of the whatever the religion that you have. So to call on them to give up their
that one also, let me just, that one is true, because religion as it is the strongest tool that has been used in the world to brainwash people world over. It has, as they sell what we call hope to the poor. So religion is the thing that has been used to brainwash most people. Even during colonization, they used religion to brainwash a lot of people, especially in Africa and Middle East.
Yeah, and
Adams, it's called and sorry, Themba, it's called the solace of comfort.
yeah, and the more the richer and the upper you go in the status, sometimes the less need you have for religion, because it becomes a little harder for you, for some of the things that they talk about in religion in your way to make sense. And that's why the preaching goes more to the lower cadre. So it's interesting, when those people who want to come and use you will first of all use religion. I want to bring in Daudi to give his comments, and then Joshua Mark to give their comments, and then we can start.
Thank you so much, Bonatemba, for the opportunity. As maybe starting on this topic of religion being exploited for gains to subdue people. It is right. It is true. Sadly, the more affluent we become, the more detached with the need to go to church. The Bible itself talks about, how hard it would be for a rich person to get into the kingdom of God. Like it would be for a camel to go through the eye of the needle. So, contradictions. So, just encouraging those of you who are well off to keep, being
Daudi, you need to make a rider. It doesn't mean that we need to remain on the lower ladder.
Exactly. So I'm just saying, it is true that, yes, if you went to Runda, you would hardly see people going to church on a Sunday morning. People will be probably still asleep in the morning. But if you went to the other side of the city, and probably KWALE or Kibera, you would see a lot of people heading to church. Yes, religion can be an opium, some form of morphine that the poor and the oppressed tend to cling on. And I'm also still a little bit hesitant to say that it was used to subdue some of us. I think we just fell into the trap. Nobody wrote the Bible to subdue anyone. And I don't think there was a collusion between the missionaries and the political establishment in Europe. So that's my thought. But Adams, we can have a different debate on that. But getting back to the politics of the day, seeing DP Ruto getting really angry, those are telltale signs that the man is running mad. He can't withstand the pressure. It's getting hotter and hotter, and so he's snapping. But whatever he said against Eugene Wamalwa, I think that might cost him some of the Luya Bukusu votes, especially in the Trans Nzoia and the Bungoma area. It might bring him down to maybe 50-50 with Raila because he had an edge, but just because of such a blunder, he is going to lose votes. Because, I mean, telling a Bukusu man that, especially one who went through, circumcision and all that, telling them that they're a woman, I think that is degrading, and I think they would take really strong offense from that. So I deeply feel like the Bukusu community feels offended by those utterances by the DP, and that might cost him some, not a lot, but it would cost him some votes. Then going forward, seeing Sonko and the president and, Babu Wino, I think that was a checkmate move by Uhuru. I still stand here to say that Sakaja might have outclassed Igade during the debate. And so there was to be a counter move, and this is a counter move. So the real hustlers in Nairobi might be swayed back to Igade's fold by Sonko's move. And so I think that was intentional to try and counter Sakaja's forays. And also obviously the Kamba vote in Nairobi. So those are my thoughts looking at Rigathi in Meru. Those guys are messed up, it's just done for them. They just need to give up and go. I also looked at Baba being received heroically in KWALE, so things are working well for Azimio. Yeah, those are my quick thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we'll hear Joshua Mark, then we start taking our closing remark. Joshua Mark, very quickly.
Yes, how are you, Temba?
Super
Yes,
fine.
I just have a quick one concerning the issue that Ruto angrily shut down a Bodaboda man. Ruto is really struggling with his politics, and the few days you see how Ruto is behaving, even attacking Wamalwa, to me that was not to him to respond like that, because he was responding to allegation that Wamalwa said that he wanted to slap him and Matiang'i. But as a leader, he used to be wise. But sometimes I don't know if Ruto do get advice from his advisor before he speak or anything he want to reply back. But I think that is a one-man show. He doesn't want to listen to the advice of any other person. That's why he can just wake up in the morning and then try to attack opponent, because each and everything Ruto want to attack everything that has been said, and I'm sure he was there to defend himself, but he put it in a wrong perspective, in a wrong place. He ought just to come out and defend what Wamalwa said, that indeed he's claiming that I wanted to slap, but I cannot slap anybody. But when he went ahead and called Wamalwa as a woman, it was trying to diminify Wamalwa as a woman, which it doesn't portray well. It doesn't portray well to society, as a country. And unaona jana the way Bukusu elders came out and they were defending their son. So I think Ruto is losing. And I spoke with one of the Bukusu in Western. He told me that that statement alone, he wanted to vote for Ruto, but the statement is very bad. So Ruto is losing, and I think he's trying to play hard. That's why he's behaving like this. And sometimes I wonder with the citizen or community or Kenyan, some of people are following Ruto, because Uhuru has come clear and told us very well that this is not the right person. But now we get for somebody just want to follow because he think that is punishing Raila. Raila is a billionaire. Uhuru is a billionaire. They're billionaires. So when I've been told that they want to put this country in a right track and this person is not the right person, and then you're just busy running up and down that you're following Ruto, sometimes very sad. On issue of Sonko, we cannot underrate Sonko. If in any case, because the case is still there, they're going to the IBC, it's going to Supreme Court. I think Sonko, we cannot underrate Sonko, because if you look at the dynamic of politics in Mombasa County, Changamwe, we have so many Kambans. And in Mombasa County, Kambas are leading. They're the one who are leading. And then followed by Luos, and then Mijikenda, and then Hobaluya, and then Kikuyus and Merus and other things. So we cannot underrate. If Sonko will be clear to vie for governorship, we cannot underrate him, because the few days he came with a big force. He trying to pull the masses that I'm the person who is, Sonko sometimes play this cheap politics, which sometimes you may think that it's low, but it pull masses. So we cannot underrate Sonko in cost, but I know that Nasir has a upper hand, but you cannot underrate him. At the same time, when this politics will come, it may damage the support of Baba in Mombasa, because we may have supporters who are Sonko. You saw what happened the other time when they tried to stone him with stones. The supporters of Sonko will feel very bad. In any case, they start. It's going to be a hard politics. They may decide to say that, well and good, let us vote for Ruto. So to me, I don't know. They ought Sonko just to relax so that we can have a soft campaign in Mombasa. But when Sonko will come in, they just going to be that hard politics in Mombasa. Because I also know Sonko is a fighter. Nasir also is a fighter. Their supporters will fight in one way or the other. But if we fight, it will become difficult. Now you tell me that we already fought, and then you want to tell me that you want me to vote for Baba. So the candidate of Sonko, to me, I don't welcome it, but we don't underrate Sonko. With the Kambas who are leading, they are one who are leading when you look at the dynamic and the population of voters in Mombasa. Kambas are leading, especially in Changamwe and Linyali. Also, we have so many Kambas. So let's pray that they can handle this thing so that Sonko can withdraw his candidature, which I don't think that is going to do it, because he's being pushed by Kalonzo. So I don't know how the court decided to clear him, because I don't know. I can't even explain. And then on the issue of IBC, I saw yesterday they were being interviewed, but IBC is not that clear because they are not even ready. When you look at the way that we were talking yesterday and how they were answering the question, they are not even clear about their preparedness, because the question that were asked, not even a single one they could manage to answer. So that shows clearly that these people, they're not clear, and there's something that they're hiding, because they also asked the issue of server, and that question was very tricky. But the chairman of Chebukati couldn't answer that question, because I think there's something that they did. So let's pray, and the best and important thing that let's come up with that number and vote for Azimio Baba, so that he can clinch this president and stop Ruto, who is arrogant. Thank you very much.
Well. Thank you so much. As they say, kilicho na mwanzo hakina budi kuwa na mwisho. We want to start taking our closing remarks. Thank you so much for those who joined us on the comment section. Kama kawaida, we really appreciate you. This is a platform for you all to come and share your views with us. We need to keep talking as Kenyans, because we say when we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, we want to keep talking. So let's keep coming here and talking. Mutembei TV is here to serve you. And like we have always said, maintain decorum, focus on the topic that is there, share your view. We are here to help each other and build each other. As they say, iron sharpens iron. That's a biblical quotation, by the way. It says that iron sharpens iron. So we believe that what you know, what I know, and what someone else knows is going to build a better Kenya. It's going to build better us. As we say, you only need 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. I want to at least notice a few people in the comment section. Wakanda Nation, tumekuona. Tufosalai, Nathan Lucy. I've come to realize that there are names that when I see there, at least there are people I know. Wengine nikiwaona hapo naanza kushangaa hawa ni akina nani, ama ni Adams ameingia na gadget nyingine. There are names that I know. If you come in with a new name and I don't know you, I am more likely to think it's Adams bringing a pseudo account. Not Adams, but at least someone else. So there are people I don't know. I don't know you. So please, when you come in, don't worry. There are people we have interacted here many times and many days, so we know them. When you start seeing new names here, we start getting worried. We having those dealers who come in and penetrate us. Wakanda Nation, Euphin Otieno Adams. Sasa umeweka zote. Umeweka Euphin Otieno na Adams. Mlienda mkakuwa kwa city ni mkaamua kwamba weka zote sasa. Kwa Euphin Otieno Adams. Yeah, nice to see you. Nathan Dusi. Relax baba. It is Euphin Otieno Adams. Adams, ile kitu ulipeana huko, that was the real deal. That was the real deal. We ni bazoo. Wanasema pale Kanairo, wanasema we ni bazoo. We ni real deal. Ukiingia unaingia kama bulldozer. Temba, wacha kudanganya. Kilicho na mwanzo hakina mwisho, juu tutaendeleza kesho. Unajua Linet wa Bomba, we ni wale wa aliye juu, usimgoje chini mfuate. Naona wewe huko kwa hiyo darasa. Hiyo ya kusema ati aliye juu mgoje chini iliisha. Aliye juu mfuate huko juu. Usimgoje. Nathan Dusi, nice to see you through Fosalai. RMK Media, asante sana. Official Slim. Hasa kama huyo Official Slim, mimi sija kuonanga hapa. Sasa nikikuona hapa nafikiria wewe labda ni Euphin Otieno ameingia na sudo. Sasa naanza kuogopa. Nathan Dusi, kuna wale Masi Menge, kuna wale usual culprits tunaonanga huko chini. Sasa mkikuja na zingine huko tunaanza kusema but all in all, don't worry, come on, give your views, ongea tukusikie, na maisha inaendelea kama kawa, kama dawa, kama dawa. Na rhymes niko nazo zinaingia, rhymes zimeshika kwa vifua kama tuko. Najua Julia ataniambia hiyo ni mbaya. Julia alikuwa mwalimu. Najua walimu kazi yao ni kuissue orders wakali. Hiyo ni nini unasema? Hawako wanapenda rap music.
Hiyo ni bad words.
Rap musicians, ile nyimbo anajua tu ni wimbo iko na stanza na chorus. Kija kumwambia wewe ni mtu wa rap artist. kazi imeshika, kazi kuu, hatuna tunakuja tunaleta anasema wewe toka hapa, wewe hii darasa nafukuzwa. Don't worry, we are here. So I want to start taking 2 minutes, everyone, to take our closing remark. I need to apologize for what? What am I apologizing for? Nani, you feel not here, no Adam. Tafadhali, sawa, I apologize. Hujaniambia ni nini, mimi nime apologize. I apologize to Yufima Tieno. Nime apologize. Sijui ni nini, sijui makosa ni gani, sijui ni nini, lakini Yufima Tieno Adams, nime apologize. Oh, Sudaka, no, I was kidding. No, you can't have a Suda account. I'm kidding. So we are going to give two minutes to all of you to give us your closing remarks. Kindly subscribe to Motembei TV. Subscribe to Motembei TV, and let's I can see we are growing as a family, and we are moving on pretty well. It's almost going to 400, if possible, by the time to go an election, to go 401 million, so that we can continue. After the elections, we'll have so many programs coming on. Different. We had purpose to launch the diaspora talk. Hiyo bado tulisimamisha kidogo. Tuko na zingine nyingi tu ziko jikoni that we want to launch, so that we'll transition from this to this discussion. This discourse has to continue. Watu wa diaspora tutaendelea kukutana hapa kuongea na kusaidiana. So there's a lot in store. So subscribe, and don't worry, useme ni siasa tu, tutatoka hapa to transition into more talking. Yeah, apologies accepted. Thank you so much. Now, subscribe kwa Mutembei, also subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Tunafurahi sana kwa wala me subscribe. Kindly go there kama huja subscribe. Please do for us a favor. Enda tu pale subscribe. Yeah, utapata show tamu poa sana. It's an African dad with his daughter growing up in the American soil. So kindly just go there and subscribe. Thank you. Now I want to start with Joshua, 2 minutes, Daudi 2 minutes, Ndeto 2 minutes, Adams 2 minutes, alafu Julia 2 minutes. Alafu leo Julia, unajua jana tulisema wimbo wa taifa, leo unatuimbia, kwa hivyo Daudi, nani huyu tena? Yani Julia imebidi ulete Bob Papa na amelala.
Ameleta Papa the same kama jana. Papa na Julia.
Julia surely.
Julia. Papa na si unapendwa.
Yani Papa lazima Julia tu haribia tu Christine vacation tu, yani unaona tu yani surely Julia. Hawezi hata furahia, uache Christine afurahi.
Papa, you see, I'm the one who cares.
We need to hear from Papa about Sonko in Mombasa. You know, he's there.
Papa, Raundi umependwa bwana. Itabidi siku mbili mfululizo, inabidi sasa hapa tutakuja harusi.
Nimegundua Themba yuko kwa ile kamati ya roho chafu. Nimekaa hapa 30 minutes naangalia tu na ngoja, lakini naona tu ananilenga.
Wacha nijitetee. Unajua unfortunately siangalii, ikifika time fulani huwa siangalii nani yako huko chini, hata siangalii messages, you know, I just roll, right? So nani hapo ndio amekuona akakurumia, lakini pia we nilijua uko na Julia hapa, I mean to take care of your interest. Ungekuwa watu wengine hawana watu, ningesema wacha nini, lakini wewe Julia yako hapa, take care of your interest. Adams yuko hapa, Yufino Tieno is taking care of his interest. And Ndeto sijui, I don't know kama bado ni upepo, anafuata bendera kule itaflow. Daudi na wengine, we don't care much kwa sababu wao hapa. Sasa Ndeto ni bendera. Linetu wa bomba yuko hapo. Linetu wa bomba, shikana na Ndeto, hii kitu tuite Dani Darius afunge hii kitu aiombe, ndio sasa labda Ndeto
ataacha motivational speaking akipatana na Wabomba wapelekane. Wabomba tafadhali fanya hivyo sasa. Tafadhali Ndeto
Wewe
kungulukwanga
Themba wewe,
peleka kwa
acha papa tuambie story. Wewe kwanza nyamaza, hata kama ni moderator, leo moderate.
Ngoja Ndeto. Martin Linet Wabomba, tafadhali kuanzia leo hatutaki kuona Ndeto akiongea hapa sana. Kuanzia leo na kuendelea. Na tafadhali Adams is a witness, Papa Bob is a witness, Julia is a witness. Sasa tunangoja Danny Darius, wherever you are, you have another prayer to give. Now, as we are waiting for Linet Wabomba to sort that out with the Neto, I want to bring us in to give our closing. And then, of course, Bob will have more time. At least I'll give him 3 minutes to chime in into what Daudi wants to hear. So Joshua tafadhali dakika mbili, Daudi dakika mbili, Adam.
Yes, Themba. A bit, I'm excuse me a bit. I mean, I know, please just continue. Move on.
Okay, so Daudi.
Sure. So as Bwana Moi used to tell us, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. We saw what happened in Sri Lanka, and we cannot, and I repeat, we cannot make a mistake, because, you know, having no country to go back to is not something we should wish for. We saw what happened in Sri Lanka. You saw people jumping in the president's pool, and, you know, I don't know how that country is going to recover, but a simple mistake can put our country there. You guys might think it is far-fetched, but it is easy to get there. So my encouragement to all of you, encourage whoever is out there to make the right choice. We need to choose the right leaders, send people who can, you know, lead us into a better future, not what Sri Lanka is at the moment. Sri Lanka, by the way, was a Middle Eastern country, better than where we are as Kenya, but a simple mistake led them there. So it's just a word of caution to everyone. We don't want to lose a country. We don't want to be paupers. We don't want to be refugees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mato.
Can you hear me? Mnanisikia? Okay. Yeah. You know, there's this thing of these elections and what is coming up. And as Kenyans, I want you guys to listen to me very carefully. I'm not talking to the guys on both the guys on the panel and the other people that are listening to us. You know, like this Sonko Sakaja, we know there's issue. There's a CJ that gave up his seat a long time. I mean, before he could actually go home. His name was Mutunga. And there's a name he told our country. He said he called our country alipatia ka nickname akasema a bandit society or bandit economy. It was CS Mutunga. Nini CJ Mutunga. I want us to really think a lot, because even Sonko being my neighbor and Sakaja being somebody that I was a big voucher for. I was vouching for Sakaja here in this group, and knowing everything that is happening, we have to go back and look at our society and what economy we want and what country we want and what discipline we want. When I first started in this group, I used to say that where I live in, because you can drive into a stop sign and there's kuna police right and left, na kuna gari, na kuna, there's nothing, and you stop and you're by yourself and you stop. I did this one time when I was back at home. I stopped, I put an indicator. My brother and cousin akaanza, unaekea umbwa nini indicator na unasimamia nani? But that discipline is something that if we ever want to be a first world country as Kenya, we will have to get it that you don't have to be babied to be disciplined. And that's all I'm asking Kenyans. And this is coming all through one Raila Amolo Odinga and Mother Karua. This is the last minute. This is when it all happens. The next 26 days is when all the cows are coming to roost, is when the people that maybe were playing games and had been sent somewhere to be moles is when they're gonna come back home. This is when it's all gonna happen. Kenyans, my fellow Kenyans, let's make Kenya a great place, na si mali ya kupigana, mali ya kutusiana, mali ya mtu mwenye anadhani ni kama yeye ni mkubwa kuliko mdosi wake, cause huo mtu ni bodaboda rider, unamuuliza ati who are you? Huyo ni civil servant. A civil servant, you are the boss. I need Kenyans to actually start reading civics and understand that you are the boss of those people that come and call you waheshimiwa. And and you call them waheshimiwa. And I would urge Kenyans to really start listening to what Mother Karua says and listen to what she says more often, not even Baba. Listen to Mother Karua. What she says, that civil education. Tafadhali, kama kuna Wakenya wananisikiza, try and listen to Mother Karua more than Baba. Baba is more of a politician. Mother Karua is more of a civil servant and who is trying to educate people. And that's what politics is all about. I appreciate it. I hope it's a 70%. And tupatane kwa sherehe. Thank you. Thank you, Demba.
Thank you. Adams?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to close by saying that today there was a scientific poll, opinion poll by Infotrack today released. It showed that Baba had gained 1% and the other guy had lost 1%. So it clearly indicates that as we go higher, they go low. Like Michelle Obama said that when they go low, we go higher. So that is what is happening right now. And I don't see a scenario where we are going to be at par with them. And secondly, I'm just wondering, because with the entry of Mike Sonko, is in Azimio and Sharif Nasir's son is also in Azimio. That is ODM and Wiper. So I was just trying to wonder, when Raila gets to Mombasa, when he'll get to Nonoka grounds, I don't know how the matrix will play, because I know all of them will want to share that podium, and I'm afraid that we may see some chaos. I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid that Sonko being who he is, and Nasir also with that homeness, my home turf. There might be chaos experienced there, because it had happened before when Nasir was sharing a podium with Shabal. There was that chaos. So I think the entry of Sonko might trigger the same scenario. Hence,
go ahead, caller, to get you something. Caller for me.
What? Hence, I don't know, Mr. Confused. Hence, that one may end up tainting Azimio as, people who are warmongering and all sorts of things. But I don't think it's a big deal. So all in all, I think we are doing so fine. And big ups to Baba and Mama. And I think we are doing so fine. We hope for the best. And also, Mr. Joshua, I heard you mentioning that IEBC is going to Supreme Court to appeal. But when you if you clearly watch the interview, the media joint interview for the IEBC, Mr. Wafula Chebukati said they're not going to appeal. So I don't know whether they have appealed. They may change their mind, but they said they're not going to appeal. Otherwise, may God bless you all and have a peaceful night.
Thank you. Julia?
Then I'm just trying to improve your evening. I don't want you to go to sleep so bored. So I made sure that you have some company of Miss and
You are turning this place into a battlefield because if you have these two gentlemen here, I mean, this is just a drama you are bringing to the show. Yeah.
and Bob. That will be nice company. So me, I don't have much. I don't want to comment a lot. I just want to say that we've been saying that Rigathi apewe mic, ata Ruto apewe mic. We're doing good. So far, so good. Let him continue calling people names. We're doing good, Adams, so that we get more votes. We're doing very good. So me, Themba, Rigathi apewe mic, Naruto apewe mic. But for those Kenyans who have not made up their mind, I'm asking you, please, in whose hands are you safe? Nawaomba mvuke sakafu, mje pande hii kwa sababu you are safe in Baba's hands. Asante Themba.
Yeah, we are safe in Baba's hands. And we are saying that people keep on checking your names. If you are registered, voter, yeah, bands, that's very important. Keep on checking. Deto Lineto Bomba nakwambia kama unataka kuwa namba 2, mpigane huko chini ni sawa. So come baby come, amekuita enda. Amekubali. Basically, unajua hakuna mtu wako free. Wote wako occupied. So unaenda kung'ang'ania space yako hapo. Lakini
no, Lineto ananichapaga kwa nini? Unajua saa zingine nikiwa job na kwaga na ngoja nani Themba si nani aitwaje Banada kuje Lineto waga ananichapa huko, so unajua tushasemezana 2 3 hivi, vipi umefika mbele yangu nini, but I appreciate that. You guys are wonderful people. I really appreciate being around you guys.
Acha kuwa diplomatic, sema ndio ama hapana. Hiyo diplomacy mingi wachana nayo sasa. Wewe unaenda unasema ndio ama hapana. Utakubali namba 2 ama hapana. Sasa hii mambo ya kusema ati tunachapananga, mchapane tu, lakini sasa kuchapana itakuwa on another level. Unaona hapa Julia anawapiga, anawacheza kama DJ. Unajua DJ anakuwa na sahani 2. So anakoroga hivi, analeta papa hapa, analeta mise hapa, anahepa papa, anaenda kwa mise, analeta mise, anahepa papa, anahepa, anaenda kwa Njiru. Yani Julia amechange professional.
Themba, unajua mimi ni mtoto mzuri bwana. Mimi ni mtoto mzuri bwana. Unaona? Mimi mtoto mzuri.
Hiyo ni ubaya. Hiyo hakuna ubaya hapo bwana. Nataka kusema ni vibaya Bob, na mimi tawapatia dakika moja kwa sababu mmekuja tukifunga, mmeletwa hapa kwa niaba ya your ex. Unajua sasa Julia amekuwa ex wa nyinyi wawili. You share one common thing. Mko na ex, the same ex.
She created the WhatsApp for them. They're all in the same WhatsApp. And Julia is the admin.
Julia ni mzuri, anamalizana in peace na maex wake na anawaleta pamoja. Sasa hakuna vita, hakuna cha mno. So wacha tusikie Bob papa, alafu tusikie Mise, then Julia tuimbie. Unajua Julia amewaita hapa ndiye aimbe, mkisikia unaona ile mateso you go through. Haya Bob papa.
Asanteni nyote, nafurahi sana. At least ninajua hapa Julia hawezi wacha niumie. Naona vile amefanya mambos na nikaweza kuingia kwenye show. Thanks Themba, Adams, Deto, Daudi, Joshua, Mise, and last but not least, Julia. Now, I just want to mention 1 or 2 things because of time. There is something that Adam said about the Mombasa gubernatorial race. You know, I'm not going to underrate Sonko, but I will tell you one thing. After Luo Nyanza, Kilifi, Mombasa is third in terms of what do you call it? Diehard supporters of ODM. Mombasa has got networks. ODM network is so strong on the ground. And if you go back to the previous elections, you realize that Wiper had a candidate. And the Wiper candidate in the gubernatorial race was actually supported by predominantly by the Kamba community. And still ODM came out tops. ODM has got a very strong presence in Mombasa, and not that I want to what do you call it? I've just lost the word. But I respect the presence of Sonko, but there is no way Sonko is going to beat Abdul Nasir. And the reason is that the UDA candidate who is present will the votes will be split, but ODM has got an upper hand in between the two people, because I will tell you for sure, Sonko will get a few youth here and there, but and then there's the Kamba vote. He'll get it definitely, but ODM across board, ODM has got a stronger presence, so it will be a close race, but I'm sure ODM will carry the day, and that is Abdul Samad Nasir. And then besides that, he has been campaigning. Sonko has not been sure, so that presence of Sonko went down a little. And whereas there are people who feel that Sonko is the real deal, there are people who don't view Sonko in the same light, especially the fact that there is something that he came and put up a club, a very vibrant club, and that club in Mombasa, if you ask any Raveler or the people who know about that club, not very many people are happy about that, because it is associated with dubious deals. So that is also, and even the clergy, both the Christian and the Muslim, have spoken against that club because they feel that it is of bad influence. So there is that upper edge that I think Abdul Samad will have.
What is the
Finally,
name of that club?
Club Volume. Yeah. Then there is this issue of the DP. The DP has lost it. I don't even want to talk about it. The guy actually needs a shrink. He needs to be talked to. He's a one-man show, and that's why he's having such problems. I don't think there's a trusted person that the DP can listen to. He's Alpha and Omega, and that is the reason that he's losing it. You know, I don't want to digress into family issues, but you know, even in politics, you must have a trusted fellow close to you. That fellow has it's like he has pushed away everybody. And the other thing that is even letting him down, I think that is what is even charging his emotions, is Rigathi is not even doing him any good. In fact, he's been pulling him down. So he's under immense pressure, and that is actually taking toll on him. So I don't even want to. I can only sympathize that after the elections he'll be reflecting and saying, why did I have to do this? Because he's blundering. Let me leave it at that, and back to you, Thema. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you very much. It's good to see everyone here. Julia, thank you for recognizing us. We appreciate you, regardless of the challenges here and there, but we do appreciate you. For me, I think I foresaw when Sonko was praising the president, you know, and he mentioned that he's in the cold, and they had light moments with the president, and applauded the president, and applauded and cajoled and you know, persuaded the president to stay within, together with Babu Wino. I think he was buying airtime and support, and also by him, Sonko also has a following in Nairobi. I'm sure that he is not just any other person. He took a back and went to Mombasa, like Baba said. He has invested a lot in Mombasa. He has a little bit of following, and he did it on purpose. So I believe that Sonko is a force that is going to get support, and a lot of people identify with Sonko in very many ways. And like he said, he's hustler number one. Au wengine wote ni pandia. I believe he's going to get a lot of hustlers lining behind him, and he might pull a surprise in his area of jurisdiction where he's going to buy from. But Themba, I was wondering if you're happy that Themba was, Sonko was cleared. I just want to get from you today whether, in your opinion, Sonko should be allowed, given the history and even how you've been very, now that he's an Azimio, now that he's supporting Azimio, I just want to get from you, particularly Themba and Adams, whether you will line up your support for Sonko and drum support for him, because now he's been sanitized and now he's ni mweupe kama pamba na atakuwa kwa ballot box. I would be very interested to know that because in our last debate, you referenced Sonko as a man of no values, Sonko as a man that cannot be emulated by any reasonable person. So today I would like to know whether you are of your principles, or you are a man of, you and Adams, or you are a man of double standards or selective application when it suits you. So that is the most interesting part that I would want to hear of this debate tonight. And lastly, Julia, I would like to sing with you today. You know, when you were not here, I tried to bring this proposal to sing with you, and Bob dismissed me, said that my voice is that and that. I am determined today to prove to you that I can sing to you and with you tonight, and disapprove those rumors that were going around social media that I cannot sing. So thank you. I won't take a lot of time, but Sonko, Sakaja, and the rest are classic examples of the politicians, just a few, who are either targeted and rebaptized to be clean when they are needed to be used when they are needed to be used. I would like to know your thoughts, Themba and Adams in particular. Thank you.
Themba, let me go 1 minute. Yeah, Mr. Mr. Mise, let me go for it. You remember, for example, when the court decided that to annul the decision of or upheld Uhuru's win, Raila Odinga came out and said, you know what? I obey the court, I'll obey the court order or the court decision, but I disagree. It is in the same reason that I want to tell you that personally, or we as Kenyans, I will obey the court decision or court order, but I disagree with them because Sonko, first of all, was impeached. He has got so many things surrounding him. Sakaja, the same thing. But as a Mzalendo, as a man of love for our country, Kenya, and for the sake of our constitution and constitutionalism, I agree with the court. I mean, I obey the court ruling, but I disagree with them. I still say that Sonko is not worth it. The man is not worth what it takes to lead the people. He has a tainted image, but I obey the court orders, but I disagree with him. Thank you.
I'm surprised that Mise is asking a question. In my view, it was supposed to be probably a rhetorical question, not a question that requires answers. Because as a lawyer, you know, the law needs to take its course, and in no way does it, you know, affect the opinion of and perceptions of individuals. Like right now, you can't tell me that because the courts have upheld that Sakaja to be on the ballot, that now Sakaja has a degree. Surely that's not a question you want to ask someone. That now, do you believe that Sakaja has a degree? You and I know so well that degrees are given by universities, not courts. So they say not everything legal is right, but everything right should be legal. So you cannot say that because the law has said, you know, when it was addressing itself to Sonko, Sonko is seeking his views as a citizen of the country and testing the courts, which is okay, right? Does that affect your opinion about him, you know, or thereabout? I mean, the jury's out there. Secondly, the elections, our opinions about people. In essence, they say our leadership reflects the people, right? It's a reflection of the masses. So you may not want, like, for example, people may have condemned Trump, but the universal suffrage meant that if he garners the majority, he finds himself in the office. Did you know, the feelings of others was that he wasn't supposed to win, but that's the law. That's the law, universal suffrage, all right? So you cannot ask someone matters of the law and in view of the opinion. Now, do I think that Sonko
Zemba, before you answer that question, can I add something on you on what you're about to answer? Because I know where you're going.
Let me finish.
Please.
Yeah,
I just want to. Okay.
Yeah, let me
I wanted
finish.
to add something on what you're about to say because I know where you're going.
You don't know where I'm going. Hold your horses.
No, I know where you're going, but that's fine. I'll wait.
In the meantime, enda pale chini ujibu Wabomba. Now, what you know, the Martin has interfered with my thought process. The people reflect the leaders reflect the people that are there. We may not agree with Sonko's behavior. Sonko has he released a tape on him bribing a judge. Is that good behavior? That's not something I want to agree with. All right. But what does the law say? If someone presents themselves for an election, they be elected. Okay. Our law does not have such kind of a very punitive, where if in the event that you were found, because if Sonko was a participant in the bribing of a judge, you know, the judge that is going through investigation right now, what is the punishment for Sonko? You know, because he actually went and gave the judge the money, you know, and he was being seen in those videos. What is he, a witness? Is he? There's nowhere we have been told whether Sonko is a witness in that case. We have not been told that anywhere Sonko had been sent by the whatever. So he was bribing, and these people, you know, it worked against him. So he went to expose them because it went against what he wanted to do. So he was compromising the justice system. So he is as guilty as the judge if the judge is going to be found guilty. So he's not clean, right? Now he could access the justice. He could access those people. He could give them money. Do I, agree with that kind of view? I don't, because what happens to someone who doesn't have money? However, what is the law? The law is, if you have not been found guilty by the law, you are not. You are innocent until proven guilty. So he can present himself for an election. And what does the law say? You are allowed to campaign. What does the law say? If the people feel like this is the person we want, whether you are corrupt or not, they elect you. So that for me is my stand. So asking me a question like that, and you are a lawyer, you have the answer. So yes, yes, Leto. Leto, what was your question?
Hold on. Sorry, my phone was acting up. Mise, this is the first time I think we've been on the show together. Or if not, maybe another time, but we never said. But Mise, for the first time, I actually agree with you, what you're saying. Because here's the problem. You being a lawyer, and I've been listening to you for a long time. There's something called precedence, and precedence is law. Whatever one case has been done today will be the law. And you as a lawyer, you will go and represent me and say, in this day and this day, Sonko was being told this and this was happening. And now you have to follow that law, and the judge will have to follow that, because the precedence is the law after the Constitution. And I know you as being a lawyer being that. So let me answer what Themba is trying not to answer. No, it's not a good thing that it happened, because that is setting a precedent for another lawyer like you to go there one day again and say that this happened and now we have to do it. So for me to answer them, even though you didn't pose that question to me, I will tell you no. Me being a Kamba, I will tell you no. I am not a happy person, even though I am an Azimio person. And the other thing I'm not happy, I don't know, you are not here before, but the other thing I'm not happy, I am also not happy that it happened just one day after they met with Uhuru Kenyatta. That, even being an Azimio person, I am not happy about that, because it sets a precedence, and we just got our constitution and we're just fabricating. I mean, we're just trying. Right now, we're doing ile itagomsasa, our constitution with certain precedents now. And even Sakaja doesn't make me very happy, the fact that even him got cleared, because this is not about these elections, it's about our constitution and the continuity of our nation.
Okay, thank you. I think, Mise, you got your point. There are those who are happy. There are those who are not happy. There are those who don't care. I am in that middle ground. I don't really care. I am, as long as the law has been followed. I mean, everyone has a right according to the law, in the eyes of the law. We may not agree. I may not agree with Sonko's behavior. And they say that the societies have what we call social contracts. So the law is a social contract. When you come together, you cannot, like, for example, all of us, the 8 of us come together. Because of our diversity, we may not agree. So what do? We say, okay, fine, let's make a social contract that will bind all of us together, so that we start obeying that thing. It doesn't mean everybody will be happy with it, all right? But it is what the social contract that we have. So the law is a social contract, and they say it's an ass, it can flog either way. The accuser and the accused will always have a right within the law to be protected. So Sonko has a right for redress, and any other person does have a right for redress. If the law says, and those who are given that mandate are the judges, if they fail within anything, a society that has lacked faith in his institutions heads into a thing like Sri Lanka, where it is right now, right? We head into anarchy, an anarchist society where we throw away the institutions of the law. So Kenya, we haven't reached there yet. So we have to painfully accept that this is the law. The judges have, pronounced themselves to that matter. If you are not happy, the law still provides for redress, and it moves up and like that. So I think Sonko has a right. It is now the other part that comes where the law says that the sovereign power lies on the people. So if the people are not happy, then they need to exercise that power in the ballot. That's the other part now, that because the final power is on the people. And we cannot just say we are not happy. You need to express that dissatisfaction in the ballot. So we can only confirm that people are not happy if they show it in the ballot. People are not happy with Trump. They didn't want Trump to win, but the ballot told us otherwise.
Yeah.
So you can have an expression and an opinion, which is okay, but you can only confirm it by the ballot, which we now leave it to the people. Do they necessarily feel like we do?
Yeah. But here's the challenge, Themba, and thank you, Martin, for saying very kind words and facts, and thank you, Daudi, also for bringing something that you say there is judicial activism, and also there's a section where you could call legal activism that is very rampant right now in Kenya. But at the same time, what we see, the law is not absolute, like you said, but also the law is influenced, and the same way the law has been influenced at the level, at the highest level of harm of the government, is the same way. It's going to be influenced. It's the same way those who have the final say at the ballot will be influenced, because two things come to play: money and power. When you have money and power, the law is biased, and that has been demonstrated. If you look at how the president was giggling with Babu Owino and Sonko, that will tell you. And you could see from the side, the deep state was actually whispering from time to time, whispering to the president. That will tell you that something out of that meeting, out of those praises that the president was given, was going to come out of it. And so it is this time we take to say that the laws are not absolute. Laws can be influenced, and at the highest, I don't think, Themba, if you're my president and I'm the chief justice of the country, and you have called me and you have asked me to do something that can be factored within the technicality of law, whether I will let you down. I need my job, I need my favors, and that connection, I will do so in making sure that I have succeeded the mission. And that is exactly what that was prosecuted and executed, and we can see the results. Thank you very much.
Now, I don't think, I don't want to agree with what you're saying, but you have a right to your view. That's a matter of perception, all right? When a judgment is given in any court, and the people who are there have different sides, so all of them have an opinion, and you can always have allude What you are doing now, you are casting aspersion in the person of the judge that arrived at that judgment, that he was influenced or because the president did one thing or another. You have a right to do that. You know, it's a free country. But the moment which is something that the judiciary is working on, the judiciary has a lot of work to do, just like IBC. They need to work at the trust of the people, because there's a general perception that judiciary can be influenced, and that when they arrive at any judgment is either influenced because of there are some undercurrents that are going on. Now, that's a very bad place to be as a country. The moment we start casting aspersion in the person of the judicial officers who are supposed to be, you know, helping us in interpretation of the law, it only tells us as a people where we have reached. And the discussion you are bringing is very, very important, because it's not only your side, but also this other side. You know, there are times that they have arrived at some judgments and the judiciary has raised more questions than answers. So I agree with you to the extent that there's a lack of trust in the judiciary. And because of their behavior or lack of it, we have arrived at that. So we question every judgment they arrive at. We have a society that have a judiciary that we think is not helping us. And I think that's a conversation we need to have as Kenyans, but it's a good conversation. I want us to finish right now, because we had already, you know, explored on so many of those aspects earlier. We were taking our closing remarks, and since you had said you want to pray with Julia, I don't know if she wants to admit you to the duet, or Julia, what's your take?
I think Miss I can sing on my behalf today. Right, Miss?
No, Julia, Adam, stop it. Relax. That question was
that
for
I
me.
added you. Now that I added you, and then but didn't want to add you.
Julia, I really wanted to sing with you, so that we can at least
Bob, why are you running away?
So that it's not about Bob, but I usually sing a backup voice. I don't sing a lead voice. So I would love to sing. I heard your voice last time. I would like to sing.
Which voice are you singing, sir?
Relax, you will hear it once Julia agrees.
Oh dear. Remember, okay, let's see how we can sing with Mason. Hope you have the song with you. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa
amani, tutimize malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu,
idumu jumuiya yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu, viwandani na hata mashambani, fanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Now,
wewe ngojeni, watu walifanya 844, watu walifanya 844. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa inaitwa nini? What was it called? Ile yenye mtu anaenda mbele mwingine anafuata nyuma. What was it called? Watu walifanya music. What was it called? Yenye mtu anaenda mbele mwingine anafuata nyuma. what was it called? There's a name. I'll come back to you. Kama hakuna mtu anakumbuka.
Ilikuwa inaitwa G-Clef.
No, see G-Clef. G-Clef. No, there was something about ile mtu alikuwa I mean, ya kwanza iko huko alto iko huko mbele, alafu hao wengine wanakuja wakijazilia. It was called sijui kani round something. I hope watu wenye wako kwa nini wanaweza tuambia. Yaani nyinyi mjui hamkufanya music kwani?
But Ndeto, kwa sababu of voice delay na tuko pamoja, obviously you will hear that kind of
ngoja tusikie watu wanafikiriaje huko chini kwa comment. Mmependa hiyo duet ya Mise na Julia? Mnaonaje hapo chini kama Gitash de Bob Papa alikuwa amehepa hataki kusikia hiyo duet kwa sababu inamsikia. Mnaona imekuwa sawa? Kama mnaona imekuwa sawa,
Yes. Kwani Bob amerudi?
Mise ameharibu hiyo kitu sana. Mise
amesema ni mbaya sana. Wakanda Nation amesema it was terrible. Who else thinks it was terrible?
Yes.
Mise croak like a frog. Ulikuwa na croak kama frog. Mise unapigwa.
Unajua Bob alipotea kidogo, mkaanza kuona hizo comment mbaya. Bob ulienda kufanya nini?
No, Mise
Bob huwezi niwacha hata siku moja nishine.
Elkana Shivashi amesema never please next time mute Mise but let him believe he's being that Banyak anasema that combination was a lot of noise.
Oh no.
Yeah. Mise, you have no support for your voice, man. Na ndio ulikuwa unaona umejaribu, my friend. Mise temba you feel Otieno Adams anasema Mise hata hakujua wimbo pa. So Mise, hiyo duet yenu umechoma kabisa.
Julia, I'm very hopeful. One step at a time. Rome was not built in one day. In every 1,000 steps, you have to start with one. So, wote usisikie hiyo kelele. Hiyo ni propaganda ya Bob.
So Mise, Friday utaimba hiyo song peke yako, si ndio?
At least Kikwetu Ventures anasema Kenya has got talent, duet Julia and Mise. At least uko na support ya mtu mmoja.
Kikwetu Ventures is a good man. Lakini you feel
how do you know it's a man?
It's a good person. Did I say a man?
Yeah, say it's a good person.
Unajua kwa comment mimi niliacha kuita mtu by kama ni man ama ni mdem. Tangu siku ya Gitash Day. Siku hizi mimi semanga hi my friend unless nijue sasa wenyewe ni mtu najua.
So
mtu ambao umeona hapa kwa platform ama yule amekuja akadeclare mimi ni mwanadada. Wengine wanaweza jifanya hapo. Mimi Pen Nyagaka for a long time I thought it was a lady. In fact there were people who wale alianza kumkatia wanamwambia wewe enda ukapike. Wewe ungekuwa mama ningekuja ningekukatia. Only for him to come here.
Hata suge tafuta jina ingine. Yaani umesema Pen Nyagaka. Ulikuwa Pen Nyagaka ni dem.
Yake ndio for a long time watu uko chini mpaka walikuwa anaongea naye wanafikiria dem kwa sababu anaongea sana, yani comments on everything and is always commenting, you know mpaka mtu akasema huyu madam kwa nini atoki hapa aende akapike. Mwingine siku akamwambia toka wewe ukapike. Mwingine akamwambia ningekuwa mama mimi ningekuwa karibu na yeye ningekuoa ningekuwa saizi umenyamaza tu kwa nyumba. Yani mwanaume anaambiwa hivyo. So when he came to the platform, you hata kana kumbe
Nijibaba.
Unajua
Kuja hapa nikasema yani wewe ndio pen Nyagaka. Unajua pen normally if you see pen it looks like penina, you know.
Yeah, it looks okay. You have men with the pen thing, the pen name pen.
Yeah, it's more of a
I'm an pen station.
No. In fact, that is my real cousin, as in my father and his mother are brother and sister. So
okay, but wait. Nini wakisi?
Kwa hivyo hata uko related na Alex.
Yeah, uko related na Alex because Alex's pen is his relative.
No.
And then
Alex.
Julia, Bob and Missy are related. You didn't know that?
No. Stop misrepresenting.
No, akisema Nyagaka ni cousin yake basi yako related na Alex. Unajua kuna siku Alex alikuja hapa alafu akajua huyo ni uncle yake.
Akatwambia tusimuingilie pen.
For once Bob tufanye coalition hapa, watu wanatuingilia, tukae pamoja, tupigane hii vita. For once.
Mimi na wewe hatuwezi kukaa pamoja. No, hata
wewe kwa sababu unaiba hatuwezi fanya coalition.
Unasikia Mise umeambiwa na Mbaazi, anasema kwamba Mbaazi akikosa kuuza usingizia jua. Kwa hivyo Mise now wants us to believe he's making steps one at a time. Manze hata usijaribu tena kabisa kuiba.
Wewe kaka Mise kwa lane yako, fuata lawyer yako bwana. Wachana na music.
Serious. Mimi am a very serious. I sing tenor in a choir. Siku moja nitakuja niwaonyeshe wimbo moja hapa. Mimi mwenyewe ni mwalimu wa music. Kwa hivyo siku moja nitawasurprise hapa.
Najua kila mtu kwa mwimbaji hata wala najua.
Mise tuimbie ile song ya unajua wakisi wako na nini? Na instrument. Do you know that instrument?
Which one?
Obokano.
Tindiri.
Obokano. Inaitwa Obokano.
Obokano.
Hiyo ni Bob. Hiyo inatakanga watu wazee. Sisi vijana tunaenda.
Yaani Bob wewe ni mzee hivyo.
Bob unaona ukiona mtu
unajua sasa anataka kunichomea ndio ni
Bob ukiona mtu amekosa facts anaanza kukuhit wewe sasa. Unaona sasa Mise anaona ameshachoma na hiyo wimbo yake. Sasa najaribu kuona kama anaweza kukutoa.
Mimi
unajua kuna mtu hapa amejua music ikiingia amenyamaza. Unaona jamaa amenyamaza hapo next na wewe Demba. Angalia side yako ya left.
Adams akiimba sasa.
You know what is going on? You know hata Mise amesema yeye ni music director. Did you know hata nani anasema yeye ni music director? Embaramba.
Wewe hatutaki kushikashikwa bwana. Wewe jamaa anaweza nirukia shingo.
Lakini mimi niko na wimbo nimecompose na nikaimbisha na nikafanya kila kitu.
Unaambiwa na Gitash Day, sikiza Mise, unaambiwa na Gitash Day mtafute, mtoe CD Santuri very soon, mtoe music, muingie studio. Official Slim anasema, Mise, I thought you are singing SDS songs while you are in the bathroom.
Lakini mimi na Mato tuimbe Kungulu Kangala ile nyingine ile.
Lakini Mise
ni za hapo tutaenda Kungulu Kangala pa.
Yeah. Mise unasikia.
Mise unaambiwa na Elkana Shivashi, hiyo ni BBC Bathroom Beats Choir. Hatuko kwa choir. Hiyo
No, niko serious. I can share one of these fine days. I'm going to share my choir.
Mise, you know, hata mimi nilikuwa kwa choir wakati nilikuwa kijana. Sasa acha kutuambia mambo ya choir. Hii choir kila mtu alipitia huko.
Hapana, Bob choir gani? Choir gani Bob alikuwa? Lini?
Mise, hata mimi nilikuwa choir bwana. Unajua mimi ni kazo bwana. Sisi tulikuwa tunaimba alto huko.
Wewe ndio unaweza kuamini, lakini Bob can say anything as long as Julia.
Kama unataka nitoe niimbe kidogo. Unataka ni
Hold on.
Haya, wacha niimbe. Kimya.
What you guys
It's Bob sing.
Kimya. Simama, simama imara jili, neno lake Bwana
imara, neno lake
hiyo sauti
Remember, these people are hurting our ears.
Simama imara jilinde, neno lake Bwana imara, kesho kila siku uimbe.
I saw it
I'm
coming,
ready to
Ndeto.
pigia
I'm
kelele.
sorry, my brother. I saw it coming.
Now, Vemba, you see what Makiadi has cost us.
Lakini Bob, umetuumiza masikio
Sasa
bana.
hiyo kwaya ati sasa Bob alikuwa ni kwaya member surely Bob. Ulikuwa kwaya member?
Kwaya member.
No, yangu ilikuwaje? Ni chachini peke yangu. Ama mwache nifanye tena bila
Ndeto, did you go for music festival?
I did all the way. Mpaka I think the most we did, I think the closest I did, I think in mwisho tulifika provincials.
What were you singing, Ndeto?
No. Kama ni Ndeto, kama alienda ni wale wa kujaza basi na kuenda
wacha nichape peke yangu, wewe Bob unaharibu, wacha nichape peke yangu.
Ndeto alifika provi.
At provincial, which year was that?
Where is Bob going? Bob, you too, your voice is hurting our ears.
Yeah.
Wacha nichape peke yangu. Niacheni, nyamazeni, ngoja. Na usinikate tena Themba. Okay, wacha niende peke yangu moja tu. Hiyo yenye amesema. Simama imara jilinde, neno lake Bwana
Mato, imba tena vile ulikuwa unaimba. Simama.
Okay. Simama imara jilinde, neno lake Bwana imara, so kila siku uimbe.
You see what Makiadi has done to us.
I do the provincial. Only provincial. Misa wewe ulienda national. Misa wewe ulienda national.
Hapana, mimi nilienda ile day and boarding school. Day and boarding.
Mato ni wale watu ukimweka imbe lazima umweke na mtu kwa sababu ile kio naanza nayo ataingia kwa zote. By the time anaanza na ya kwanza akimaliza na ya tano.
Temba. I really want to give Mato like 70% because he's the first guy from Cumberland to have started a song from a stanza 1. They normally start from chorus. So this guy
Bwana Mato ameimba vizuri. Mato, kuna watu wengine lazima waimbe with the other people. Like me, naimba highest tenor, so I have to sing with alto and bass. Without them, sitaimba vizuri peke yangu.
So, Mr. You are trying to run away. I asked you to sing the East African anthem on Friday.
No.
So you are trying to run away.
To my defense, hiyo naweza imba peke yangu. Mimi si muoga. Ukweli ni kwamba sikuwa najua maneno mzuri. So nilikuwa najaribu kusoma. Hiyo ndio ukweli.
So go practice. Hiyo ndio assignment.
Yeah, I can sing.
Kama unataka nikuingize kwa studio tena, uende upractice.
Mimi niliimba hiyo muziki na nikafika national. Masaika Yesu kachiraga jenda, Masaika Yesu kachiraga jenda. Hallelujah, kachiraga jenda. Yesu mlaiko, Yesu mlaiko, Yesu mlaiko, Yesu.
You're gonna fall
Remember
down.
where hamia Uganda nilikuwa na kama umevaa kasuti kengine ka blue hapo hivyo ulikuwa unaimba kama Uganda.
Hiyo si Kiuganda, hiyo song ni Kiluya bwana.
Kiluya.
Hiyo ni Kiluya bana. Hiyo ni
Yaani Martin, unajua
Kiluya.
ni Kiluya.
Kwa folk songs
Seriously?
category ya
Adams,
national. Huyu alienda nationals na ajui.
Adams nilimsikia akiimba wimbo wengine hapo inaitwa ni wala nono when you waginambo ni wala nono taya ni wala nono ni wala
Let me tell you, me, I was
kanyeyo kandi wagilambo geo kanyeyo taya
Mr. Keep quiet. I was in the drama club for the longest time possible. I did drama up to the last.
You can translate that song, you know it.
There's a song as we were kids. I mean, tuliananga drama nayo ilitangwa. Okay, hold on. Let me endeleni kwanza nikikumbuka. I'll sing it to you guys. Endeleni.
Mimi mambo yangu ya kuimba iliishia primary.
Hata iliisha wakati ule ulianza tu kuimba.
ile kitu pale nilifika national.
Hiyo wimbo umeimba. Hiyo wimbo umeimba ni ya Kikatoliki. Mimi wimbo ambao ilikuwa inaimbwa sana Yesu ni Mwokozi wangu, rafiki wangu mimi katika safari yangu.
I know that song in Takitaita.
Sasa wewe umeanza kuimba ngoma tunaibanga kanisa kila siku. Ni sutuimbie mpya.
Tuimbieni, kila mtu atuimbie folk song ya kwao, starting with Adams.
So, okay, wait.
Najua Julia unatafuta nini? Hautapata. Julia. Investigation yako hautafika.
Julia, you have a very good request. Unfortunately, I really don't know how to do it. Actually, I don't know how to sing my mother tongue. And I don't even know how to speak it well.
Adams, I'm so disappointed.
Wacha mimi nianze basi. Wacha nianze tu na hii ya ujinga. Wale wakamba watajua.
I'm a suba. I'm a basuba. So I don't know how to sing the song.
Yeah, that's a barrier song.
Wacha basi niwaimbie. Wacheni niwaimbie.
Unajua all the songs, most songs za Wakamba ni za witchcraft. Is it to Martin Deto?
Witchcraft?
Wacha basi, wacha niende. Kuma ilobi kwambata zako lota mwanake.
Kukuza pepo.
Sumesikia ni za kukuza pepo. You've heard that song.
But Mato, what are these peppers? What are these peppers for?
They always send
Unajua
Nyawao, right? Nyawao.
Kilume dance ilikuwa kukuza pepo
Yes,
sana.
Nyawao.
Unasikia titi wanapiga ile filimbi.
The drum and the drum.
Tingili kungulu kongalapa.
I don't know how true it is, whether Nyawawa is real, but when I was in high school, there was a day we were told that Nyawawa is passing. So they were really passing, I don't know, in the air somewhere.
Yeah,
There used to be a lot of superstition when we were growing up. You know, there used to be a lot of superstition.
They lied to us. They lied to us. They used to lie to us that when you go through like circumcision, they lie. They take you like in darkness, and then they tell you, "Oh, so if close your eyes because that I don't know. I think it's the same thing like Nyagwagwa. It's passing. Then you close your eyes and you imagine that something is passing and nothing is passing. In actual sense." So there was a lot of superstition.
Yeah, there was even another superstition like in our area that was if an owl actually owled. So an owl owled outside your house, somebody will die that day.
It's still there.
Still there. Ati Martin, you are saying like a local pub.
Alafu mwingine anasema at Martin, you sound like tequila juice.
Tell them kudos. Or them, tell them kudos. It's okay. At least I made them laugh.
Martin, mmeambiwa nani Miso kuja na wimbo kesho uimbe.
Niimbe wimbo gani? Wanataka niimbe wimbo gani?
Ile ambao uko nayo. Umesema wewe ni member wa kwaya?
Si niimbe saa hii niko nayo. Kwani mbona tunangoja kesho?
Haya, imba tusikie.
Imba tusikie.
Acheni Kristo aitwe Kristo, Kristo wa zamani, Kristo wa leo hii, Kristo wa msalaba, ndiye yule ajaye kwa kweli, atatikisha dunia yote, dunia yote. Ni Kristo yule wa zamani, oh, ni Kristo wa msalaba, aliye yashinda mauti, oh, ajaye tutamwona. Ni Kristo yule wa zamani, ni Kristo wa msalaba, aliye yashinda mauti, oh, ajaye tutamwona, tutamwona. Ni Kristo yule wa zamani, oh, ni Kristo wa msalaba, aliye yashinda mauti, oh, ajaye tutamwona.
That song is 20 years old.
But it doesn't matter the age.
You did good, man. You actually did. Give credit where it belongs. You did good.
We badalo appreciate. I'm execute vizuri. What is your opinion about the execution? What's your comment on the age of the music?
We sang that song. We sang that song in high school during assembly 20 plus years ago.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. It was singing. It was not when it was sung.
Actually, Miss it, you did a good job on that one. What I know, chap you got
Mato utachoma kwanza sasa hivi, ngoja. Wewe ushabu unaimba kama ona wa pub. Nyamaza kwanza. Nani Mise umejiokoa hapo, watu wamesema uko sawa. Mise even breathing, kudos brother, uko sawa. Watu wamesema hapo Awino Rapeo anasema wow, Mise you are an Adventist SDA. Unajua hizo ni nyimbo za SDA. Ukiona tu mtu ameanza kuimba utajua hiyo ni SDA. Ya Catholic utajua tu hiyo ni Catholic. Kwa sababu Catholic inakuanga na soprano ya juu. Sasa ukiona hiyo unajua tu hiyo ni Catholic. Mise Joy Njoki amekuklapia hapo kabisa. Amen, umeimba poa sana Mise, kudos. Mise umeokoa jahazi. Mato nataka kuokoa jahazi. Mato unajua Mato.
Nimeacha wacha niachie Mise abebe leo.
Julia, do a Corino have
Mato.
Mimi si Mokorino.
Mato. Yes, unajua wewe yani vile umeimba. Unajua wale wasapere wa kule Kiambu. Sasa wamelewa. Hivyo ndio umeimba kabisa.
Chana na Mato bwana Bob.
Mato, afadhali wewe unaimba hata saa hii. Bob alianza kuimba na akawacha.
Unasikia Mise?
Wale warumu, unajua kuna mwingine nilisikia nasemanga surikura dhabudha na ukakura na ulikuwa na firifiri. Edo Karare room 122 na kuja.
Mato.
Ati Mise wewe wamesema wewe ni msabato. Wale wakikasirika wanakunywa soda Coke.
Fanta, unakunywa Fanta.
Ndio Fanta ukiwa frustrated. Badala ya kukunywa pombe.
Alafu they don't even take coffee. Wanachukua soya, wanakunywa soya.
Ati Mato una sound kama anko after taking your soda. Yaani Mato leo
Mato, kwa hivyo ulikuwa wanasema ati ukiimba unakaa kama mtu wa kutingisha miti. Umechakoya.
Sasa mimi sio kutingisha miti.
Thank you. Sasa unajua nini? Acheni niwaambie kitu moja, mimi upende hii show. Saa zingine, you come over here, watu wanakuingilia and you just have a good time because watu wakikuingilia hivyo, it's a good thing. Mimi upenda sana by the way. Kwanza watu wakiniingilia, sana. Wenye wananiingilia huko waambie siwezi waona zaidi.
Mato, you owe me. You are supposed to sing Kunguru Kongra.
Mimi nakwambia tuimbie basi these are my things. These are my things.
What things?
Fundamental. Hizi ni fundamental.
Sasa tuseme leo.
Remember, you should ban this from the show. You know the things they are saying.
Tuseme hivi. Unajua nimeshangaa sana. Ngoja.
Mato actually reminds me.
Sema Bob.
Bob, what happened?
Nasema Mato reminds me. Unajua wakati kuna time moja Mato when
ngoja jibu swali.
Tipsy tayari.
Wewe acha Bob
kidogo. Mise.
Julia alikuwa anataka anajua
wacha vita.
Mato, you remind me of the days when tulikuwa natumia shilingi moja kucheza jukebox. So wale watu wakishakuwa tipsy wanaanza kuimba hata ile muziki kama ile akina Munishi. Unajua Munishi? Paulo na Sila.
Waliomba Paulo na Sila niko chini ya mwamba juu yangu. Yesu nifiche.
Ile ilikuwa na nini ile? Nakuita malebo uliyosoma kitabu uliyosoma na
Munishi.
Malebo.
Ni Munishi kutoka Tanzania.
Sasa naona leo baada ya kuimbiwa wimbo mzuri na Mise, nyinyi wote bado mmekuja mmechafua maji, na vile Mise alikuwa ashawaacha watu katika ile hali. Sasa ile kitu alikuwa amebaki nayo ni kusema Bwana sifiwe na mwanze kutoa sadaka. Sasa nyinyi mnaenda kuja na fundamentals, Kunguru Kwangala. Sasa ona,
lakini unaenda kanisani. I didn't know you are church goer.
No, actually one of these fine days I used to sing
ambia ndugu zangu niko chini ya mwamba Yesu nifiche.
Now you know why Black is calling you Anyatami.
Bato ngoja. Kulikuwa sana nini Mise? Tunataka kufunga sasa.
No, nilikuwa nasema my style of music is a cappella. I love a cappella. I've been singing in the choir for some time. Sometimes I teach in the choir. I'm not trained teacher, but I have the passion to sing and teach in the choir. So I love singing. Maybe one of these fine days, I'll share with you the music, the choir that we sometimes we sing during our free time. So singing is my passion as well.
Julia anapenda kuchokoza papa. Haya, so asanteni sana. Thank you so much everyone. We really appreciate you guys for coming on, and thank you so much wale hata kama Makiadi hajakuja hapa, at least tumejiponda ponda kidogo leo. Tumepata wale wako na sauti kama Mise, wale wako na sauti ambazo zinataka panel beating kama Martin Deto, na wale ambao hawajaribu
Hawana.
kabisa kama Pope na Adam. We really appreciate, and we really like. If you like a cappella, do talk to Awino. Awino Rapemo anataka mtu ambaye watapiga naye collab. Tafadhali tafuta Awino Rapemo. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. See you again tomorrow, God willing. And it's always a pleasure us hanging out here. God bless you. Tuonane kesho majaliwa.
Good night, guys.